Chapter 1. After being dumped, I, the strongest fatherly system, have arrived. Yi-Chen, let's break up. On the military training playground, an indifferent voice sounded, attracting the attention of all the students. Why? Looking at his girlfriend Wang Siyu's merciless face, Yi-Chen felt so sudden. Could it be that the rumors are true, you and Instructor Huang? Wang Siyu admitted with a smile, yes. I'm with Instructor Huang. Instructor Huang is considerate and gentle, and he is a retired soldier. He gives me an unprecedented sense of security. Security. Yi-Chen laughed. The reason someone wants to break up with you is so ridiculous. Fine, since you've made up your mind, let's break up. Yi-Chen didn't try to stop it. Wang Siyu had already cheated on him with the instructor, so there was nothing more he could say. After all, Yi-Chen was not a pure love warrior. He had nothing to lose by being with Wang Siyu, and he had gotten what he deserved. Besides, Wang Siyu had broken up with him on her own initiative, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. What's wrong with girls these days? I'm thinking that Instructor Huang isn't that good looking. In junior high school, they liked guys with yellow hair. In high school, they like jocks. In college, they like instructors in rap. That's what a lot of girls are like these days. Awesome, college instructors are that popular? Don't feel bad, buddy, the next one will be even better. Yi-Chen stood still as his friends came up to comfort him. Just then, Yi-Chen's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar caller, and after answering the phone, a pleasant female voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Yi-Chen? This is he, what's up? Yi-Chen replied. The other party said, we are the police officers from Donghua District. Here is the situation, a pregnant woman fainted on Chunghua Avenue. The note in her hand contains your personal information, and you may be needed to come and cooperate with our work. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen was slightly taken aback. Pregnant woman? I don't know any pregnant woman, what work can I cooperate with? The other party said again, if you don't come, you will bear the consequences yourself. Yi-Chen hesitated for a few seconds, but could not resist his curiosity. Okay, I'll be right there. Then, Yi-Chen left the school gate, took a taxi, and went straight to the location the policewoman had mentioned. About half an hour later, Yi-Chen met with the policewoman. When the policewoman saw Yi-Chen, she took him to a room in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital without saying a word. Sorry to trouble you two police comrades, but I would like to talk to Yi-Chen alone next. The woman on the hospital bed was extremely beautiful. Her voice was even more beautiful. The policewoman glanced at her, nodded, and then immediately closed the door. At this moment, Yi-Chen was still a little confused. Looking at the woman in front of him, he felt confused. Seeing that Yi-Chen seemed to have forgotten her, a wry smile emerged at the corner of the woman's mouth. You really don't remember me? The woman squeezed out a smile and said, just to remind you, last summer, Tianyue Hotel. Boom! Yi-Chen instantly had a flash of memory and looked at the other person in disbelief. Tianyue Hotel. You're her. Yi-Chen's heart was in turmoil, and scenes from a year ago flashed through his mind. Last summer, Yi-Chen and his friends had gone out for a barbecue. On the way back, they encountered a drunk beauty being bullied. Yi-Chen stepped forward and, after the incident, he and the beauty went to a hotel and checked in, half-conscious. The next day, after he woke up, the beauty had already left, and Yi-Chen never saw her again. Unexpectedly, they would meet again at this time. Ding, the host's multiple births have been detected and are about to be born. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest daddy system. Suddenly, a pleasant electronic voice sounded in Yi-Chen's mind. The system is being bound, binding complete. Multiple births of the host have been detected and are about to be born. Issue the main task. Be responsible for the unborn child and the female host. Reward for completing the task, 300,000. Yi-Chen was stunned. He had actually obtained the system from the online novel? And it's the daddy system. Yi-Chen looked at the other person's bulging belly, and couldn't help but wonder if after that night, she had actually conceived his child? By the way, I would like to ask you if you have any hereditary diseases in your family? Jiang Baiwei suddenly spoke, pulling Yi-Chen's thoughts back to reality. Yi-Chen subconsciously said, why are you asking this? Jiang Baiwei explained with concern, the child in my belly is yours, and it will be born soon. If you have any hereditary diseases, the sooner they are discovered, the sooner they can be cured. I want to give the child a healthy life. On hearing this, Yi Chen almost laughed in exasperation. What are you thinking? There are no hereditary diseases in my family, we are all very healthy. That's good. Jiang Baiwei breathed a sigh of relief. I'm relieved, so you can go. Yi Chen froze slightly. He didn't expect the other person to ask him to leave. No, I want to stay. Jiang Baiwei didn't understand. Why do you want to stay? Of course I'm responsible for you. Yi Chen's tone was firm. The child you're carrying is mine, and I will be responsible for it to the end. Don't even think about making me go. After he finished speaking, Jiang Baiwei's expression slightly moved. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be such a responsible guy. It made her feel a little moved. Ding, mission completed, 300,000 yuan transferred to the account, the host can check it themselves. As soon as the system finished feeding back, Yi Chen's phone vibrated, and he received a text message. Yi Chen clicked on the text message to view it, and it was exactly about the money having been received. This was just too good to be true. 300,000 yuan. At the moment, Yi Chen felt a very dreamlike sensation. For a college student, 300,000 yuan was undoubtedly an astronomical sum. And he had obtained it so easily. It had to be said that this system was really amazing. Ward 210, has the family member arrived? Just then, a nurse appeared at the door of the ward. Yi Chen hurried over upon hearing this. What's wrong? I'm the family member. The nurse looked at Yi Chen and said, you haven't paid since you were admitted, so go pay the fees now. Otherwise, it may affect the delivery process for the pregnant woman. Looking at the payment slip in the nurse's hand, Yi Chen took it over without hesitation. After quickly going to the window to pay the fees, he hurriedly returned. I will pay you back for the hospital stay, Jiang Baiwei said with her head down. She had originally planned to confess to her parents with no turning back. In the end, she couldn't help but come to the father of her child. Yi Chen, standing in the doorway, said, what nonsense. I owe you this. Let me atone for my sins in the future. Yi Chen looked at the woman sitting on the hospital bed with a heart full of pain. He, who had originally given up hope of love, had rekindled his hopes. It's still midday, you haven't eaten yet, let me take you out for lunch first. Yi Chen said, coming to the bedside. This made Jiang Baiwei, who had already felt a little hungry, shyly stand up. Ignoring Yi Chen, who wanted to help her up. Yi Chen still looked carefully after the other person as they went to the hospital cafeteria. Young people still have deep feelings for each other, they are careful in everything they do, unlike my family's big oaf who can't take care of people. Who's to say it isn't so? The two young people are sweet and loving, so envious. Chapter 2, I'm going to be a father. The school beauty gave birth to quadruplets. After ordering some food that was safe for pregnant women, Yi Chen carefully looked after the other person. How long until the baby is born? It would be good if I could get ready a little. Yi Chen asked carefully. Jiang Baiwei, who was eating with her head bowed, suddenly froze, but then returned to normal. There's still a week. For a moment, Yi Chen became nervous. There's still a week, and he's going to be a father. I'm done eating. Jiang Baiwei put down her bowl and chopsticks, and wiped the corners of her mouth. I'll go through the hospital discharge procedures later. I don't really like the hospital environment. Jiang Baiwei stood up and said. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who looked serious, Yi Chen didn't know what to say. He thought to himself. There's still a week until the due date. I'll use this time to learn how to be a good father. Yi Chen looked at the other person sincerely and said. I'll live there now and take care of you. Jiang Baiwei calmly replied. I'm currently living in an apartment on Chenghua Avenue, and I can take care of myself. You should focus on your studies. Yi Chen, who heard this, immediately anxiously explained. Family is definitely more important than studies. I'll move in with you. After what happened with Wang Xiyu, Yi Chen now knows exactly what he wants. Ask that man if he can resist the temptation of a warm bed with his wife and child. Upon hearing this, Jiang Baiwei suddenly had a change of heart towards Yi Chen. I'm fine on my own, you'd better. Suddenly. Jiang Baiwei suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. What's wrong? Yi Chen was at a loss for words upon seeing this sudden situation. Young man, your wife is probably about to give birth, so quickly take her to the maternity department. An older woman reminded him. Ding. Host's knowledge of maternity care is severely lacking, issuing a side quest to learn. Task requirements: urgently transport Jiang Baiwei to the maternity department. Completion reward: a parenting encyclopedia. Don't be nervous, take a deep breath, it's probably just the baby moving around. We're less than 100 meters from the maternity department, we'll be there soon. Yi Chen took Jiang Baiwei in his arms and anxiously ran towards the maternity department. Clatter. Immediately afterwards, a large patch of water stains ran down Yi Chen's arm. Jiang Baiwei was also screaming in pain with a flushed face. Doctor! Doctor! My wife's water has broken. Yi Chen, who had rushed into the maternity department, shouted anxiously. Even if he was ignorant, he knew how serious it was when the amniotic fluid broke. Don't be afraid, just relax. I'm here for you. Yi Chen softly reassured Jiang Baiwei in his arms. As the doctor pushed a hospital bed over, and after carefully transferring Jiang Baiwei to it, Yi Chen saw the grateful look in Jiang Baiwei's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, the host has completed the side quest, and the reward has been distributed. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of knowledge was poured into Yi Chen's head. This allowed him to fully master various methods of child rearing. Yi Chen slowly recovered from the discomfort in his head. He went to the bathroom to clean himself up. Just then, a hurried voice came from the lobby. Who is Jiang Baiwei's family member? Hello, I am Jiang Baiwei's family member. After hearing this, Yi Chen hurriedly went to the nurse. Your wife is going into labor early. Based on experience, there are at least twins, and a cesarean section may be required. The nurse handed over a stack of documents and said. Due to the suddenness of the incident, Jiang Baiwei did not return to the hospital where she originally went for her prenatal checkup. Therefore, the hospital does not have the relevant records. This is the bill and the notice of the risks of a cesarean section. There are 3 types of surgery, so you can choose which one you want. Yi Chen briefly glanced at it and said, I need the highest level cesarean section. Yi Chen told the nurse his choice without hesitation. Then he followed the nurse to the window to pay the fee. Looking at the gradually decreasing balance on his phone, Yi Chen was full of relief. The nurse followed him to a ward. He saw Jiang Baiwei, who had calmed down, and he ran lying on the bed. The cesarean section was about to begin, and family members needed to wait in front of the operating room. Before Yi Chen could say anything, the nurse mercilessly kicked him out of the room. As he was sitting uncomfortably in the corridor, Jiang Baiwei, lying in the hospital bed, was pushed out by a group of nurses. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who was full of confusion, Yi Chen's heart was wrung with pain. He watched Jiang Baiwei disappear into the operating room and out of his field of vision. Yi Chen quickly comforted her, Baiwei, don't worry, trust the doctor. The lights in the operating room came on. Like most expectant fathers, Yi Chen kept going back and forth to the operating room. It gradually got dark. 2 nurses, each carrying 2 children wrapped in blankets, came out. Is Jiang Baiwei's family here? Yes. Yi Chen hurriedly came to the 2 nurses. With curious eyes, he looked at the 4 wrapped children in their hands. Congratulations! Quadruplets! 3 sisters and 1 brother, all of normal weight, not malnourished due to premature birth. After hearing what the nurses said, Yi Chen's mind suddenly exploded. He had just become a father of 4 children? He suddenly felt that none of this was real. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help reaching out to hug one of the children. The nurse interrupted him, however. She informed him that the children needed to be fully examined before they could be handed over to their parents. Yi Chen looked at the 4 exposed, unopened faces that captivated him. His whole body began to tremble unnaturally. Wow! Quadruplets! A once-in-a-century occurrence. This brother is blessed. I don't ask for anything like this. Big brother has quadruplets. I'll be content if I can have both a son and a daughter. Envy makes my walls separate. The expectant fathers on the same floor looked at Yi Chen enviously. Yi Chen, who had not yet recovered from the surprise earlier, looked blankly at the operating room. The lights in the operating room went out. Jiang Baiwei was slowly wheeled out by the doctors. Jiang Baiwei weakly opened her eyes in bed and looked around for a figure. Just as she was disappointed and wanted to take her eyes back, Yi Chen, who had just come to his senses, suddenly appeared at the bedside. He carefully took Jiang Baiwei's hand. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Seeing Yi Chen's figure and the warmth coming from his hands, Jiang Baiwei couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Jiang Baiwei's family, right? The surgery was a great success. Next, the mother cannot eat spicy food for nearly a week. The surgeon took off his mask and explained the follow-up. Jiang Baiwei was then pushed to the VLP ward, which is the highest-end surgical treatment. The nurse asked Yi Chen to leave again on the pretext of cleaning the mother's body. Looking at the phone, Yi Chen saw that the balance was less than 50,000 yuan. Scoffing, he took out a brand new Apple 18 from his pocket. He had originally used the prize money from the basketball game to buy the phone that Wang Sizhu had been longing for. In the end, he was the one who had a green meadow above his head. This made him lose the enthusiasm he had wanted to share with her about his successful admission to the school basketball team. Just then, several nurses carrying 4 babies in swaddling clothes and a large bag of baby supplies arrived in front of the private room. Yi Chen came to his senses. Chapter 3, The Instructor I Want to Take Paternity Leave. Sir, the children have all completed their health checks. We will bring the results to you when they are ready, the nurse said as she walked over to Yi Chen. These baby supplies are included in the package. If you have any follow-up questions, you can contact our hospital nurses directly. Yi Chen only listened to the general idea. His attention was completely captivated by the babies in the nurse's hands. He saw that the 3 daughters had their eyes closed and their little hands constantly squirming. In contrast, the youngest son was crying loudly in the nurse's arms. Yi Chen hurriedly went up and took over the crying son. He used the knowledge in the parenting encyclopedia. As a result, the child immediately quieted down in Yi Chen's arms. This made the nurses on the side stare with wide eyes. They have been dealing with crying babies for years and don't have any effective ways to comfort them. They didn't expect that as soon as Yi Chen got involved, they quieted down. I didn't realize this gentleman was so professional. We can rest assured leaving the children in your hands. At this time, the tightly closed ward door opened from the inside. The nurse indicated to Yi Chen that it had been wiped clean. Then the nurse placed the children and their belongings in the VLP ward and left. Let me see the children. Jiang Baiwei's weak voice came from the hospital bed. Yi Chen hurriedly took the babies placed in the incubator and held them over. Looking at the 4 children in swaddling clothes lying in the bed, Jiang Baiwei's face shone with the light of motherly love, and her expression became even more tender. Children, so cute. Yes, the children look like you, how could they be bad? Yi Chen watched this heartwarming scene, as if his life had reached its pinnacle. You're the only one who knows how to talk, you must have coaxed a lot of girls. I'm telling the truth, honest to goodness. Yi Chen hurriedly explained, afraid of any misunderstanding. Looking at the child in the hospital bed in Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen had an indescribable feeling. Perhaps this is the most simple form of love. You must be hungry, I'll go get you something to eat. Yi Chen got up and prepared dinner for the mother and daughter. Yi Chen, who had just left the VLP private room, still felt that none of this was real. Clearly, in the morning, he had been furious about being cheated on, but by nightfall, he was preparing dinner for Jiang Baiwei and her daughter. Yi Chen quickly returned the packed food to the VLP private room with the food, and on the way there, the university instructor called. Yi Chen, why didn't you come to class this afternoon? Did something happen? After the phone connected, the instructor's melodious voice came through. At this time, Yi Chen remembered the university class he had forgotten about, so he said in a hurry. Instructor, I'm at the hospital right now, and something has happened. I need to take a week's vacation. The advisor replied seriously. It depends on the specific situation. There is a process for approving leave. Yi Chen asked with a knowing expression. That advisor, may I ask, do college students have maternity leave? College students, what maternity leave? Wait, you're not going to say you're a father, are you? The advisor, who was far away in the school office, asked incredulously. Hey, advisor, I really am a father. So can you, out of the kindness of your heart, grant me some leave first? Yi Chen asked at the door of the VLP private room. At which hospital? I need to confirm the authenticity of the matter. The instructor then took the car keys and asked about the specific location. I'm at the 5th People's Hospital, Ward 003. When the instructor arrives, just send me a message. Yi Chen put away his phone and his face immediately returned to a smile. I'm back. Let's see what delicious food I brought you. Yi-Chen said, carefully pushing open the door to the VLP private room. Stepping into the room, Yi-Chen found 4 babies quietly nestled in Jiang Baiwei's arms. Immediately, she put the food aside. If you can't hold them, you can press the call button by the bed. The nurses love our little darlings. The 2 children said, taking them from Jiang Baiwei's hands. I'm not comfortable leaving such young children with the nurses, they make me uneasy when they're out of my sight. Jiang Baiwei shook her head. Then I'm not afraid that it will affect your rest. Holding a baby is not like holding an adult, there are a lot of subtleties involved. Yi-Chen then held the baby in both hands, demonstrating while he spoke. Looking at the 2 babies quietly lying in Yi-Chen's arms, not crying or making a fuss, Jiang Baiwei curiously asked, "Where did you learn all this? You look very professional." You have to know that Yi-Chen only found out he was pregnant at noon, and he was by her side the whole time. There was no way he had time to learn all this. Could it be that he and another woman? Hey! It wasn't just that he spent his dinner break studying up on his knowledge of fatherhood. Yi-Chen carefully exchanged the baby he had calmed down with the baby in Jiang Baiwei's arms. He said awkwardly. Jiang Baiwei looked at the children quietly lying in her arms, and the father who was constantly learning for her and the children. Jiang Baiwei suddenly felt that coming to Yi-Chen was a very wise choice. Baiwei, you eat something first, I'll take care of the baby. Yi-Chen, who was sitting on the bed for family members, carefully settled the baby. He took the packaged millet porridge and nutritious meals and opened them one by one for Jiang Baiwei. We are in the hospital now, so I will be in charge of the food from now on. It is absolutely delicious and nutritious. Yi-Chen said confidently as he gently lifted Jiang Baiwei's slightly messy hair. This made Jiang Baiwei, who was holding the chopsticks and spoon, feel Yi-Chen's warmth once again. She couldn't help but shed tears. Baiwei, what's wrong? Are you mad at me for taking so long to buy dinner? Next time I'll be quick and won't leave you and your mother for so long. Yi-Chen, who had sensed Jiang Baiwei's emotions, hurriedly thought about his own problems before speaking. At a time when the mother and daughter needed him most, for companionship and reassurance, he had left. Now he hated himself and wished he could slap himself. No. I feel that it's really good to have you here. Jiang Baiwei, who was crying with joy, took Yi-Chen's hand. Silly girl, I did all this because it was the right thing to do. I would do anything for you and your mother. He took a tissue and carefully wiped Jiang Baiwei's face. At such close range, the 2 of them could feel each other's breath. The distance between them had once again narrowed. Watching him simply wipe away her tears, Jiang Baiwei's original nervous expression once again became despondent. I was afraid that he would do something reckless, and I was afraid that he wouldn't come. Let's eat. My instructor will come to me later to confirm some details. That way, I'll have plenty of time to spend with you. Yi-Chen teased the cute little ones and said happily. Come over and eat some too, I'll ask the nurses to come and help. Jiang Baiwei quickly pressed the call button, not giving Yi-Chen the chance to refuse. In a short while, the nurses came to the VLP private room and asked about the situation. It was only then that Yi-Chen reluctantly handed the baby to the nurses. Is this what sweet love is like? When will I be able to have it? This makes the rest of us, the ultimate single dogs, how can we live? This is the perfect couple, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. You are all envious of other people's love, I really envy these 4 cute little guys. The nurses at the nurses' station each had a baby in their arms. Looking at the sweet couple, Yi-Chen and Jiang Baiwei, they said enviously. This made Jiang Baiwei, who was being fed by Yi-Chen by the bed, blush. She took the chopsticks and said, I'd better eat by myself, but you should eat some too. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room was knocked on at this moment. Immediately afterwards, a young woman, looking shocked, looked at the people in the room. She quickly came to Yi-Chen. Your situation is really quite special. Tutor, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend Jiang Baiwei. You can see the situation, I really need to take some time off. Yi-Chen said with a frank face. Chapter 4 Falling in Love with the School Beauty, Activating the System's Hidden Task. I have a pretty good idea of your situation. Something this big, do both sets of parents know about it? The instructor said sternly. I will explain the situation clearly to my parents. I will also go through the school's leave of absence procedures. Yi-Chen looked at the instructor and said sincerely. The process won't be very troublesome. The trouble is that you just joined the school basketball team, and you're going to miss a week of training. Are you really okay with that? The guide said with earnestness. The guide can rest assured, I will explain to the school team myself, and I would also like the guide to help with the school. Yi Chen naturally knew the pros and cons of this. But now he was thinking about the mother and daughter, and he would not be swayed by other things. I came here in a hurry and didn't buy a fruit basket or anything, so please accept this red envelope. The guide slowly took out a brand new red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Baiwei. Yi Chen is the best student I have ever taught. He is excellent in both character and studies, gentle and refined, and I believe he will not disappoint you. Before leaving, the instructor changed his previous serious expression. He praised Yi Chen's various merits. Yi Chen looked at the instructor who was still praising him as he left. Yi Chen's heart was suddenly moved. In the next few days, we may have to stay in the hospital. Yi Chen, who had seen off the instructor and nurses, leaned against the door and said, But I was in such a hurry this time that I didn't bring any change of clothes. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen helplessly. I'll take care of it. My adopted sons are still happy to serve us. After saying that, Yi Chen took out his phone from his pocket and skillfully opened the chat box. Chuha, are you in the dormitory? Yi, you've really grown up. You dare to miss the professional class of the Bull Demon King. You'll have a hard time in the next class. A voice of Schadenfreude came from the phone. How dare you teach me how to do things? I have something to do now and I need your help, you few godchildren. Yi Chen, who wanted to show off in front of Jiang Baiwei, suddenly snapped. How dare you talk to your three godfathers like that? Do you still want us to bring you food in the future? From the other end of the phone came the indignant voices of the three. It seems that I'm going to have to ask someone else to take care of the fat job of buying groceries for the 30,000 yuan I'm giving you. Yi Chen said with regret. Godfather, what are you talking about? Just tell us what to do. The three of them, who were far away in the dormitory, immediately stopped what they were doing. Sitting in front of the phone, they waited for Yi Chen's orders. Buy some clothes for your godmother and me. Shuhi, bring your girlfriend along. And buy an iPhone 7. The address is the 5th People's Hospital. I'll send you the other phone numbers when I get there. This made Yi Chen's roommates in the dormitory suddenly look at each other in disbelief. Holy cow! They were just jealous of Yi Chen this morning, and now he's already at the hospital at night. Are you afraid that? Before his roommates could finish talking, Yi Chen glanced at Jiang Baiwei and hastily hung up the phone. He was afraid that his roommates would say something inappropriate on the phone. His roommates had no choice but to quickly get dressed, and they didn't forget to put on a jacket. The temperature in the capital city, which was approaching autumn, was still quite low. Baiwei, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Yi Chen, who had noticed Jiang Baiwei's unusual behavior, quickly came to the bedside and asked. I want to pee. Jiang Baiwei said, her cheeks turning red with embarrassment. Ha ha ha, I didn't notice that. I'll take you there right now. Yi Chen got up and helped Jiang Baiwei to her feet. Ah! As soon as she took a step, Jiang Baiwei felt her wound. She let out a cry of pain. Seeing Jiang Baiwei struggling to walk, Yi Chen simply carefully put her in his arms. Ah! This caused Jiang Baiwei to let out a startled cry. Can I be put down now? Jiang Baiwei, who had been carried directly to the bathroom, shyly buried her face in Yi Chen's arms and said. Yi Chen carefully put Jiang Baiwei down. He slowly closed the bathroom door and stood directly in front of it. Jiang Baiwei's heart, which had been pounding violently, finally calmed down as she saw Yi Chen's silhouette through the bathroom door. She couldn't calm down for a long time. In Yi Chen's arms, she felt his strength as a boyfriend and his boundless love. It was as if she had forgotten the hardships and difficulties she had encountered along the way. With the sound of the toilet flushing, Yi Chen waited for a long time, but didn't see Jiang Baiwei come out. So he asked curiously. Baiwei, what's wrong? Can I come in? At that moment, the bathroom door slowly opened, and Jiang Baiwei came out with traces of tears on her face. Yi Chen helped her wipe them away with a heavy heart. He asked softly, Baiwei, don't cry. Can you tell me what happened? After giving birth, your figure will change. You will become the yellow-faced woman that others call you. Then, will you still like me? Jiang Baiwei's weak voice sounded from in front of her. How could that be? Silly, I like you now. In the future, I will always love you. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who was daydreaming, Yi Chen's heart ached as he embraced her in his arms. He gently kissed her forehead. There's one thing I almost forgot to ask you. Yi Chen asked seriously as he looked at Jiang Baiwei in his arms. Go ahead and ask. Baiwei, will you marry me? Jiang Baiwei, who had suddenly been proposed to by Yi Chen, became flustered for a moment. Looking at Yi Chen, who was full of sincerity. Jiang Baiwei's heart suddenly began to race, and her emotions within her began to clash violently. Humph. I don't want to. You're just a little kid, you're not even of legal age to get married. For now, just consider being my girlfriend. At this moment, Jiang Baiwei also gave a shallow arrogant smile. She didn't want to let Yi Chen get his way so easily. Ha ha ha. Then, let's start as a couple. Yi Chen happily kissed Jiang Baiwei's forehead again. Ding. Congratulations, the host has completed the hidden task of falling in love. Reward for completion, a 500 ping villa on the outskirts of the capital. The relevant procedures and keys have been delivered to the school by express, so please check them. Ding. It has been detected that the host has fallen completely in love with Jiang Baiwei, and the side mission has been released. Mission requirements: Jiang Baiwei can walk independently within 5 days. Reward for completion: Jade Beauty Cream. Can completely restore one's own external injuries. The sudden sound of the system voice in his head made Yi Chen nearly drop Jiang Baiwei in his arms. You have to know that in the capital, where every inch of land is expensive, having a 500 square meter villa is a terrifying thing. Not to mention a pair of Jade Beauty Cream that can be described as a miracle drug. Baiwei, I really love you. Yi Chen kissed Jiang Baiwei again, excitedly. But this time, it was on the cheek. This sudden kiss made Jiang Baiwei a little disoriented. Her hands tightly gripped Yi Chen's clothes, and she couldn't wait to get her head into his arms. Just as the two of them were about to lose control. Wow! The youngest of the 4 treasures cried out at this moment. The two of them, Yi Chen and Baiwei, who had been interrupted, hurriedly took the baby out of the incubator. It seems that I, as a father, have to start my job. Yi Chen looked at the wet swaddling clothes and knew that the baby had wet his pants. Yi Chen, who had a complete parenting guide in his head, naturally changed the swaddling clothes with ease. The hospital also thoughtfully prepared 4 sets of baby supplies for Yi Chen and the others, and did not charge an additional fee. In the words of the hospital, they wanted to share in their blessings. After Yi Chen had changed the swaddling clothes of the 4 treasures, he simply changed the remaining 3 babies one by one. Just as Yi Chen was finally able to relax for a while. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the VLP private room was knocked on. Lei Oi, are you in there? The voice of Chu He, who was not being serious, came from outside the room. Come in. Yi Chen looked over the past hour or so, thinking to himself that his roommates had finally arrived. As the door was slowly pushed open, Chuho walked in first, carrying something in one hand. Yi, what are you doing? Something like that happened in the morning, and how did you end up in the hospital tonight? Sigh. Chua, who was still talking to himself, was given a hard twist on the arm by his girlfriend. This promptly interrupted his speech. Looking at the threatening eyes of his girlfriend, Chui finally realized that his sister-in-law sitting on the hospital bed did not seem to be Wang Xiu. That sister-in-law, Chui, was drunk and talking nonsense. Qin Bin, who was following behind, immediately explained. Yi Chen's original smile on his face gradually became stiff. With a look of hatred, he glared at Chu He, and then guiltily turned his head to Jiang Baiwei. It's really embarrassing to ask everyone to come over to deliver things at this late hour. You can sit wherever you like. Jiang Baiwei still warmly entertained everyone with a face, as if she hadn't heard the previous words. This also made Yi Chen temporarily relieved, and he began to greet everyone to sit down. But everyone's gaze was attracted by the neatly arranged incubators in the VLP private room. Chapter 5, From the University Roommate's Big Mouth, Zhang. Lei Oi, don't tell me, you're really a father. And it's quadruplets. Chua was dumbfounded, holding the apple Yi Chen handed him. Then he looked at Yi Chen in shock and said. I saw that everyone's attention was also focused on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, was minding his own business, washed an apple, nodded calmly, and said. I originally wanted to get along with everyone as an ordinary person. Instead, I gained a few more adopted sons. No more pretending. I'm really a father this time. Oh wow. The roommates let out a wolf whistle. The soul of the Bagua within him burned fiercely, and Shui grabbed Yi Chen's hand. He was in no mood to let go until things were sorted out. You don't need to understand the process, the result is right in front of you, so come greet your adoptive mother. Yi Chen slowly withdrew his hand and said with a proud face, "We are waiting to meet your mother-in-law." Everyone stood up at the same time and said to Jiang Baiwei on the bed, "Ha ha ha. Stop calling me mother-in-law, my name is Jiang Baiwei, I'm very happy to meet you all." Jiang Baiwei covered her mouth with her hand and almost laughed out loud. "Mother-in-law, can we see the children?" Shui asked nervously, rubbing his hands together. "Go ahead, but don't make the little ones cry." Jiang Baiwei slowly walked over to the bed and tried to stand up. Yi Chen immediately came forward to help. However, Jiang Baiwei just gave him a light glance and didn't show any signs of wanting his help. Yi Chen could only helplessly scratch his head and carefully protect her from behind. "Wow, so small and so cute." Chen Fanyu, Shui's girlfriend, looked into the incubator with starry eyes. "Yes, just seeing this scene makes me feel like I want to breastfeed." Chen Bin also looked at the babies and couldn't walk anymore. "Yi, you really deserve to die. Having quadruplets is fine, but also having such a beautiful sister-in-law." As the only single person in the whole dormitory, Lin Yi has already said how jealous he is countless times. "Did you get everything?" Yi Chen then remembered the reason why everyone had come. "I've bought everything you asked for sets of clothes and a mobile phone. My wife carefully selected the clothes for your wife." Shui quickly brought the things over. "Have you thought of names for the children?" Chen Fangyu said after carefully observing the children through the incubator. "Not yet, choosing names is a big deal." Jiang Baiwei, who was supporting herself with one hand, smiled and responded. After looking at them for a long time, the group reluctantly said goodbye to Yi Chen and the others. As the door closed, Yi Chen carefully came to the bedside and said to Jiang Baiwei, "Baiwei, let me explain. I did have a girlfriend before, but today she cheated on me." Yi Chen said with a wry smile, "It's all my own doing. I was overjoyed when Wang Xiyu chased after me, but now she's pursuing other people in the same way. Now I can only say that Wang Xiyu is not worthy. I will not pursue your previous actions, I only look at the present. If I find out about anything else..." "Humph." Jiang Baiwei said with a cold expression as she hugged her chest. "Baiwei, don't worry, I will never have any other intentions towards you." Yi Chen hurriedly expressed his attitude. "I will believe you for now, if I find out about anything else. I'll go straight to the father and leave the son behind." Jiang Baiwei said viciously to Yi Chen. "Don't worry about Baiwei, I'm a good person." Yi Chen then took out the bag containing the phone and reached into it. At that moment, he felt a stack of thick 100 yuan bills inside the bag. It was the 30,000 yuan that Yi Chen had given them. This made Yi Chen's hand freeze for a moment. Then, with a forced calmness, he slowly took out the new mobile phone inside and unwrapped it before placing it in Jiang Baiwei's hands. "Baiwei, you can use this phone from now on. The previous phone should be phased out." After saying that, Yi Chen picked up the mobile phone that Jiang Baiwei had placed on the bedside table. Carefully, he took out the SIM card inside and put it in the new phone. The previous phone is still usable, so why change it? Besides, an iPhone is expensive. It's more important to save money for the baby's formula, so let's return it. Jiang Baiwei said, taking the Xiaomi phone with a protective case that was still badly worn. Yi Chen's eyes reddened at this sight. Although he had bought the phone because of the system reward money, which made him want to splurge, Yi Chen embraced her and sat beside her on the bed. He said, "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of the baby formula and living expenses in the future." Facing Yi Chen's unexpected embrace, Jiang Baiwei also reddened at once. She clutched Yi Chen's back tightly and tears fell like rain. It was as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered before. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. There's a bigger surprise waiting for you." Yi Chen patted Jiang Baiwei's back gently and carefully wiped away the tears on her face. Jiang Baiwei, who had gathered her thoughts, carefully picked up the iPhone that Yi Chen handed her. "In the future, if you want to buy something so expensive, you have to discuss it with me, understand?" Jiang Baiwei, who was playing with her new phone, was both happy and sad. "In the future, the financial power of the family will be handed over to you." Yi Chen sat by the bed and promised by putting his arm around Jiang Baiwei. After you get out of the hospital, you can move in with me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Baiwei naturally assumed that he wanted to rent a room on his own. Then she shook her head and said, "You're still living in the university dormitory, and besides, the place I rent is very cost-effective, there's no need to change." Yi Chen, however, rubbed Jiang Baiwei's head and said, "You said it yourself, the rented house is only big enough for one person. Even if it's not for me, you should think about the children. As for where to live, I've already made arrangements." Yi Chen slowly embraced Jiang Baiwei in his arms, and Jiang Baiwei, also shy, put her arms around Yi Chen's neck. "After the month-long postpartum period, don't go out and look for a job. I'll support you and your daughter." Jiang Baiwei ran her hand over Yi Chen's forehead and then over her own, saying, "You haven't lost your mind, so why are you talking nonsense?" Jiang Baiwei also looked up confidently at this time and said, "I am, after all, a recent graduate of Capital University, and it is not a problem to find a job in the capital. I am not doubting your abilities, but with me around, you don't have to worry about living expenses." Yi Chen also looked sad and said to Jiang Baiwei, "If there were no trivial matters in life, I would definitely want to focus on accompanying the children's growth. But we are both helpless." Jiang Baiwei also became sentimental at this time. "Don't worry about this, I will prove step by step how happy it is to be my wife." Yi Chen's eyes shone with confidence. Just then, the door was knocked on by the nurse. Upon learning that the children could leave the incubator tomorrow, Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei happily danced. The nurse also informed them that the hospital would arrange someone to help Jiang Baiwei with breastfeeding tomorrow. The children would then be breastfed. The nurse also instructed that the children needed to be fed multiple times tonight. The food had been prepared by the hospital and only required the adults to cooperate in feeding. Chapter 6: Finding a professional nursing nanny for the baby. After seeing off the nurse who had come to observe the children's condition, Yi Chen, thinking about the night feedings the nurse had mentioned, took out the female clothing from the clothes he had bought from Chuhi. "Baiwei, let me wipe you down, you can't get the wound on your stomach wet yet," Yi Chen said as he put the clothes behind the bed for family members. "Ah. I'd rather do it myself." Jiang Baiwei hurriedly interrupted Yi Chen, blushing as she tried to support herself to stand up. "We already have a child, what's there to be embarrassed about?" Yi Chen said with a carefree expression as he helped Jiang Baiwei up. No. Go ask the nurse if she can help me wipe down." Feeling that she really couldn't do it on her own, Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen for help. "Okay. Then sit tight while I go find the nurse." Seeing Jiang Baiwei with such a determined look in her eyes, Yi Chen had no choice but to go find the nurse. When Yi Chen arrived at the nurse's station, he found it completely empty. Just as he was about to call the doctor on duty, he saw two ants sitting in the stairwell, chatting while eating their own dinner. "It's getting harder and harder to find work as a caregiver. Before, I could get long-term work, but now I'm lucky to get any work at all. Who's to say I'm wrong? These days, young people prefer to go to postpartum care centers, and we uneducated caregivers from the countryside are no longer in demand. Today, I'm lucky to have landed a job babysitting. The owner is a difficult person to deal with, and he cheats on the wages. He only paid me 100 yuan for the whole day. Sigh. I'm afraid I'll have to take my 30-plus years of experience back to the countryside." The two aunts were telling their story of hardship. Yi Chen, who also came from the countryside, was deeply moved. "Aunties, I have a nursing job. Do you want it or not?" Yi Chen bought 2 bottles of mineral water from the self-service drink machine next to him. He then handed them to the two aunts and said, "Young man, are you looking for a caregiver? We have over 30 years of experience and our rates are cheap, 200 yuan a day is fine." The aunts, who were still eating, hastily covered their ragged lunchboxes. He spoke rapidly to sell himself. "I'll hire you for 1 day, and the salary will be settled that day. If you do a good job, I'll hire you for the long term." Seeing that the aunts did not take the 2 bottles of mineral water in his hand, Yi Chen's opinion of the two aunts improved a little more. "That's good, we've known each other for several years and we work well together. What room number is it? We can start work now." The more outgoing Aunt Lu quickly tidied up the debris on the floor and patted the creased corners of her clothes. Then she slowly took the mineral water Yi Chen handed her, carefully put it in her backpack and said, "I gave birth to quadruplets, so there may be a lot of work. I can offer you 300 yuan a day." Yi Chen said with a questioning tone. Young man, you are really blessed. We have been nursing assistants for so many years, and this is the first time we have heard of quadruplets. We can take this job. Yi Chen was afraid that Zhang Baiwei was getting impatient, so he took the aunts to the VLP private room. After entering the door, they saw Zhang Baiwei giggling at her phone, as if she were a child discovering a toy. Indeed, women are animals who say one thing but mean another. On the surface, they all said they didn't like their phones because they were too expensive. In fact, they were overjoyed. Baiwei, I'm back. The nurse must have gone to attend to other matters, so I found 2 other nurses. After knocking gently on the door to get Zhang Baiwei's attention, Yi Chen said with a smile, "Ah. That's good. The babies will be better taken care of." Zhang Baiwei, who was engrossed in her phone, was startled by Yi Chen's voice. Then, with a slight blush on her cheeks, she said, "This beauty, you want to wipe your body, right? I'll take you to the bathroom." Auntie Lu came over to Zhang Baiwei with a smile on her face. The other auntie, Chen, who was a little more introverted, came over to the incubator to check on the children. Looking at the little ones quietly lying in the incubator, she couldn't help but take out her phone and take a picture. These 4 children are really well behaved, not crying or fussing. Auntie, who had slowly put down her phone, couldn't help but praise. After watching the little ones, they were taken over by the nursing auntie. Yi Chen finally had time to replace his phone with the iPhone he hadn't given away. After all the data had been transferred, he opened the chat app on his phone. "The money I gave you was for you to buy things. Why did you give it back to me exactly as it was?" Yi Chen was annoyed. "You're already a father, and these things you bought are gifts for the little ones." Lin Yi: "Yes, although we're not very reliable normally, if something really happens, we'll still help." Chu He: "Don't feel any pressure. We've done what we can. We've all chipped in what we've saved from going to the foot massage parlors these past few months. You should treat your wife and kids well." Chen Bin: "Thanks, guys. I'll thank you properly when I've sorted things out here." Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who had been notified of the message, shook his head with a bitter smile. These guys are really good at handling things, and they really do have things sorted. Yi Chen, the procedure for your leave of absence is already underway. The school still needs your parents to confirm this. Find a time for your parents to give me a call. Wang Daoing. Okay. Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who saw this message, didn't know whether to be happy or worried. After Zhang Baiwei finished wiping it, he would discuss it with her again. Just as Yi Chen was thinking about what to do next, Zhang Baiwei, who was wearing a well-fitting suit, finished cleaning it with the help of the nursing assistant. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at Chen Fanyu's sharp eye for detail. It was truly extraordinary that she was able to buy such a perfect fit of clothes based on his brief description. Moreover, the style of the clothes were a perfect fit for Zhang Baiwei. Zhang Baiwei blushed again when she noticed that Yi Chen had been staring at her. Due to her unusual bosom, Chen Fangyu had made a mistake in judging the size. This also led to the embarrassing situation where she had no underwear to wear. So she carefully protected her chest and didn't dare to make eye contact with Yi Chen. "You go take a shower too, the babies are being taken care of by the nanny." Zhang Baiwei hurriedly tried to get rid of Yi Chen and wanted to quickly hide under the covers. But that didn't work out. Because she was in a hurry, she took a big step, which caused her wound on her stomach to get worse. Ah! Zhang Baiwei suddenly crouched down in pain, and the nanny hurriedly brought a stool over. Yi Chen also hurried over. Due to the newly purchased clothes, the collar was large. Plus Yi Chen was a tall guy at 1.9 meters, looking down and seeing a view of spring. "You go take a shower first, I just took a big step and it will ease up." He noticed Yi Chen's gaze staring at something. Zhang Baiwei's face became even more rosy. Yi Chen also naturally picked up the clothes that were on the family bed and went to the bathroom. Looking at his red cheeks in the mirror, Yi Chen hurriedly turned on the cold water on this autumn evening. As the cold water flowed over his body, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly suppressed the evil thoughts in his mind. Quickly dressing, adjusting himself, Yi Chen slowly walked out of the bathroom. Chapter 7, Mom and Dad, you're going to be grandparents. Take an early rest today, you've been tossing and turning all day. Yi Chen, who had come to the bedside, gently stroked Zhang Baiwei's head, which was half exposed, and said in a soft voice, "Well, you should go to sleep quickly then. Jiang Baiwei's tiny voice came from under the covers. Aunties, how are you going to solve this problem tonight? I'll ask the nurse if I can add 2 more beds. Yi Chen asked, looking at the nursing aunties who were carefully looking after the children. Young man, there's no need. This VLP private room is so spacious, and we brought along a camping bed. The nurses quickly waved their hands and said. Yi Chen saw that the nurses could handle it themselves, so he didn't ask any more questions. He turned off the extra lights. Leaning on the family bed, he fell asleep in no time. Jiang Baiwei, who was holding the new phone next to him, was hesitating whether to inform her parents. After thinking about it, she decided not to. Contacting them would be infinitely troublesome. And then a wave of sleepiness hit. Soon, there was the sound of even breathing. A ray of morning sunshine shone through the window and reflected on the windowsill. Yi Chen stretched lazily. He turned his head and saw the aunts who were already busy changing the children's diapers. Good morning, young man. The aunts greeted Yi Chen naturally as they saw him standing up. Children, I'm sorry to trouble you too at night. I was too tired yesterday and only heard indistinct crying and screaming at night. My body fell into a deep sleep, though. Auntie, be gentle, the mother is still asleep. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei, who was lying in a proper sleeping position, and gave a knowing smile. Yi Chen tiptoed to the bathroom to wash up, and then left the private room. He went downstairs to the hospital to stretch his legs. Then he went to the hospital cafeteria, selected some of the hospital's recommended nutritious meals, and brought them back to the room. He looked at Jiang Baiwei, who had already sat up. Yi Chen slowly put down the breakfast in his hands, and at that time the nurse also brought in the food that the children had prepared today. This beautiful woman, we will arrange someone to help you start breastfeeding. Starting from the 3rd day, the baby should be breastfed. It is best to breastfeed until the baby is 3 months old. The nurse took out a notice from the folder and handed it to Yi Chen. During this period, you need to eat a balanced diet. After giving these instructions, the nurse turned and left. Yi Chen carefully helped Jiang Baiwei up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Are you feeling better today? Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei with a face full of concern. It's much better, the wound doesn't feel burning anymore. Jiang Baiwei replied while washing her face. Then Jiang Baiwei signaled Yi Chen to go out with her eyes. Alone, she put back on the underwear she washed and dried last night. Then the 2 of them started to check the status of each baby one by one, while the aunt on the side fed them slowly. Watching the children grow day by day is my greatest wish. Jiang Baiwei, leaning on Yi Chen's shoulder, said in the gentlest tone. Yes, we will witness our children grow up step by step. Let's eat something first. Carefully scooping up a spoonful of warm millet porridge. She blew on it lightly, tested the temperature with her lips, and then fed it to her mouth. Careful, it's hot. Looking at the man in front of her who was carefully taking care of her, Jiang Baiwei suddenly felt like she was living a dream. Yesterday, she was clearly a helpless person. Now, she was safely sitting in the hospital bed, enjoying the careful care of her man. It's so good to have you, thank you for appearing in my world. Jiang Baiwei slowly drank the millet porridge in the spoon, looking at Yi Chen with a face full of gratitude. She's talking nonsense again, I've always been here, and I'll always be here. Yi Chen said, stroking her head. It's still the young people nowadays who are in love, I did everything myself when I gave birth. I hope that my daughter will also meet someone as wonderful as this young man, and I will be content. The 2 aunts were full of envy, looking at Yi Chen. Baiwei, there's something I want to discuss with you. You say. It's like this, we have our own child, I want to talk to my parents about this. What do you think? Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei with anticipation. Well, I don't know if I should tell both sets of parents. Jiang Baiwei said, and then threw herself into Yi Chen's arms. She sobbed quietly. Then you can talk to your aunt and uncle. My parents' situation is a bit special, I'll tell you about it later. After a while, Jiang Baiwei, who had dried her tears, looked at Yi Chen with a determined expression and said. With Jiang Baiwei's tacit consent, Yi Chen immediately took out his mobile phone and started to make a call by the bed. Good luck to you. Hello, Xiaochen, why are you calling back so early in the morning? A strong male voice came from the phone. Dad, I can't call if there's nothing to say, just to say hello to you guys. My mom has something important to tell you this time. Your mom is feeding the chickens. Mom, come here. Did you make the school basketball team? Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen in surprise, as if Yi Chen was the one who was about to be a sophomore. How did you join the school basketball team? Looking at Jiang Baiwei's surprised expression, Yi Chen proudly raised his chin. I did join the school basketball team, but that's not what I'm talking about today. Xiaochen, you called so early in the morning. Has the temperature dropped in the capital? You need to wear more clothes so you don't catch a cold. Another delighted voice came from the phone. As the saying goes, a mother worries when her child travels thousands of miles, and she immediately asked about Yi Chen's physical condition. Mom, don't worry, I'm well fed and warm here. You guys should also take care of yourselves back home. Don't do any unnecessary work. After I graduate, I'll bring you to the capital to enjoy the good life. Yi Chen's nose slightly became a little bit sour. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing next to him, noticed this and took his hand to silently comfort him. I called you this time to tell you some good news. Are you in a relationship? Otherwise you wouldn't have called back so early. Is there enough money for living expenses? I'll send you another 5,000 yuan later. You can't let the child follow you around without enough to eat and wear. After listening to Yi Chen's words, Ye's father started talking to himself. Dad, I still have living expenses. I get quite a lot of scholarship and competition prize money. I called to tell you that you're going to be grandparents. Yi Chen said with a happy face, holding Jiang Baiwei's hand. What? We are grandparents. We are coming to the capital right now. If I find out that you bully someone else's daughter, I will break your legs. Yi Zhen's father hung up the phone after saying this. He left the two of them, Yi Zhen and Jiang Baiwei, who were unable to laugh or cry, looking at each other. Chapter 8, The Children's Milk Crisis. My parents are just like this, so enthusiastic and energetic. They're so concerned that they just can't help themselves. Yi Chen continued to helplessly feed Jiang Baiwei millet porridge, and did not forget to hand the breakfast that the aunt had packed back to them. When everyone had finished breakfast, the two nurses pushed open the door to the private room. Beauty, we're here to help you with your milk production. Everyone else please leave for a moment. The nurse took some equipment in her hands and placed it in the private room. After she led the others out of the room, she began her work. Yi Chen, who was outside the room, received a phone call at this time. Hey, Yi Chen, why didn't you come to training today? Is there something wrong? A Chinese voice with an English accent came from the phone. It was the voice of the head coach of the basketball foreign teacher hired by the school. Sorry, coach. I'm at the hospital right now and I may not be able to go back to training for a while. Yi Chen walked over to a window and patiently explained. What? Are you injured? You are the most talented player I have ever seen. You can't let some accident ruin your future. The foreign basketball coach said emotionally. He was directing the other team members in a warm-up, and he simply chose to leave the court. Yi Chen was afraid that he was going to be scolded severely. Yesterday afternoon, we were still able to help him cover up, but today he will suffer. Guessing game, I think Yi Chen was late mostly because of a girl. Who agrees and who disagrees? It's true, Yi Chen only just made the school basketball team, and the only thing that could make him break the rules is that damned love. The teammates warming up on the court started gossiping. In a moment, they saw Coach Pete, who had previously had a serious expression, suddenly smiling happily as he walked towards them. Continue warming up. Today's training match will be Wang Yu starting in place of Yi Chen, and the rest of the positions remain unchanged. In the following week, Yi Chen may need to deal with some personal matters and will not be participating in training for the time being. Coach Pete came to the front of the team and instantly resumed his stern appearance from before, saying. This made the team members begin to doubt that the smile they had seen before was an illusion. After learning the specific situation of Yi Chen, in the Western concept in Coach Pete's heart, family comes first. Naturally, he agreed with Yi Chen's actions in his heart. He gladly approved Yi Chen's request for a week-long leave. Yi Chen turned off his phone, and the nurses walked out at the same time. Pregnant women need to eat more foods that supplement breast milk from now on, which requires your careful care. After carefully instructing Yi Chen and giving some precautions, they left. Seeing Jiang Baiwei, who had already begun to try to breastfeed her child, Yi Chen hurriedly turned around and pretended not to see. Yi Chen, would you mind waiting for me outside for a while? Jiang Baiwei's gentle voice came from behind. Yi Chen hurriedly agreed and walked towards the outside. He returned to the location where he had just made the phone call and found it occupied by two uncles. They were puffing away at their cigarettes. As Yi Chen walked towards them, one of them, very sociable, took out a cigarette and handed it over. "Little brother, have a smoke." "Thanks, brother, I don't know how to do that." This made Yi Chen, who had originally wanted to change places, give up this idea and come over to the two uncles to chat. After a brief exchange of their respective situations, becoming a father at a young age is a promising future. One of the brothers looked at Yi Chen and said sincerely, "Becoming a father at such a young age is a blessing and a curse. Judging from your age, you should still be studying. Where will the money come from for the baby formula and the mother's living expenses?" The other brother said with a disapproving smoke, "I dare to make such a decision, naturally I have the confidence, so don't trouble yourself, brother." Yi Chen frowned and responded indifferently, "You're still too young to understand how terrifying the expenses of a family with children can be. In that case, I've got a delivery business going. You can come over after school to work part-time and earn some extra money to help support the family." The older brother who was smoking said in an arrogant tone. He took out a business card from his pocket and threw it at Yi Chen. Yi Chen just glanced at it indifferently and did not take the business card. Another older brother on the side hurried over to smooth things over. "It's also fate that we met in the hospital. I run some online shops myself. If the young man doesn't mind, he can work part-time at home while earning a little money." "Brothers, thank you, but I really don't need it." Just as Yi Chen was about to say goodbye to them and find a quiet corner to stay in, "Chicken, you're so beautiful, oh." A phone call came through. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chen?" "This is Zhang Express. I have a document bag with written information documents here, which requires your personal signature." "Are you at Tsinghua University?" A male voice came from the phone. "I am currently at the hospital. Would it be convenient for you to deliver it to the inpatient department of the 5th People's Hospital?" Yi Chen asked slowly. "That's fine. My next stop happens to be there. I'll call you then." Due to the crowds in the hospital corridor, Yi Chen turned on the speakerphone when answering the phone. These conversations were heard clearly by the old guy puffing away at the side. The old guy, who had immediately changed his face, came over, his heart full of surprise. He thought about how just now he had not even graduated from high school, and yet he had mocked the students of a top university. Suddenly, he blushed a little. The young man turned out to be a top student from Tsinghua University, and just now I was in the wrong, old brother. Since you are the pride of Tsinghua University, we were worrying for nothing, your brains must be better than ours. The kind brother also looked at Yi Chen with surprise. "Brothers, I have to go back to the private room, let's talk later." Yi Chen was still not quite used to the sudden change in attitude and quickly said goodbye to the two of them. But in his heart, he was thinking that it must be the information and key to the villa mentioned by the system. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise. Just then, an auntie from the nursing home came out of the private room and looked for Yi Chen's figure in the crowd. "Auntie, is something wrong?" Yi Chen, who had been hanging around not far from the private room, immediately came over. "The thing is, although that girl has plenty of milk, she can't feed 4 children at the same time. If we feed the children directly with formula, they might get indigestion, so we can only use an old country method. We'll borrow milk from someone else." The nursing aunt told Yi Chen exactly what was going on inside. Just then, ding! Detected that the host's offspring is not fully breastfed, and issued a limited task to find fresh milk. Task requirements: uninterrupted for 3 months, meet all the fresh milk needed for the child's feeding output to consumption within 1 hour. Completion reward: 100,000 Huagua currency for each day of completion of the task. Limited time of 3 months. Yi Chen was excited, this actually triggered the task. He immediately told the nursing aunt that he would find a way. Then he knocked on the doors of each maternity ward in the hospital to ask. Chapter 9: The Baby's Mysterious Nanny. Yi Chen started knocking on the doors of the private rooms, starting with the one on the far left. He saw a middle-aged couple sitting close to each other in the private room, brushing their phones. They were quite surprised by Yi Chen's visit. "Uncle, I'm sorry to bother you. My wife's milk supply is a bit low, so I'd like to ask if you have any extra fresh breast milk." "I can pay for it," Yi Chen asked with a sincere face. "Young man, we would like to help, but as you can see, your aunt is at this age. She only has enough milk for her own child, so you'd better ask elsewhere." The two men who had slowly put down their phones replied in a neutral tone. Seeing this, Yi Chen also sensibly closed the door behind him. There was no excessive frustration. Yi-Chen quickly went to the hospital kiosk and bought some good cigarettes and drinks. He almost forgot about the social niceties. With cigarettes in his pocket, his steps towards the private room became more solid. "Excuse me for interrupting, may I ask?" Yi-Chen knocked on the door of the next VLP private room with a smile, before he could finish speaking. An obese woman with dyed red hair and an explosive hairstyle, with angry eyes, pulled open the door halfway and said angrily, "Are you done yet? If you dare to harass me again, I will directly call the police." After seeing Yi-Chen's face, she quickly changed her words. "I'm sorry, I thought you were the paparazzi still waiting outside." She then left the private room and carefully closed the door. She began to ask Yi-Chen why he was there. "Sister, it's like this, my wife's milk supply is not very good. Do you have any extra fresh breast milk? I can pay for it." Yi-Chen took out the drink he bought from the kiosk and slowly handed it over. "Wait a moment, I'll go ask for you." The woman with the red hair took the drink and told Yi-Chen to wait by the door. Yi-Chen thought doubtfully, what kind of person would be followed by paparazzi to the hospital? In a short while, the woman with the explosive hairdo came out carrying 2 bottles of warm milk. "Take it, we don't want the money, just consider it a good deed." "Thank you so much, sister. Do you have extra fresh breast milk every day? If possible, I would like to buy it all, the price will surely satisfy you." Yi-Chen took the bottle with excitement. He looked at the woman with the afro hairdo with anticipation and said. Since the woman with the afro hairdo was talking to Yi-Chen with the door half open, the people inside could also hear their conversation. "Why do you need breast milk every day? Just take good care of your wife, and she will produce milk." At this time, a pleasant female voice came from inside the room. Yi-Chen hurriedly explained, "Sister, I won't hide it from you. It's because my wife gave birth to quadruplets, and no matter how much she nurses, she can't produce enough milk for 4 people, so we had no choice but to do this." Quadruplets. This is rare. A slightly surprised voice sounded from the room. "Which private room are you in? I'll send over some extra breast milk later, and you really don't need to pay. It's just a small favor." Then she calmly agreed to the matter. "Then thank you so much, sisters. I'll take these milk bottles back first." Yi-Chen hurriedly thanked her and rushed to the private room. When he opened the door, he saw Zhang Baiwei carefully feeding the babies with a bottle. When she saw Yi-Chen, she quickly beckoned him over. Yi-Chen carefully looked at Zhang Baiwei putting the bottle down. He watched Sanbao's mouth as he ate the breast milk from the spoon, and he was instantly melted. Zhang Baiwei carefully wiped the milk stains from the corners of Sanbao's mouth. "You managed to borrow some breast milk?" Zhang Baiwei, who continued to breastfeed, asked softly. "I managed to borrow some, and I also asked them for the extra breast milk I would need next. There are still a lot of good people in the world." Yi-Chen sighed. "These little ones can drink so much, and I have barely finished the 3 bottles of breast milk I managed to squeeze out." "It's fine, let the children drink as much as they want. If it's not enough, I'll go borrow some from other wards." Yi-Chen patted his chest and said, "Young man, this breast milk should be enough for 1 meal. But children don't just need 3 meals a day like we do, they may need to eat up to 5 times." The nursing aunt who was helping with the feeding said out of the blue, "I'll figure out a way to solve this problem, so just rest assured and help me take care of the children." Yi-Chen put the milk bottles he brought back in the incubator in the private room. He carefully picked up his eldest child and smelled the faint milk fragrance exuding from the child. Yi-Chen couldn't help but kiss her blushing face. As if sensing the presence of his father, the little one slowly placed his small hands on Yi-Chen's cheeks. He also cooed 2 times, which made Yi-Chen's heart melt. "Bai Wei, listen to the child calling me dad," Yi-Chen said excitedly as he held the child and came to Zhang Baiwei's side. "They say that girls in their previous lives were their father's little lovers. My daughter never even cried when I breastfed her." Zhang Baiwei muttered. "This is a different form of expression of love for children. In your hands, they are obedient and cute, but with me, they express themselves loudly." Yi-Chen carefully put Dabao back in the crib. He came to the side of the bed and concentrated on watching Zhang Baiwei breastfeed the children. When the breast milk was finished, the last little cutie had to try someone else's first. After putting the full Sanbao back in the incubator, Zhang Baiwei picked up the heavier Sibao and teased him. Looking at Sibao, whose eyes were closed, his mouth and limbs were moving vigorously. This is definitely the gene for exercise. With the breast milk in the bottle, it was fed into the little one's mouth. Suddenly, the little feet that had been kicking and moving around quieted down. His mouth hung open, looking like he was starving. Yi-chun and Jiang Baiwei laughed out loud, and with that, a bottle of breast milk was downed. The little one's little hands stopped scratching, and only his mouth kept opening and closing, waiting to be fed. You're the only one who can eat. Your sisters were full after drinking a bottle, but you still want to eat. Yi-chen, who was holding her son, said helplessly. Immediately afterwards, a small jet of water broke free from the diaper and sprayed straight at Yi-chen's neck. You little brat, you know how to take revenge on me even though you can't talk yet. Yi-chen, who had been covered in urine, was also full of helplessness. Looking at the diaper that had slipped to his knees, Yi-chen took Sabai to the bathroom to change it without good humor. Jiang Baiwei, on the other hand, looked at her son, who had become a living fountain. She laughed so hard that she fell over. Yi-chen, who had quickly changed her son's diaper, carefully returned Sabai to Jiang Baiwei. She herself returned to the bathroom to clean herself up. Ding! Congratulations, the host has completed the limited task, and the reward has been issued to the bank card. Yi-chen wiped the urine stain on his t-shirt. He smiled helplessly. This brat can be considered full. Just then, the phone received 2 text messages in a row, one of which was a record of a successful transfer, and the other was from Ye's father. We've already boarded the plane, we'll clean you up when we get there. Looking at the message on his phone, Yi-chen could only smile wryly. I hope you can still say that when you see your 4 precious grandchildren. Chapter 10, The Mysterious Nanny. Since she is a popular female celebrity. Feeding well, Yi-chen of the 2 babies. Sitting by the window, admiring the scenery outside. As a new mother, she is too weak, otherwise Yi-chen would have agreed to Jiang Baiwei's request to go out for a walk long ago. You say, will we always live together carefree like this? Jiang Baiwei looked out the window at the falling maple leaves and the crowds of people coming and going. In the room, the 4 adorable babies were quietly lying in their beds, and her beloved man was right in front of her. It was all like being in a secret realm. Every time she opened her eyes, she was afraid that it was all just a dream. Of course, it was always carefree and always cheerful and optimistic. Yi-chen also felt the changes over the past 2 days. The wonderful moments of the previous 18 years combined were not as much as these past 2 days. You are so beautiful, oh. Handsome guy, the documents you delivered to the 5th People's Hospital have arrived. Could you come down and pick them up? From the phone came the noisy voice of the delivery boy. I'll be right down. Yi-chen put Jiang Baiwei's coat back on after it had slipped a little, and quickly walked to the hospital entrance. Handsome guy, this. The delivery boy saw Yi-chen running downstairs at a glance, mainly because Yi-chen was a tall guy at 1.9 meters and was very recognizable. Little brother, you have worked hard. I have asked you to deliver a package twice. It's no big deal. Just check if the contents are correct and show me your ID. We need to verify it here. The delivery boy waved his hand and said. Yi-chen took the folder handed to him and carefully opened it. What caught his eye were 2 mechanical keys, with some documents pressed underneath. The most conspicuous thing was the red real estate certificate. Carefully flipping open the first page, it said Villa Number 1, Tianxiang Villa, on the outskirts of the capital. His own identity information was also recorded on the certificate. No problem, little brother, this is my ID card. Yi-chen slowly closed the real estate certificate and took out his ID card from his pocket to show it to the delivery boy for verification. Geez. At such a young age, he already has his own house. When will I be able to have a red book too? The delivery boy shook his head with a bitter smile, and then verified Yi-chen's identity information. There is no problem with your identity, and I wish you a happy life. After saying that, the delivery boy walked towards the guardroom with a large package. Yi-chen, who stayed in place, waved his hands towards Jiang Baiwei's private room. Without lingering, Yi-chen returned to the private room with excitement in his heart. What is it that made you so excited? Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi-chen, who was panting heavily, and asked curiously. Yi-chen, however, pretended to be profound and put the file bag aside. This is the big surprise I told you about. If you want to see it, open it yourself. Jiang Baiwei glanced at Yi-chen, who had his arms folded. Driven by curiosity, she opened the resealed file bag. Pat, pat. 2 keys fell to the ground. Jiang Baiwei, who was about to bend down to pick them up, was stopped by Yi-chen. Then he bent down to pick them up himself. Jiang Baiwei once again looked at the information in the file bag, and the most attractive red booklet was opened first. Jiang Baiwei, who had carefully read the information on it, suddenly widened her eyes. Hurry up and take the remaining documents and quickly preview them. Yi Chen, how did you do it? An anonymous person has given you a villa in the capital as a free donation. Do you know how much tax he has to pay? Unbelieving, she put down the documents in her hands and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. The process doesn't matter, what matters is the result, so are you ready to move into this big villa? Yi Chen said proudly. I don't want it, I prefer my own little home, I'm afraid that the villa is too big. Jiang Baiwei said with a downcast expression. Yi Chen, who had been defeated in an instant, hurriedly came to Jiang Baiwei's side and said. No, our family of 6 will definitely be lively and bustling, so why be afraid? Jiang Baiwei would think of those bad memories from her childhood whenever she heard the word villa. Although she knew very well that something like that would never happen again, she would still bring herself into it. Give me a moment to catch my breath, and I'll give you an answer in a bit. Okay, let's not talk about the house for now. My parents are on a plane to the capital today. Yi Chen immediately changed the subject and took Jiang Baiwei's hand, whispering. Ah! How can I meet my aunt and uncle like this? This made Jiang Baiwei panic. Looking at herself in a maternity outfit, she subconsciously wanted to get up and tidy up, but then thought about the current situation and had to give up helplessly. My parents will definitely like you very much when they meet you. My Baiwei is the prettiest. Looking at Yi Chen, who was trying hard to cheer her up, Jiang Baiwei also let out a relieved smile. Let bygones be bygones. We have to face them sooner or later. Then let's go to that villa after we get out of the hospital. We can't let my aunt and uncle stay with us in the hospital, can we? Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen and said with relief. That's great. I've asked the nurse and I can check out in a day. Does your stomach still hurt? Yi Chen excitedly hugged Jiang Baiwei. Then he immediately let go and asked Jiang Baiwei. It's much better now. I feel like I can walk on my own. As if to prove it, Jiang Baiwei let go of Yi Chen's hand and took a few shaky steps forward. Then she ran headlong into the bed and sat back down in pain. Don't try to be brave. Let's rest for a couple of days. I'll go get the doctor to take a look. Yi Chen hurried over to check on Jiang Baiwei's condition. He turned to walk out of the room, but Jiang Baiwei called out to stop him. I'm fine, I just hit the edge of the bed, it's not a problem. Yi Chen then carefully returned to Jiang Baiwei's side and carefully fed her some fruit. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Chen and the others looked at the door in confusion. Come in. With Yi Chen's permission, 2 women walked in through the door. One of them, he ran, was the sister with the bang head who gave Yi Chen the milk bottle. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour. My best friend couldn't sit still in the private room, and she wants to come over and sit with you. I don't know if that's okay. She said apologetically, holding the hand of a woman with a bang head wearing a mask. Of course you can. We haven't thanked you properly yet. Come and sit over here. Yi Chen warmly invited the 2 to sit down. The woman wearing a mask, however, couldn't take her eyes off the 4 incubators in the room. With her standard imperial sister's voice, she said, Can I see these 4 babies? No problem, these little ones have drunk your milk. You can be considered half of these little ones' mother. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, said with a smile after learning the other person's identity. After the nursing aunt held the 4 children in her arms, the masked mother slowly removed her mask. A pair of eyes full of maternal love looked at the children. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei, however, were surprised to discover this mother actually looks extremely similar to the popular celebrity Su Muyu. Can I hug them? The mother turned her head and asked with a sincere face. After Yi Chen nodded, the nursing aunt took the eldest child and hugged him. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei looked at each other, hesitant to say anything. The sister with the explosive hair slowly said, You are right, she is Su Muyu. I also hope that you will not spread what happened today, she is also a hard-fated child. Yi Chen and his companion looked at the sister with the explosive haircut with a puzzled expression. You have to understand that Su Muyu's popularity can reach the point of being known by every household. And she is also known as the national daughter-in-law. As you can see, she got pregnant and gave birth successfully, but the father of the child was unable to come to the hospital to accompany her due to various reasons. And the fruit of their love also suffered a premature birth, and after birth, it was found to have congenital heart disease. Sigh. After saying all this, the sister with the explosive haircut let out a deep sigh. Chapter 11. The actress had a difficult delivery, and the cute baby welcomed a godmother. Jiang Baiwei tightly grasped Yi Chen's hand, looked at him with tearful eyes, and carefully took over her eldest daughter, Su Muyu. Muyu, I've only seen the baby twice, and the baby is still in the intensive care unit. We've already invited the most professional heart specialist in the country, and now all we can do is trust the doctor. The sister with the bang hair looked at Su Muyu and said helplessly, "Gee, the child is really cute, with a milk-scented fragrance." Su Muyu's voice trembled as she carefully examined the child. Tears uncontrollably slipped down her face. Then carefully, she wiped away the tears with her hand. Just then, the little hand of her eldest daughter, which had not yet unfolded, slowly lifted up and touched the corner of Su Muyu's eye, who was leaning over. It was as if she was wiping away her tears. The other children seemed to have telepathic abilities, as they all let out two cries of wow at the same time. Seeing the children's actions, Su Muyu's tears could no longer be restrained, and she began to cry out loud. Jiang Baiwei, who was watching all this from the side, was also looking at the other person with tearful eyes. Only someone who has become a mother can understand how heartbreaking this moment is. Who wouldn't want to have a healthy baby? Good boy, don't cry, I won't cry. Su Muyu, whose crying gradually slowed down, tightly embraced the baby in her arms. Feeling the warmth of her chest, it was as if her own child had always been by her side. Then she looked up at Yi Chen and Yi Zhen, her face full of sincerity, and asked, "May I be the godmother of these children? I really like them." "Of course you can. Your motherly love has deeply touched me. I'm very happy that my little ones have a godmother like you." She gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Jiang Baiwei graciously agreed. "That's great. I've suddenly got 4 new siblings." Su Muyu slowly lowered the child in her hands. She was supported by her sister with an afro hairstyle and came to Yi Chen and Su Muyu, and bowed deeply. "Don't be like this, having a godmother like you is a blessing for these little ones, and also for us." Jiang Baiwei hurriedly got up and helped Su Muyu up. Jiang Baiwei took Su Muyu's hand and sat down by the bed and said, "Sister Muyu, you don't mind if I call you that, do you?" "Of course not, if you call me anything else, I'll be upset." Su Muyu said jokingly, "I feel relieved to see you in this state." Originally, she was depressed in the private room. "I just wanted to take her out for some fresh air, but the temperature outside was too low. That's how we stumbled upon this place to visit the children, and we really met our savior." The sister with the afro, who was beside her, also wiped away her tears with joy and said, "I'm so happy to see you, Chen Hong." Su Muyu got up, took a tissue, and began to comfort the sister with the afro. Then he said to Yi Chen and the others, "Chen Hong is my agent and also my best friend. She was there for me during my pregnancy. She had long hair originally, but it kept falling out, so she simply got an explosive haircut. After waiting until I gave birth naturally, she encountered this incident with my child, which made her even more haggard." Su Muyu, whose emotions had eased a little, had red eyes again. "Everything will be fine. I'm going to be the godmother of the baby, and I haven't taken the baby to every playground to play yet." Chen Hong, who had dried her tears, looked at Su Muyu with an expression of not giving up. Yi Chen looked at the two people in tears and felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. If something goes wrong with his children, can he do better than they can? You have to trust the expert's treatment. This child still has to play with his 4 younger brothers and sisters. Yi Chen also spoke out in consolation. "Let's not talk about that. I haven't asked about your situation yet. You both look so young. Are you still in college?" Su Muyu, who was gently patting Chen Hong's back, asked curiously. "I just graduated from Capital University this year, and Yi Chen is still a sophomore at Tsinghua University. Currently, it seems that he is also the starting teammate on the school basketball team." Jiang Baiwei took out a few apples and handed them to everyone. "Wow. They are all the pride of the country's top universities. It seems that my godchildren will all have high IQs and strong athletic genes." Su Muyu looked at Yi Chen and Chen Hong with wide eyes. It was as if there was a halo of academic excellence around the two of them. "We're not bad either, we're actually quite curious about what happened to you, Muyu." Jiang Baiwei looked at Su Muyu with curiosity in her eyes. Su Muyu glanced at Chen Hong and said, Once we are both discharged from the hospital, let's find a place to chat while we eat. The two of them considered the reason that all private rooms in the hospital have cameras. After choosing to be discharged from the hospital, they explained the reason to Yi Chan and the others. And after Yi Chan and the others understood the reason, they no longer asked. Let's add a contact method, otherwise relying on our two legs to pass on the news is not a long-term solution. Sumuyu took out her phone from her pocket and waved it at Yi Chan and the others. Good duck, good duck. I've wanted to ask Sister Muyu for her contact information for a long time. I'm just embarrassed to ask, and could Muyu please give us a few signed photos? Jiang Baiwei said apologetically. It's no big deal, I came in a hurry this time I was hospitalized, so I didn't bring any signed photos or anything. Some other time, over dinner, I'll give them to you together. One by one, Muyu added Yi Chen and Li's contact information, and said that she would do whatever they asked. The two, who only had a 10-year age difference, managed to become friends in no time. Sister Muyu, there are only two of you in your private room, so why don't you move in with me? That's fine, I can spend more time with your goddaughter and godson. Jiang Baiwei then extended a sincere invitation to Sumuyu. Sure, we don't have much stuff. Sumuyu, after thinking for a moment, immediately agreed. Yes. I want to eat all the fruit in the entertainment industry that I've wanted to eat over the years. Jiang Baiwei was so excited that she almost jumped up. Although she had already given birth, she was still a child who had not yet fully grown up. Yi Chen, who was tall and strong, joined the relocation team. In just half an hour, all the items were moved over. As for the hospital, it definitely strongly supported it. All they need to do is add an extra bed, and they can free up a VLP private room. At noon, Yi Chen called the cafeteria he had visited last time. He ordered lunch for 6 people directly, and the owner generously promised to deliver it to the door. As lunchtime approached, the children began to pout and urge the adults to feed them. At this time, Yi Chen was once again mercilessly driven out. He returned to the familiar window. Watching the people hurrying to and fro, he couldn't help but exclaim, it turns out that if one doesn't push oneself, one really doesn't know that one has such potential. Leaning over the window and watching the maple leaves outside the house slowly fall, an indescribable beauty presented itself to Yi Chen's eyes. At this time, an ambulance in the distance was speeding towards the hospital. Yi Chen, who had originally planned to leave the window, looked at the bloody person carried out by the doctor. He suddenly lost his voice and yelled, "Tutor!" Chapter 12, the instructor who came to visit the children had an accident. Yi Chen quickly got up and ran downstairs, looking at the instructor lying on a stretcher and being pushed into the emergency room. He hurriedly stopped a doctor nearby and said, "Doctor, this is my university instructor. What happened? Your instructor was in a car accident on the way here and is still in a coma." The chief physician, wearing thick glasses, looked at Yi Chen slightly surprised. Then he briefly explained what had happened. The vehicle that caused the accident has fled, and the police are conducting a city-wide search. Since you are her student, please stay by her side and calm her down. I will cooperate as much as I can. Yi Chen, who had learned of the situation, took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Baiwei. At that moment, the police car also arrived at the door of the emergency room. 2 police officers also hurriedly came to the front desk to inquire about the whereabouts of the instructor who had just been carried in. Then they walked towards the direction where Yi Chen and the others were. Hello, police officers from the local police station. According to our internal police information, the victim is a teacher at Tsinghua University, so please do your best to save him. An older police officer said sternly after saluting the attending physician. This student happens to be the teacher's student, and I have already asked him to help calm the injured person's emotions. The attending physician said with a push of his eyes. Without waiting for further negotiations with the police officer, a nurse hurriedly came to the attending physician and said, "Director, the patient has already woken up, and his vital signs are currently stable." Everyone hurriedly went to the emergency room. Yi Chen looked at the guide wearing an oxygen mask, standing by the bedside and softly calling her name. The guide slowly turned her head, squinting her eyes, and after seeing it was Yi Chen, she said in a weak voice, "Yi Chen was in a hurry last time and didn't bring any gifts, and this time I came across this mess again. Hey, instructor, it's not your fault. The policeman just told me that someone ran the red light and caused the accident, so you can't be blamed," Yi Chen said, tightly holding the instructor's hand in a fist. Yi Chen, who had just arrived in the big city for the first time since the start of university, was unfamiliar with everything around him. After noticing this, the instructor took him around the area to gradually bring him up to speed with the times. He never expected that the instructor, who had been so good to him, would have an accident like this. This made him feel very guilty inside. "Guide, you cooperate with the doctor's treatment, I will always be here," Yi Chen said with remorse as he held the guide's hand. Then he asked the police if the hit-and-run driver had been found. The police officer shook his head, indicating that they were still investigating with full force. Later, he was reminded by the nurse that everyone needed to wait outside the emergency room to avoid affecting their work. Yi Chen, who had simply bid farewell to the police officer, had to return upstairs first. Yi Chen knocked on the door and entered. He saw Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu huddled together on a bed, watching a tablet. "You're back, did you get hurt?" Jiang Baiwei looked up at Yi Chen as he entered. Upon seeing the bloodstains on his palms, she immediately asked anxiously. "No, my instructor had a car accident and was sent to this hospital. I went to visit her and left a message on your phone," Yi Chen slowly explained, then went to the bathroom to clean up a bit. "Ah. I've been watching dramas on Sister Muyu's tablet and didn't notice my phone." Jiang Baiwei quickly picked it up and said, pointing to the phone under the pillow. "It's fine, there's nothing wrong with him. I left my phone number with the nurse. If there's any news, I'll be notified." Yi Chen dried the water stains on his hands. He went to the crib and looked at the children who were still drinking milk, and immediately regained his smile. "By the way, I plan to hire you 2 ants for a long time. The price remains the same, 300 yuan a day. After the baby is discharged from the hospital, you may need to move in with us. What do you think?" Yi Chen decided to hire the 2 ants on a long-term basis after seeing how meticulous they were. "No problem. Thank you so much, young man." The ants' hands, which had been feeding the baby, suddenly froze. Then they looked at Yi Chen with gratitude in their eyes and said, "These 2 ants really take good care of the baby, and we can rest assured leaving the baby with you." Jiang Baiwei also nodded in agreement. Seeing such a heartwarming scene, Su Muyu was saddened by the memories. With an inquiring look, she asked Jiang Baiwei, "Baiwei, can I try feeding the baby?" "Of course, they're still drinking your milk." Jiang Baiwei generously asked Yi Chen to bring the youngest son over. "Sister Su Muyu, let me tell you. This brat has only tasted my milk once, the rest he drank from you. He also has a huge appetite," Jiang Baiwei said angrily, looking at her son lying in Su Muyu's arms. "That's good, let your godmother feed you herself." Looking at her baby, who kept opening and closing his mouth, Su Muyu's heart was about to melt. She immediately picked up the bottle and carefully put it to his mouth. It seemed that the boy had a spirit, as he slowly lifted his hand to hold the bottle steadily without letting go. At an age when he could not yet speak, the boy had already learned to protect his food. Jiang Baiwei, who was sitting nearby, covered her forehead and said, "It is a blessing to be able to eat, and if it's not enough, your godmother has more." Just then, the mobile phone, which was originally playing a TV series, was interrupted by a phone call. Looking at the number with no message displayed, Su Muyu, who was holding the bottle, froze. Su Muyu looked at the phone ringing for a while, but it didn't connect. Yi Chen asked in a low voice, "Do you need us to leave?" "No." Su Muyu responded with a smile, and then answered the call. "Hello? Muyu, I've just landed. Where are you?" The phone, with the external sound turned on, was placed on the quilt, and everyone heard the male voice coming from it. She herself was concentrating on feeding her godson. "Hey, Muyu, I'm also back now due to some special circumstances. Can you tell me your address?" The man's anxious voice was mixed with the sound of the wind, giving the impression that he had just gotten off the plane. "Room 003, 5th People's Hospital." Su Muyu, who was usually so reserved, said these words coldly. Then she hung up decisively. As if nothing could interrupt her feeding her godson milk. "I'll go and answer him." Chen Hong, who was sitting on the other bed, slowly got up and said. After seeing that Su Muyu did not object, she left the private room directly. Yi Chen and the others really wanted to eat this melon, but they could only pretend they hadn't heard. "My husband is a young entrepreneur in China. When I was premature, he happened to go abroad to discuss a big business. He only returned today." Su Muyu carefully wiped the milk stains from the corner of her godson's mouth. In a flat tone, he recounted the general process. Since it has already happened, let's deal with the aftermath. Don't worry, we are on the same side. Jiang Baiwei took Su Muyu's hand and said in a manner of stating a position. My tone may not be very good later, so please forgive me. Su Muyu smiled and gave everyone a heads up in advance. Chapter 13. The mysterious husband of the celebrity godmother arrives. Everyone soon immersed themselves in the fun of teasing the children. Yi Chen also used this time to check on the specific situation of the guide. After learning that there was only a slight concussion and some minor skin abrasions, there were no major problems. However, since he was still being treated, he could not go in to see the patient. Yi Chen, who had returned to the private room, ran into Chen Hong walking towards him. Behind her was a well-dressed man in a suit. Yi Chen, are you the instructor who came down to visit you? Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Ma, and this is our classmate Yi Chen, whom we have gotten to know over the past few days. Chen Hong stood between the two, introducing each other. Hello. After a brief handshake, the two politely walked towards the private room, with Chen Hong walking in front the whole time without saying a word. As Yi Chen and the others knocked on the door and entered the private room, Yi Chen warily noticed that the atmosphere had begun to cool. Su Muyu, are you still feeling unwell? I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have boarded that plane. The well-dressed man hurriedly jogged over to Su Muyu's side. Yi Chen hurriedly followed suit and helped Jiang Baiwei, who was in the same bed, up. Su Muyu just tilted his head to the other side and ignored the other person completely. I came here this time to apologize with a bow of osmanthus in my hand. It was my fault for leaving you when you needed company the most. Let me make amends to you and your son in the days to come. The man knelt on one knee and said sincerely. How dare you mention your son? He is still lying in the intensive care unit. If the child dies, I have nothing else to live for. Su Muyu wiped away a tear and said coldly. In addition to contacting the best cardiologist in the country, I also contacted the most authoritative cardiologist abroad to treat the child. The man quickly flipped through the phone's contact list and showed it to Su Muyu. I have just one sentence: if the child is fine, we will be fine. If the child dies, we are finished. Su Muyu looked out the window at the maple leaves and said sadly. Muyu, even if I have to use all my connections, I will heal the child. The man slowly got up and put his arm around Su Muyu's shoulders. At first Su Muyu symbolically struggled a few times. Then she hid in the man's arms and cried. She finally met the child's father. She finally cried out all the grievances of these days. After a while, she remembered that Yi Chen and the others were still here, and hurriedly wiped away her tears and introduced the man. These are the friends I met by chance these past 2 days, Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei. And I have also become their child's godmother. If it weren't for them to accompany me, I don't know how I would have spent the next few days. And this is my husband, Ma Qingye. Su Muyu, who had gathered her thoughts, smiled as she introduced them. Hello, I really want to thank you for taking care of Muyu these past few days. Since the children have accepted Muyu as their godmother, we are now family. Ma Qingye looked at Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei with a face full of gratitude. You don't need to be so polite, we are also grateful to Sister Muyu for keeping the children company. Otherwise, how could we have met such a good godmother? You really should thank Sister Chen. Jiang Baiwei waved her hands and then looked at Ma Qingye and said. Then the man stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Hong and said. Sister Chen, I really thank you for all you have done for Muyu. We won't be pretentious about anything, as long as I am here in the future, you can all enjoy life with peace of mind. Chen Hong, who had been silent along the way, also had red eyes at this moment. She knew too well the suffering she and her little sister had endured along the way. Both of them had gritted their teeth and endured all kinds of pressure to get through it. Just treat Muyu well in the future, I can take care of myself. Chen Hong tilted her head to one side. She didn't want the crowd to see the weak side of this strong woman. The crowd looked at this woman who had silently sacrificed behind her back. A sense of admiration arose spontaneously in their hearts. Then in the ensuing conversation, Ma Qingye learned that it was because Yi Chen borrowed breast milk that the two teams got to know each other. Then, when he learned that they were students from top universities in the country, generously said that they could come work directly for him, and that they would be full-time employees with no trial period. No thanks, Mr. Ma, our focus is on the baby right now. If there is a request in the future, we won't refuse. Yi Chen hurriedly shook his head and refused. Let's not talk about anything else. If all the limited tasks issued by the system are completed, He will receive at least 9 million yuan, and they won't have to worry about money for the time being. I'm a few years older than you, so it's okay to call you Xiaoye. It's too formal to call you President Ma, and we're all family, so just call me Brother Ma. I wasn't thinking about work. As he said, he took out a bank card from his pocket. Here's a blank bank card with 1 million yuan in it, as a small token of my and Muyu's appreciation. Ma Chenya handed the bank card to Yi Chen with both hands. Brother Ma, you really don't need to do that. I have enough money for now. Besides, we didn't even pay for the breast milk from Sister Sumuyu, and now you're giving us money. How can we feel comfortable about that? Yi Chen immediately waved his hand to refuse. Xiao Yi, just take it. His money is not to be wasted. Think of it as the money I, as the godmother, am giving to the children for milk powder. Su Muyu on the side echoed, saying. Yi Chen saw that Su Muyu had said so, and reluctantly accepted the bank card, saying. Then I would like to thank Brother Ma and Sister Muyu first. When the child is 1 month old, you will be the host of the main table. No problem, we will definitely be there. When our child is 1 month old, you cannot delay coming. Yi Chen, who was looking at his bank card, was smiling as Ma Qingye said. You are too beautiful, oh. While everyone was chatting happily on the side. Yi Chen's phone rang at this moment. Hello, okay. I'll come down now. Yi Chen quickly hung up the phone. He explained to the crowd that the hit-and-run driver who hit the instructor had been found. He now needed to go down and assist the instructor in identification. Yi Chen ran all the way to the emergency room. Just as he reached the door, he saw the 2 police officers who had been at the hospital before, escorting a yellow-haired man who reeked of alcohol. This student, you may need to cooperate in identifying the hit-and-run driver. Just go into the emergency room later and do as we say. The older police officer said in a firm voice. Just as Yi Chen nodded in agreement. The yellow-haired man, who was being suppressed, suddenly became drunk and said, Do you little police officers know who my father and my uncle are? He tried hard to break free from the restraint of the police officers. He looked viciously at the crowd. Let me go, and you smelly bookworm, what's it got to do with you? Looking at the yellow-haired man who spoke without restraint, Yi Chen's anger suddenly rose. At first, he thought the driver had made a careless mistake, but now it seems that the other party is extremely bold. Be quiet. Your provoking of the police will be recorded. The younger policeman on the side also did not tolerate him. He kicked him in the buttocks and said coldly. The police are beating people up. I hope that when you see my father and my uncle, you will speak to him in the same way. The man with the blonde hair immediately acted like a scoundrel in front of the emergency room. People coming and going looked at his show with disgust. Chapter 14 Lawless Hit and Run Driver. A nurse walked over from the side, carefully avoiding the yellow-haired man. She came to the police officers and said, Officers, you can go in now. Press him down and take him in. The older police officer took Yi Chen and led the way forward. The younger police officer followed behind, carrying the yellow-haired man like a piece of rotten mud. Guide, are you feeling better? Yi Chen asked kindly, looking at the guide, who was already able to sit up against the side of the bed. It's just that my head hurts a little, but nothing serious. The guide, whose head was wrapped in gauze, responded with a shake of his head, while holding onto the guide. Hello, we are law enforcement officers, and we need you to identify the driver who caused the accident. And retell the whole process. Press him over here. The old police officer, who had saluted the guide, said sternly. As the yellow-haired man was pressed against the side of the bed, the guide gradually saw the man's full appearance. He nodded slowly and said, Officer, yes, that's him. After he hit me, he got out of the car to check it out, and then he took off like a shot. We have a clear picture of the situation, so don't worry, we will give you an explanation. As the old police officer was about to take the yellow-haired man away, the man's emotions became extremely agitated. You bitch. It's just a little bump. Just want to pay a little more, is 100,000 enough? I can buy you 10 times outside with this little money. The man with the blonde hair yelled angrily at the instructor in the bed. Behave yourself, no matter who you call today, you are going to be arrested. The old police officer also looked at the man with the blonde hair with a pale face. Ha ha ha. I like it when you are so unruly, just wait and see. Yi Chen, who was standing nearby, also tightened his fists. If it weren't for the 2 police officers, he would show this yellow-haired guy why Hua is so red. After explaining to the guide that he should rest here, Yi Chen followed the nurse to the window to settle the treatment fees. When he turned around, he saw that the two police officers who had originally escorted the yellow-haired guy were surrounded by 3 or 4 people in suits. Yes, it's fine. Yi Chen approached. He saw the old police officer take the phone from a pot-bellied middle-aged man. His expression darkened with each step. You heard it, I'm going to go find that lady right now and settle this privately. The pot-bellied middle-aged man said, taking the lit cigar the bodyguard handed him and puffing away. Ha ha ha, why don't you keep on raging? Where's the confidence you had just now to definitely arrest me and put me in jail? Come and arrest me. Huang Mao, who had already had his handcuffs removed, was furiously provoking the police officer on the side. The two police officers' faces were so dark that they were about to drip with water, and they stood in place without saying a word. Lead the way, what are you standing there for? The middle-aged man said impatiently, taking another drag on his cigar. The old police officer clenched his fists, then released them weakly, and walked towards the emergency room with his head bowed. The young police officer on the side did not follow. He looked at his mentor, who walked with his head down towards the emergency room. Something inside him felt torn. Seeing Huang Mao come back again and again, Yi Chen took the lead and returned to the emergency room. Yi Chen, who had not yet spoken to the guide, heard a fierce quarrel outside the door. Do you know that smoking is prohibited in the hospital area? No one can enter the emergency room without the approval of our doctor. A female nurse stopped Huang Mao and the others at the door of the emergency room in a domineering manner. Interesting, young lady. Then you and your director should have a good talk. The middle-aged man stopped the bodyguard who was planning to break in, and slowly dialed a number from his phone. He handed it to the nurse. But the director. I understand. The nurse's aura obviously decreased a lot. In the end, he could only watch as the middle-aged man lit a cigar and strode into the emergency room. Looking at the middle-aged man who had come up to him, and the silent old police officer, Yi Chen directly blocked the way in front of the guide. Hello, please don't smoke in front of my guide. And this is not a reminder, but a warning. Looking at Yi Chen's tall figure of 1.9 meters and the fierce muscles that appeared from years of training, this made the middle-aged man feel a sense of oppression. You brat with the milk breath, we're not here for you, we're here for the woman behind you. He took another puff on his cigar. Provocatively, he exhaled a cloud of smoke towards Yi Chen. Pop. Yi Chen was not going to hold back either, and with a slap, he sent the cigar that was on the tip of his mouth flying. The cigar fell unerringly into the trash can next to it. You want to die. Stunned, the middle-aged man watched Yi Chen, who had blown his cigar away, and he completely lost his temper. Yi Chen, be careful. The guide behind him saw the two bodyguards in suits pounce towards Yi Chen. He hurriedly shouted a warning. The old policeman seemed to have made up his mind, and pulled a baton from his waist and put it in front of Yi Chen. Don't move, try to go in and squat for a few days and see what happens. Then he glared angrily at the middle-aged man and the yellow-haired man and shouted at them. The nurses in the emergency room had never seen this before, and they all ran outside. At this time, the young policeman outside came in to check on the situation. Looking at the old policeman blocking Yi Chen, the flame in his eyes that had gradually gone out once again burned up. He then also pulled out the baton from his waist and yelled. Put your hands behind your head and get down. Fine, it seems you don't want to keep your skin. My brother is in charge of your public security bureau, you'll see. The crowd slowly put their heads down and crouched on the ground. Calling the police station, there is a fight here, please send someone over to assist. The old police officer used the walkie-talkie to say to the headquarters. I am the department manager of the Tiansun group, we can have a good chat with this young girl, there should be no problem, right? The middle-aged man asked with a reduced aura. Without waiting for the old police officer to start asking the opinion of the instructor. The instructor sat up straight and said with a resounding voice. I do not accept reconciliation, and I cannot encourage such a social trend. If I, as an educator, compromise, then how can I teach and educate people in the future? He looked at the other person with angry eyes, not showing the slightest sign of backing down. The person involved has clearly replied to you that there can be no reconciliation. The middle-aged man, who still wanted to continue fighting for reconciliation, was handcuffed by the old police officer and taken to the emergency room. Yi Chen nodded at the police officers. Tell the instructor that he will handle this matter. He came to the emergency room. after watching the police officers who quickly came to support them and put the middle-aged man and others in the car. Yi Chen praised them for their speed and efficiency, and then the two police officers walked towards Yi Chen. "Thank you, classmate. I also despise what I did before, and you have awakened me," the older policeman said with a face full of guilt. "I have always believed in the country and the police. The darkness is only temporary, and the light that belongs to us has already been shone upon in advance." Yi Chen responded with a smile, while also nodding to the younger policeman. Watching the police who had called it a day, Yi Chen shook his head and returned to the private room. Chapter 15: The Hidden Task of Naming the Babies. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen, who had entered the private room with a somewhat strange mood. She began to ask what had happened. Yi Chen picked up a banana and started to eat it, then roughly described what had happened. Everyone's emotions exploded. What kind of people are these, hitting someone and thinking about paying a little money to get away with it, and then talking about your instructor like that? Jiang Baiwei said angrily. Nowadays, people dare to do such things blatantly. This is the capital city, and fortunately Yi only knocked his cigar out of his hands, not hitting him. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he bites back. Ma Chunye was also relieved, looking at Yi Chen and saying, "If there is a lawsuit over this matter in the future, I will call on my legal team to provide legal assistance." Ma Chunye also said with a generous air. "Brother Ma, don't worry, if it really comes to that, I believe that the entire faculty and students of the law department will not let the other party off lightly," Yi Chen said with a smile to the crowd. When they were leaving just now, the school had already contacted the instructor, and after learning about what happened, the school was furious. They will definitely make those who defy the law pay the price. Wow! This is the responsibility of a top university in the country. I really love it. A school that is willing to do justice for its faculty and staff is really great. After hearing this, the crowd exclaimed in unison. As they continued chatting, the door to the room was knocked on again. A doctor with gray hair entered the room with a firm step, and Sumuyu, seeing the old doctor, stood up excitedly. "Hurry up and come to him with Ma Qingye's help." "Academician Zhong, how is my child?" asked Sumuyu anxiously. Ma Qingye, who was standing nearby, also held his breath and waited for the result. Academician Zhong slowly removed the mask on his face and revealed a smile, saying, "Mission accomplished. The child can already be transferred to a regular ward. Further observation is required, but he can be discharged from the hospital." Boom! Upon learning that the child was out of danger, Sumuyu suddenly collapsed to the ground, unable to stop sobbing as she thanked Academician Zhong. Ma Chengye, who was standing nearby, was also very emotional, supporting Sumuyu as he looked gratefully at Academician Zhong. "Come with me and see the child." After saying that, he led everyone through the hospital corridor. Jiang Baiwei, her eyes slightly red, followed Yi Chen, supporting him. While Yi Chen was away, Jiang Baiwei and Sumuyu had already agreed that Jiang Baiwei would also be the godmother of her child. Walking through the long corridor, they saw two nurses pushing a hospital bed. In addition to various treatment instruments, there was also a small incubator attached to it. The child in the incubator had various needles stuck all over his body. When Sumuyu got closer, she saw the child's appearance. Suddenly tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Even the serious Ma Qingye beside her had reddened eyes. Yi Chen saw this and quickly buried Jiang Baiwei in his arms. "My child. Mommy let you suffer. It's all my fault." Sumuyu, who was leaning over the bed, carefully examining the child, wept like rain. She cried until her whole body twitched before she stopped. After everyone took the child back to the private room, no smile could be seen on anyone's face. Yi Chen, whose nose was slightly sore, had to comfort Sumuyu. "Sister Muyu, the child has already escaped from the danger of death, which is a good thing, so let's be happy." "Xiaoyi is right, this is a good thing, we should laugh loudly." Ma Chengye, with red eyes, patted Sumuyu on the back and said, "Muyu, cheer up, we have made it this far. We can't be crying when we're almost there." Chen Hong, wiping away her tears, walked straight to the incubator. "My, he really looks like you. Long eyelashes, a small nose, and a little cherry mouth, he's just like you." After listening to Chen Hong's words, Sumuyu slowly got up and went to the incubator, smiling with motherly love as she looked at the baby. Just then, wow! Yi Chen's 4 children all cooed in unison in their cribs. It was as if they were comforting Sumuyu, or welcoming the new baby. "Look, Your brothers and sisters are all welcoming you, aren't you happy? At this movement, Sumuyu's tears flowed uncontrollably again. But this time, they were tears of joy. The baby in the incubator seemed to hear his mother's words and responded in a weak voice. Changye, look. The baby just called. Did you hear it? Sumuyu was so excited that she grabbed Ma Changye's suit jacket. I heard the baby's voice. He's also very happy to see us. Ma Changye was also very excited, looking at the figure in the incubator. The group of people slowly returned to their previous appearance after calming down. The difference was that Sumuyu's smile never disappeared. His eyes also glanced at the incubator from time to time. Yichen, have you thought of a name for our child? Since the godparents are here, let's discuss it together. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yichen with great interest. I have actually thought of a few names. Eldest, Yi Sairo second, Yi Zi third, Yi Qihan and fourth, Yi Jiqiu. The names carry our beautiful yearning for our children to grow up healthily. Yichen said with a slight thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of naming the babies. Reward for completion, the purging pill to increase physical strength, to be delivered to the hospital. Yichen's jaw dropped. Wasn't the purging pill a treasure pill in fantasy novels? How could it just appear in front of him so fresh and lively? In the future, if he ever had a physical confrontation with someone, he would win. No wonder he is a top student at a top domestic university, his names are so poetic. Sumuyu, who was standing nearby, said with a twinkle in her eye. Not bad, it seems you've put in some effort with the name. Jiang Baiwei was also full of surprise, looking at Yichen and saying. She was really deceived by Yichen's tall physique, and didn't expect that he had a lot of knowledge. It made me think, let you name my son. Sumuyu looked at Yichen with a face full of envy and said. Ha ha ha, leave the name of the godson to brother Ma. I'm just not very knowledgeable. Yichen would never dare to really give someone else's child a name. And Ma Chengye is clearly the type of person who has a family heritage. Our precious daughter and son will have their own names. Brother Ma, there's something I'd like to trouble you with. Jiang Baiwei said with a face full of embarrassment. You see, I still have some weight in the capital. Ma Chengye waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to be so polite. Since Yichen was only 19 years old and under the legal marriageable age, the child's birth certificate was also issued. This is the household registration, and I want to ask Brother Ma to help put it under Yichen's name. Jiang Baiwei slowly told the reason for the matter. In fact, she could have completely asked her parents to take care of this matter in a minute. But she wasn't sure what attitude they had towards Yichen, so she didn't want to mention it. This is easy. I have a flat in the capital that I don't live in very much. I'll transfer the ownership to Yizhen's name, and I'll take care of the rest, so that the child and Yizhen will both have a household registration in the capital. Ma Chengye immediately took out his phone and was about to call someone to get this matter settled. No, Yizhen has real estate in the capital. It's just a matter of follow-up operations, and I may need Ma's help. The expenses during this period will be paid by us. Jiang Baiwei took the document bag placed on the bedside table and handed the real estate ownership certificate inside to Ma Chengye. In fact, Jiang Baiwei also wanted to put the child directly on her own household register. In this way, she could obtain a household registration in the capital without having to go through all kinds of complicated procedures. But thinking about the complicated matters in her family, she still chose to save the country through indirect means. These are all trivial matters that don't cost much. Why are you being so formal? Hiss. After receiving the real estate certificate and carefully looking through it, Ma Chengye looked up in surprise and said, Tianshan Villa, this is not a villa that you can buy with money. It's still Villa number 1. He looked at Yichen and Yizhen in shock. Chapter 16, An Extraordinary Suburban Villa. Ma Chengye looked at Yichen, who was smiling but not saying a word. He suddenly felt that the other person's identity was a bit extraordinary. You have to know that even if he wanted to buy that house, he could only find his father's connections to make it possible. The houses there are not just ordinary residences, but a reflection of power and status. Yizhen, you really are a deep well of hidden talent. With this property certificate, there is no need to go through the trouble of finding someone. Compared to this property, a household registration in the capital is a benefit that is given away for free. Ma Chengye said after carefully closing the property certificate. Yizhen was also very surprised. Wasn't the house given away by the system of villa in the suburbs? Why did Ma Qingye show a look of envy in his eyes? Thank you, Brother Ma, for doing us this favor. You must be there when we move into our new home. Yi Chen thanked him with a bow. We are family, and besides, I was able to go to this Tianxiang villa because of your influence. Ma Chunye waved his hand. Then he took out his phone and made a call. The other party promised that after picking up the property ownership certificate and a series of other documents, they could be processed the next day. Thank you, Brother Ma, a big stone in our hearts has been lifted. Seeing Ma Chingye, who was decisive and resolute, quickly finish dealing with things, Yi Chen and the others felt even more recognition for him. You really don't have to be so polite. It so happens that the group informed me to go over there to handle some things, so I'll send the information and whatnot over there first. It's also been hard on you guys taking care of Muyu for a while. I'll definitely be back before dinner. Ma Chunye turned off his phone and looked at everyone apologetically. After hearing that Ma Chunye wanted to temporarily leave for a while, Su Muyu's expression gradually turned cold. Ma Chunye, who noticed the change in Su Muyu's expression, immediately explained. Muyu, I came to the hospital as soon as I got off the plane. But the shareholders of the group are still waiting for me to go back and report on the progress of that project abroad. I really can't get out of it. Ma Chunye sincerely held Su Muyu's hand tightly with both hands and said, after this project is finished, I will take a good vacation for myself and spend time with you. Su Muyu looked at Ma Chunye, who looked sincere. In the end, her heart softened and she agreed. With a reluctant look in her eyes, she took the information on Yi Chen and his children and left the private room. Sister Muyu, Brother Ma will only be here for an afternoon. Jiang Baiwei took Su Muyu's hand and said reassuringly, I don't care about that smelly man, we'll just watch our show. Su Muyu quickly recovered her composure and the two of them watched a TV show together on the same bed. Yi Chen looked at the two of them like a pair of living treasures. With a smile on his face, he left the private room to prepare lunch for everyone and to pick up the system reward, the purging elixir. Yi Chen, who had returned to the cafeteria, ordered food with the waiter as if he knew what to do. The waiter also started chatting about the gossip that had happened at the hospital. Handsome guy, let me tell you. This morning, a yellow-haired guy hit a lady, but instead of admitting his guilt, he caused a big commotion in the hospital. What happened after that? Yi Chen, who was standing at the reception desk waiting for lunch, smiled and took the waiter's words. Hey, someone in the group saw those scumbags back there and they actually got out of the police station unharmed. They weren't even detained for 24 hours, what a world. The waiter, who was munching on melon seeds, complained helplessly. What? They were only arrested this morning, and now they're letting them go? This made Yi Chen, who had been listening to it as entertainment, suddenly look grave. Who is not saying that, their connections are really strong, and I heard that a few little police officers protested. Yi Chen, who heard this, hurriedly took out his phone and dialed the guide. The phone, which had been ringing for a long time, was never answered. This made Yi Chen, who was beginning to feel a little uneasy inside, decide to return to the hospital to check on the situation. Young man, lunch is still delivered to the same private room as before, and the extra money is for your trouble. Yi Chen took out 400 from his pocket and placed it behind the front desk. He ran as fast as he could towards the emergency room. Guide, you can't have anything happen to you. Yi Chen said with a worried face. Looking at the closed emergency room door, Yi Chen hurriedly pulled a nurse to ask. You mean the lady who had a car accident this morning? She's fine, she's already been transferred to a regular ward, you come with me. The nurse looked at Yi Chen, who was full of anxiety, and patiently explained to him. Following the nurse, Yi Chen entered a 6-bed ward, where the instructor was lying in the innermost position. Instructor, I've come to see you, have you eaten lunch yet? Yi Chen let out a slow sigh of relief. He was worried that those lawless people would do something unscrupulous. Yi Chen is here, find a place to sit, how are your wife and children? The instructor, who had originally looked out the window with a sad face, immediately regained a smile upon hearing Yi Chen's voice. They are all doing well. I will ask the cafeteria to send a lunch here. After saying that, Yi Chen took out his mobile phone and prepared to send a message. No need, I am not doing anything here either. I will prepare to be discharged after a short rest. It is the same to recuperate at home by yourself. The instructor waved his hand and said. A slight concussion also needs rest. The conditions at home are not as good as the hospital. We will recuperate at the hospital and then go back. Yi Chen looked at the instructor with a face full of concern and said. It's not a problem. It's more comfortable lying down at home than in the hospital. I really can't get used to the hospital. The instructor's eyes flickered a little as he said. Then it's up to you to make the arrangements. By the way, I called you earlier, but why didn't I get through? Yi-Chen asked casually as he sat down. His phone had been broken in the car accident, and he hadn't had time to buy a new one yet. The instructor responded evasively. I heard some news about those people this morning. It seems they have some kind of energy. Instructor, be careful of their retaliation. Yi-Chen looked at the instructor, who was unharmed in the hospital. After saying this, he turned and bid the instructor farewell. The instructor watched Yi-Chen's departing figure and sighed deeply with his head bowed. Then from under the pillow, he took out the battered mobile phone. Through the damaged screen, one could faintly see a text message recording the identity information of the instructor's family. How could she not be clear about the energy behind these people? If they all come after her, she is naturally fearless. But if it involves her family? Yi-Chen, who had already left, naturally had no idea of the hidden circumstances. Just as he was about to put it back in the private room, he saw a strange-looking man with a camera in the hallway, looking for something. Out of consideration for the children, Yi-Chen walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, what are you doing here sneaking around? I have the right to call security to have you evicted. What's it to you what I'm doing here, punk?" The man turned around and saw Yi-Chen's tall figure, and he was suddenly startled. After seeing Yi-Chen's slightly childish face, he immediately mocked him. "With actions like yours, I have reason to suspect that you may be a threat to my wife and children. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave." The man looked at Yi-Chen, who had a bad expression in his eyes, and then looked at his own thin physique. Humph. He snorted, took the camera and disappeared from Yi-Chen's sight. After seeing that this person had left, Yi-Chen entered the private room by himself. He was completely unaware that the man hiding in the corner had taken his full face and the number of the private room. Chapter 17, Realizing the Military Boxing. A big fight. You little brat, just you wait. Dare to oppose me, the king of paparazzi. Once I send this photo to the online army of trolls, I'll make you a street rat that everyone shouts at in the capital. Concentrating on the man in the camera, he didn't notice a group of men in suits walking towards him. Bang! Damn it! The man, who wasn't very tall, fell backwards in pain, desperately clutching the camera in his hands. It was my fault for not looking where I was going. You go first, brother. Then he looked at the muscular hunks in suits in front of him, who were about to burst out of their suits. He immediately changed his tone and said, "Don't waste time here, hurry up and find that brat for me. Dare to slap my cigar away, I want to teach him a lesson." The pot-bellied middle-aged man reappeared at the hospital, and he had a cigar clamped in his hand again. "You guys go ahead, I'll leave now." The man on the side immediately spoke in a low voice. "Wait, a doggy, right? Have you seen a young man of average build and 1.9 meters tall in this hospital area?" The middle-aged man, who had taken a drag on his cigar, immediately recognized the man's occupation. He asked impatiently, "Brother, you've asked the right person. I've been in this hospital for 2 or 3 days, and there are 2 people who fit your description." The wretched man slapped his head and hastily changed his mind as if he had thought of something. "No, there are 3. I just saw another one, and I happened to take a picture." The man immediately came over, opened the camera, and revealed his yellow teeth, speaking attentively. "Ha, it really was effortless, this is the one we were looking for. This is considered a fee for your trouble, and not a word of what happened today can be said outside, or you know the consequences." The middle-aged man was suddenly overjoyed, and he didn't expect there to be a windfall. He casually took out a few bills from his pocket and threw them to the man before walking towards Yi-Chen's private room with a group of bodyguards. Just then, Yi-Chen, who had swallowed the system reward of the marrow-cleansing pill and cleaned himself of the dirt he rejected, heard the quiet system in his head ring again. Ding! Host and his descendants may be maliciously harmed by others. System issues emergency mission to resist. Mission requirements: face danger head-on. Completion reward: military body boxing mastery. This left Yi-Chen, who had just finished wiping his body, a little confused. He had always been a model citizen and could not have offended anyone. Except. Before Yi-Chen could figure it out, the door to the private room was loudly knocked on. Yi Chen, right? We also need to settle our accounts, right? A voice that revealed a lecherous middle-aged man came from outside the room. Since Su Muyu was in this private room, everyone had the habit of locking the door behind them. Otherwise, they would not just knock on the door. Startled by the sudden movement, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu both frowned and looked outside. The babies in the stroller, however, were scared by the noise and started crying. Yi Chen clenched his fists and hurriedly tried to calm the confused crowd. At this time, the security guards from the hospital also arrived at the door. They shouted and yelled at them to leave. The anti-riot shields in their hands were tightly grasped. Other patients in the aisle also left this place of trouble. Yi Chen, I'll give you one more chance. If you can come out alone, we'll solve this problem separately. If we're let in the private room, it's hard to say what will happen. A voice full of threatening tone came from outside again. Yi Chen, who is he? Let's call the police. Jiang Baiwei had never seen such a scene before, so she immediately picked up her phone and called the police. Su Muyu, on the other hand, looked much calmer. She quickly guessed who was outside the house and then picked up her phone to send a text message to Ma Qingye. Don't worry, I can handle it. Please take care of the children for me, Sister Muyu and Sister Chen. Yi Chen replied with a smile, acting relaxed. Then he opened the door of the private room, stepped out and carefully closed the door behind him. The room was surrounded by 4 tall men in suits. A middle-aged man with a cigar stood behind them arrogantly. Paying no attention to the security guards with riot shields, he looked at Yi Chen with interest. You were very impressive, but now you're not. I can give you one more chance. Kneel down and give me 3 loud kowtows. His eyes twinkled as he thought of something, and he laughed wildly. Then he loudly imitated the barking of a dog 3 times, and I'll pretend that what happened this morning never happened. Taking a drag on his cigar, he blew it provocatively towards Yi Chen. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have already dismembered the middle-aged man. Yi Chen just stood quietly at the door without replying. If he doesn't say anything, that means he doesn't agree. I want him to return to the private room on his stomach today. With that, the middle-aged man gave an order, and the 4 bodyguards rushed towards Yi Chen at the same time. This made the onlookers outside the crowd, who were all sweating for Yi Chen, some of them even closed their eyes in fear. Ding! Task completed, reward has been ordered, please check. Yi Chen was seen protecting his chest with both hands. He resisted the first round of attacks from the bodyguards. Then a strange feeling appeared in his mind. Yi Chen let out a sneer at the middle-aged man. He roared in his heart, I'm waiting for the system, what are you waiting for? Immediately afterwards, he swung his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and attacked the bodyguards with wide-open swings. Military boxing is used in actual combat, and there are no fancy moves. Every move reveals murderous intent. The bodyguards, who have practiced sanda and fitness for many years, but have only dead muscles, are no match for Yi Chen. In less than a moment, they were all knocked to the ground by Yi Chen. Seeing that the situation was not good for the middle-aged man, he put down his cigar and tried to run towards the elevator. With all that fat on him, how could he possibly outrun Yi Chen, who exercised every day? Not to mention that he had taken the Zueshwudan pill. Pop! Yi Chen was seen with one hand, holding the middle-aged man down firmly. A big palm-sized hand fiercely slapped him in the face. The middle-aged man, who was dazed and his face quickly reddened, hurriedly said, How dare you hit me? My brother is the head of the District Public Security Bureau, and he won't let you off easily. Yi Chen, who was red-eyed, didn't care about the police chief or not, and slapped him hard in the face again. After these 2 slaps, the middle-aged man immediately turned into a pig-headed look and never dared to speak nonsense again. Police, don't move. Yi Chen looked up and saw 2 policemen approaching him with batons. Then they pushed him to the ground and handcuffed him. Comrade policeman, this middle-aged man directed his bodyguard to beat this handsome guy. You've cuffed the wrong person. Yes. This handsome guy was acting in self-defense, and these people lying on the ground are the bad guys. I have video footage of the entire incident, and I can prove the handsome guy's innocence. Onlookers standing around Yi Chen spoke up one after the other. However, they saw a policeman carefully help the middle-aged man lying on the ground to his feet. The police are handling the case, so everyone else should leave the scene. The person who said they had video footage, please cooperate with us and delete the content. You have captured the faces of our plainclothes officers. The police officer, who had not blushed at all, spoke loudly to the onlookers. Yi Chen, who had been knocked to the ground, looked at all this in disbelief. Just as he tried to break free and question all this, another team of police arrived at the scene, and the 2 police officers he had seen in the morning he ran were among them. Chapter 18, The Light of Justice Will Finally Come. Stop! A male voice full of energy resounded through the hallway. A middle-aged man wearing an executive jacket walked up to Yi Chen. Director Wu, why are you here at the front line of the grassroots? The police officer who had originally asked the onlookers to delete the video came to the middle-aged man's side with a hurried expression. Hurry up and uncuff the others. How dare you, an official, help the evil? He really has the guts of a bear, and he took control of them all. I saw Director Wu give the order, and the police officers behind him rushed forward. The young policeman from earlier that morning took out the key and uncuffed Yi Chen. He gently patted away the dust on Yi Chen's body. Thank you. Yi Chen looked at the young man in the police uniform with a complex expression in his eyes. The young policeman did not show any signs of joy, and just went back to the ranks on his own. This young comrade, I already know the whole story. On behalf of these police officers, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I saw Director Wu, in front of the onlookers, apologize to Yi Chen. It is our fault that there are vermin in our police station. We will give you an explanation, and we will also give the people of the whole country an explanation. Yi Chen never spoke again as he watched Director Wu, who spoke word by word. The doctors and nurses at the hospital who had come to their senses hurriedly gathered around Yi Chen and wiped the small cuts on his body. The handcuffed crowd, as if they already knew their fate, were silent and did not speak again. The middle-aged man, who had been fanned by Yi Chen and fainted, was being held firmly in the middle by 2 policemen. This is my personal phone number. If you need anything in the future, just call me directly. Wu Ju took out a business card from his breast pocket and handed it to Yi Chen, then instructed the policeman to take the others away. Wow, this handsome guy is really handsome. He knocked out 4 or 5 people with his bare hands and only cut himself a little. Isn't this the way I imagine the Prince Charming to be? Does the handsome guy have a girlfriend? Does he mind having another? You guys get the situation straight. Most of the pregnant women here don't know shame and call other people their husband. I'm different. I'm really single. Handsome guy CPDD. The onlookers are getting more and more out of control. Yi Chen entered the private room after bandaging his wound. Yi Chen, how did you get hurt? I just heard that there were 2 groups of police officers. Jiang Baiwei stood up from the bed and looked at the injured Yi Chen with a concerned expression. She saw that everyone was concerned about her. Yi Chen returned to his previous expression and said calmly, It's fine, I've taken care of it all. I didn't scare you, did I? Was it the group of people who threatened your instructor this morning? At this time, Jiang Baiwei also reacted. Although it is said that pregnancy makes a woman stupid for 3 years, as the pride of the heavens, she still quickly guessed what happened. For the time being, things have calmed down, but I don't know if the middle-aged man's words about the director's brother being able to fall from power are true. Yi Chen also said what he was worried about. Don't worry about this. I thought this matter was over, but I didn't expect the other party to dare to pull this stunt. It also scared my precious son and goddaughters. Ma Chunye and I will take action on this matter. Su Muyu, sitting by the bed, said with a cold gaze. Now the child is everything to her, and whoever touches her, she dares to let him understand what it means to be better off dead. She can thrive in the even darker entertainment industry. What Su Muyu relies on is not just her acting skills as an actor, but more her iron-fisted tactics. No one can hurt Yi Chen and my child. It seems we need to move out of the hospital as soon as possible. Jiang Baiwei also had a twinkle in her eyes as she pondered something. Feeling threatened, she wanted to leave the hospital as soon as possible. Then I'll contact someone to clean the villa now, and we'll check out of the hospital first thing in the morning. Yi Chen also considered the worst-case scenario and quickly picked up his phone to search for housekeeping services. Xiaoyi, even if no one lives in the high-end villa you're staying in, the property management will clean it up. You can find someone to buy some household items and you'll be ready to move in. Su Muyu, who was standing nearby, reminded him. It was something I hadn't considered. It seems I can only call on those adopted sons of mine in the dormitory. Yi Chen said with a sudden realization, and then made a phone call to Chu He, who was far away in the dormitory. Hello, Chu Zi. I have something here that needs to be taken care of. Is it that our children don't have enough diapers? We'll buy some and send them over. Chu He and the others, who were originally lying in the dormitory thinking about what to eat later, saw that it was Yi Chen's phone call and went directly into a state of high alert. No, I want you to buy us some household items that look warm and comfortable. Don't be afraid to spend money. Later, you can call everyone you can find. You might be busy all afternoon. Buy household items. It's your wife who's getting out of the hospital, right? Where's the rented house located? We'll definitely make it warm and comfortable for you. Chua rotated his 1 megabyte brain and nodded quickly. Things are a bit complicated. You should come to the hospital first. We'll draw up a list for you, and we'll come over for dinner and give you the keys. Yi Chen thought about his somewhat unreliable roommates and decided that they should figure out what to buy themselves. Okay, we'll be there in a bit. Yi Chen then hung up the phone and called the cafeteria again, telling them to make a few more dishes before hanging up. Let's think about what we need to buy for our new home, Yi Chen said to Zhang Baiwei with a loving look. Then I'll look at the little green book, and Sister Muyu, you can pick it out with us. When our godson comes to visit in the future, he can use it too. Zhang Baiwei's eyes lit up when she heard that they needed to buy things. She quickly pulled Su Muyu and started the shopping session. After this incident, everyone's impression of Yi Chen improved directly. Even Chen Hong, who usually looks like a strong woman, had a light in her eyes when she looked at Yi Chen. And the paparazzi king, who had watched the whole process in the corner of the corridor, was sweating all over. Yi Chen's combat effectiveness he had only seen in TV dramas. Fortunately, he had not fought Yi Chen before, otherwise he would have appeared in the emergency room. Just as he wanted to delete the entire previous fight. He was tapped on the shoulder from behind, which made the paparazzi almost lose his soul. Hey, handsome. I just saw you record the whole fight. I'm an internet celebrity. Can I buy the footage? A little fairy weighing 200 pounds looked at the paparazzi with enthusiasm. The paparazzi, who was happy to hear someone call him handsome, laughed happily and showed his trademark yellow teeth and said, "You can have the footage, but you can't tell anyone that I shot it. If you can, just take 200 yuan and go." Thinking about quickly disassociating himself from this matter, the paparazzi directly and generously offered a low price and easily sold it. Chapter 19, afraid of his brother's suffering, but also afraid of his brother driving a Range Rover. This crib is good, with 2 levels. This clothes also looks good, and this one too. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, as if they had entered the ocean of shopping. Chen Hong also took this opportunity to display her strength as an agent, recording the items they were buying. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was concentrating on buying various nutritional supplements, combining them with the baby encyclopedia in his mind. When he looked at the various baby health products and milk powders in the country, he was at a loss. This milk powder is also strange. It uses foreign standards, but it says it is more suitable for the physique of domestic babies. Yi Chen, who was picking his head, helplessly complained. "Yi, you don't have to worry about the milk powder. When I asked Ma Qingye to order foreign milk powder, I also bought the share for my godson and goddaughter." Su Muyu's voice, which exuded the smell of money, rang out. Ding! Detected that the host's offspring will face a situation where there is no milk powder after the breastfeeding period. The limited task of producing milk will be released first. Task requirements: after completing the prerequisite task, finding fresh milk, obtain a special milk formula and successfully produce it within 1 month. Completion reward: advanced version of milk formula. The raw materials for the limited task of producing milk will be released first. Task requirements: own a ranch that is completely your own, with no fewer than 10 cows, and grow special pasture grass. Completion rewards: improved cow breeds, special pasture grass seeds, a complete production line. 5 million Huagua currency. Yi Chen, who had originally wanted to nod in agreement, suddenly changed his mind and said, "Sister Su Muyu, then please help me order the milk powder for the month after the breastfeeding period. I will have my own channels to get good milk powder later." Su Muyu agreed repeatedly. "That's fine. If you run out of formula, just let me know. I can't let my goddaughter and godson go hungry." She thought that Yi Chen was only saying that because he was embarrassed to ask them to permanently buy formula for her. "Yi, we're here." While everyone else was still selecting other items, the door to the private room was knocked on by Chu He and the others. "Yi, we're professionals when it comes to buying household goods for your wife. You probably don't know how many times we've been to furniture stores, and we've already found the items we like. You just thought you were going to take care of everything, Shuhee, but from the moment you opened the door, you started to perform confidently. Until you walked into the private room and saw Sumuyu sitting with Jiang Baiwei, your eyes suddenly widened. Are you Sumuyu? Chen Bin and the others who had come with him swallowed hard and asked incredulously. Hello, you are Xiaoya's roommate, right? Find a place to sit. Looking at the enthusiastic Chu He and the others, Sumuyu did not deny his identity and told everyone to sit down casually. Damn, Lao Yi, you still hid this relationship from us. You know that I like Goddess Su the most, you really deserve to die. Lin Fan, who had been silent, immediately pounded Yi Chen's chest and said in an agitated voice. At this time, everyone saw the pieces of gauze stuck to Yi Chen's arm. Yi, what's going on? You got into a fight with that guy and didn't even call your brothers. We'll help you get even. Shuhee, full of brotherly love, said excitedly. This messy gauze was obviously not caused by a fall or something. It's fine, I didn't suffer any losses either, those guys were all arrested. It's good that you didn't suffer any losses, daring to touch one of our 216 people. You're really annoying. After hearing Yi Chen say that he hadn't suffered any losses, he pulled his partner and the others and sat together on the family bed. You have to know that Yi Chen's dormitory is full of students majoring in sports who are pursuing a combined bachelor's and master's degree. It can be imagined that the athletic talent of the other roommates is not inferior to Yi Chen's. Each one is muscular and full of a sense of oppression. Su Goddess, please forgive me. I couldn't help but feel for my brother when I saw him being bullied. He looked at Su Muyu and then back to Chu He, who had returned to his shy self. Everyone burst out laughing. I told you to come over to help me buy things, not to hold a meeting. Yi Chen hurriedly interrupted, wanting to go over and shake hands with everyone in turn. I know, it's not like it's a big deal. Su Goddess, I love watching the TV series you filmed. Lin Fan sat by the bed, his face full of excitement. His palms were sweating, and he was more nervous than when he took the college entrance exam. Thank you all for your support. Since I'm Yi Ye's roommate, we'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Don't be nervous, just treat me like an ordinary person. Su Muyu covered her mouth. Looking at the crowd in front of her, she looked like a student preparing for a lecture. Just then, the voice of the cafeteria waiter rang outside the door. Yi Chen quickly went out to receive the lunch and paid for it. Everyone, let's eat first, and we can chat while we eat. Seeing that the atmosphere had not yet returned from the celebrity meet and greet, Yi Chen quickly tried to liven things up. Hey. Goddess Su and I are eating together, my dream has come true. Lin Fan, holding a bowl of white rice, giggled foolishly. Chu He, who was standing nearby, hurriedly drew away from him. He was afraid of being infected by him. Yi Chen, who was standing nearby, was feeding Jiang Baiwei porridge with his hand, which was stiff in mid-air. If I had known, I would not have asked for these embarrassing things. Su Muyu, who was eating the congee on his own, also hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid of letting out a laugh. Yi, we haven't asked which types of things to buy yet. And how big is the rented house? We need to consider all of this. Chen Bin, who was still relatively sober, looked at Yi Chen and asked. We've looked at some of them, and I'll send them to you directly on the phone later. The house is about 500 square meters, and you don't need to worry about the price when buying things, just buy the best. Yi Chen, who was concentrating on feeding Jiang Baiwei with congee, said without looking back. How much? How much did you say? Chua, who was mindlessly eating his rice, his eyes wide. 500 square meters or indoor, this house will empty our scholarship, and we can only rent it for a month. Yi, you're not going to live here. Chua looked up, unable to believe what Yi Chen had said. The others also looked at Yi Chen blankly, as if to say, don't joke at a time like this. I'm not joking with you. Take the property certificate and go register. Otherwise, I'll show you the proof. There's also 1,000,000 yuan in this card, enough for you to buy things. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he took the bank card that Ma Qingye had given him out of his pocket and put it on the table. No, wait a minute. Are you saying that you have a 500 square meter apartment in the capital and a bank card with 1,000,000 yuan on it? Then you're still in the dormitory, asking me for toilet paper every day. Chua, who was stuffing his face, put down his chopsticks directly. He carefully picked up the bank card on the table with both hands. He seemed emotionally agitated, as if he had been wronged in some way. It's my fault for being unreasonable in the past. You can use as much toilet paper as you like in the future. Yi-chen also covered his forehead and looked at these roommates. A simple lunch made everyone eat for an hour and a half. It was the children on the side who were hungry and crying that made everyone clean up. After sending Chu-hee the list of items, he also gave everyone one of the villa keys. Yi-chen was then invited out by Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, who wanted to milk their cows. Chapter 20, The Children's Milk Powder Ranch Has a Place. They watched a group of excited roommates leaving. Yi-chen turned and went to the general ward to visit the instructor. After entering, he did not find the instructor's figure. "Hello, may I ask where the lady on this bed has gone?" Yi-chen asked doubtfully, looking at the nurse who was changing the medicine for other patients. "She has already checked out of the hospital. You can call and ask her what's going on." The nurse glanced at the location of the bed Yi-chen was talking about and answered while changing the medicine. Yi-chen was a little surprised to learn that she had already been discharged. Although he knew in advance that the guide wanted to be discharged and go home for recuperation, he didn't expect it to be so urgent. During dinner, Chu-hee and the others were worried about the injured guide and said they wanted to go visit. Yi-chen persuaded them not to. He was afraid that if Chu-hee and the others saw the guide's condition, they would do something out of line. After seeing that most of the work had been done, Yi-chen took out his phone and began searching for nearby ranches. Fortunately, he was currently in the north, otherwise there really wouldn't be any venues for him to choose from. This one is called Tiantian Ranch, and it is only a straight line distance of 20 kilometers from Tianxiang Villa. Currently, it is still for sale. While browsing the trading website, Yi-chen was pleasantly surprised to discover this gem of a ranch. Yi-chen currently lacked a ranch that was completely his own. The only thing to consider was the distance to the villa. He didn't need to consider anything else, and with Tongzi Gu by his side, he could do whatever he wanted. The ranch covered an area of 10 mu, which was just the right size. It was too big to be sold, and the listing price was 10 million yuan for the whole package. Yi-chen looked at the ranch's detailed information. The more satisfied he became, the more he immediately called the seller to make contact. "Hello, is this Tiantian Ranch?" Yi-chen asked, looking at the phone that had been ringing for a long time before it was answered. "Yes, we have stopped ordering milk from the farm, and we are going to close down." A tired-sounding woman's voice came from the phone. "I just saw this farm and contacted you because it needs to be sold. May I ask what the things included in the sale are?" After hearing Yi-chen's reason for calling, the person on the other end of the phone suddenly perked up. "It's hard to explain over the phone. When do you have time? We can talk about it in person. Then I will arrange a time and call you in advance to notify you." Yi-chen thought about it and agreed. After agreeing on a rough time, he hung up the phone. Looking at the babies already eating, Yi-chen was full of relief. It was just that Su Muyu's baby was still in an incubator and needed a nurse to feed it supplements. This made Su Muyu look full of worry again. Time passed quietly with the sound of the children eating. As the sky gradually darkened, Ma Chengye, who had finally finished the shareholders' meeting, hurried back to the private room. Seeing the group of people in the private room chatting and laughing, his heart was completely at ease. Looking at Yi-chen, who was covered in bandages, he was full of gratitude. "Muyu, I'm back." Ma Chengye took off his suit jacket, loosened his tie, and went to the incubator to observe the baby. Although he had been exhausted after the afternoon meeting, but when he saw his child and Su Muyu, he perked up. Looking at the baby in the incubator, he saw that he had already fallen asleep peacefully. He quickly picked up his suit and took out a file folder from his pocket and handed it to Yi-chen, saying, "Yi, this is what you wanted." "Thank you, brother Ma. We were just about to say that we want to order dinner, so why don't we go together?" Yi-chen took the file folder and gave it directly to Jiang Baiwei without opening it. He could see Ma Chengye's tired expression. He wanted to take him out to refresh him before he came back in. Jiang Baiwei carefully opened the file bag. In addition to all the information previously given to Ma Chengye, there was also a brand new household register. Yi-chen and the names of the children were in it, so he looked at Ma Chengye with grateful eyes and nodded. Ma Chengye responded to Jiang Baiwei with a slightly stiff smile. Then he asked Su Muyu with his eyes. After seeing the other person nod, he gladly agreed. As the two left the private room, they both visibly relaxed a bit. Ma Chengye took out a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket and handed one to Yi-chen. Yi-chen waved his hand to refuse, saying, Brother Ma, I'm not very good at this. It's still good to be young. At my age, if I don't have these cigarettes, how can I suppress the things in my heart? Ma Chengye, who lit a cigarette on his own, said teasingly. Even a successful entrepreneur like Brother Ma has his own worries. During his conversation with Su Muyu, Yi Chen gained some understanding of Ma Chengye's deeds and so asked curiously. How could I not have any worries? I wasn't there when my child was born. I wasn't there when that happened at noon either, and fortunately you were there, otherwise I don't know how much I would owe them. Ma Chengye raised his hand and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. It was something I should have done. If you had been there, I believe you would have done a better job than me. Ha ha, we are family, let's not talk about it. When Muyu and the others fall asleep tonight, shall we go out for a drink? The two men then looked at each other and laughed heartily. Everything had been agreed without saying a word. Along the way, the two men, who had been chatting and laughing, quickly took their dinner back to the private room. Due to the increasing number of people, the private room was usually enough, but at night there was no room to spread out. How about this, Yi and I will stay at the hotel for the night. We'll be discharged tomorrow anyway, so if anything happens, we can come back with just one phone call. Ma Chengye immediately proposed a solution. With Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu's reluctant gazes, the two men walked out of the ward with their shoulders hooked. Sigh. It's really cold in the capital in the fall. Let's go find a barbecue stand and have a good drink. Ma Chengye, holding his thin suit jacket in one hand and patting Yi Chen's shoulder with the other, shivered and said. With the two of them appearing at the hospital entrance. A luxury Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle with 3 license plates stuck on it parked steadily in front of the two of them. At the sign of Ma Chengye's eyes, Yi Chen suddenly understood. He strode into the car. He looked inside and saw 2 unopened green military overcoats placed thoughtfully inside. Yi Chen gave Ma Chengye a thumbs up in his heart. Li, find us a barbecue restaurant, and then you can go home first. Ma Chengye, who had already put on the green military overcoat, casually said to the driver in a suit in front of him. The car drove steadily towards the hospital. Yi Chen also put the green military overcoat on without fuss, and looked at Ma Chengye, who was leaning back in his seat and rubbing his nose, and fell asleep. Yi Chen was full of sighs. Indeed, those who appear holy in front of others must suffer behind their backs. As the car stopped steadily in front of an exceptionally popular barbecue restaurant, the driver sat in the car without saying a word. This made Yi Chen for a moment not know whether to wake up Brother Ma. Chapter 21, Night Snack Stall. Open your heart and admit your fault in the private room. HM. We're here, Yi. Let's go. He felt the car smoothly pull up to the curb. Ma Chengye slowly opened his eyes, patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, and then opened the car door and walked out. He then tightened the green military overcoat he was wearing and signaled the driver to go back first. Following Yi Chen, he arrived at the barbecue restaurant's front desk. The receptionist said that they would have to wait in line, which made Yi Chen feel a little embarrassed and he rubbed his head. Ma Chengye walked up to them at this time. He took out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to them, saying, Young man, please help, it's quite cold waiting outside. Look at my memory, there is still a table in the restaurant, but there is really no more room in the private room. I'm afraid I can only trouble you two to sit outside. Without saying a word, the waiter took the money and he hurriedly found a table from the warehouse and placed it in front of the store. It was Ma Gu again. What a great idea. Yi Chen looked at Ma Chengye with a learned expression. Let's go, the two of us will have some wine to warm up first. Ma Chengye smiled and pulled Yi Chen to sit down, and ordered a copy of the specialty dishes on the menu. It's been a long time since I found a barbecue restaurant to have a meal late at night. Thinking back, the last time was when I returned to China. He opened a bottle of white wine and poured himself and Yi Chen a glass. Recalling the past, he said, Yi, do you know that although I have seen all kinds of storms in the business world, the moment I learned that I had become a father, my hands could not help but tremble. You should be able to understand how I felt. Ma Chengye looked at the glass in his hands with tender eyes. Great. He gulped down a glass of white wine in one go. Brother Ma, don't laugh at me. In fact, it wasn't until the moment the baby was about to be born that I realized I was going to become a father. Yi Chen also opened up in this kind of situation. I felt like I had been thrown into a primeval forest, so scared I couldn't move, and then I was overcome with ecstasy, and I couldn't help trembling. Then I picked up the wine glass and gulped it down. Haha, our reactions were surprisingly similar. But my child, who had suffered so much, had been on the brink of death since birth. I felt more pain than anyone else. Ma Chingye poured another glass of white wine and gulped it down. He had been trying to be strong in the private room, not letting Muyu see his suffering. Now, with the help of the wine, his emotions were suddenly released. My child, isn't this a sign that good people will be blessed? Happy days are still ahead. Looking at Ma Chingye, who was in tears, Yichen could only do was raise the wine glasses in their hands. With a plate of peanuts and cucumbers, the two men finished the bottle of white wine. The two men talked a lot tonight, speaking frankly about family, career and love, and in that moment their relationship took a step closer. Ugh! Yichen, who was walking unsteadily, supported the vomiting Ma Chingye and staggered to a hotel. The two men, who hadn't even showered, fell asleep. Ding dong! The sound of a phone call woke Yichen from his slumber. Yichen closed his eyes and felt for the phone under the pillow. Looking at the screen, he saw the number that had not been connected and the time showing 10 o'clock. He sat up suddenly. He hurriedly woke up Ma Chingye, who was still fast asleep. Brother Ma, it's 10 o'clock, we have to go back to the hospital, if we're any later, we're finished. While patting Ma Chingye, he rushed to the bathroom and quickly washed up. Hearing the keyword hospital, Ma Chingye, who was also rubbing some, sat up. He hurriedly took out his phone and looked at the dozen missed calls from his wife. He suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Yichen still had some mouthwash left, but we need to go now. He grabbed Yichen and ran towards the hotel. He told the driver to wait by the hotel. The hotel receptionist looked at the two of them, who were not wearing jackets and had messy hair. They rushed to the parked Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle in front of the hotel. They muttered to themselves, "We didn't hear from the police that they were coming, so why are we so nervous?" The hotel was just a short 5-minute drive from the hospital. But for the two people sitting in the car, who were calling back to the hotel and getting no answer, every second felt like a year. As soon as the car arrived at the bottom of the hospital building, the two of them dashed upwards. The patients nearby were startled and hurriedly stepped aside. Hoo, it's raining, we're here, open the door. Ma Chingye, who was holding the doorknob and breathing heavily, said anxiously. Look at the time, we were supposed to be discharged in the morning. Where have you all been? I couldn't get through on the phone. Su Muyu's cold voice came from inside the room. Okay Muyu, let's get the discharge sorted out first. We'll deal with them later. Jiang Baiwei came out in time to smooth things over. As the door opened from the inside, Yichen and his wife slowly walked in like students who had done something wrong. They saw Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu both with stern faces, minding their own business as they hugged their respective children. Muyu, our baby doesn't need to stay in an incubator anymore. Let me hold him. Ma Chingye was suddenly overjoyed, looking at the baby in Su Muyu's hands. You know about the baby. Su Muyu paid no heed to Ma Chingye's request. Baiwei, we went out for some late-night snacks and drank some wine last night. I overslept. We'll go get discharged from the hospital. Yichen came to Jiang Baiwei and scratched his head beside him. Seeing that Yichen hadn't done anything major, Jiang Baiwei felt soft-hearted and forgave him. Su Muyu also gave Ma Chingye a way out at this time. The two families quickly found a nurse to handle the discharge. During this period, Su Muyu asked to go to Jiang Baiwei's place to recuperate together, and Ma Chingye naturally nodded his head in agreement. Yichen, carefully holding the two children, waited for the nursing aunt to pack her things and then they all went to the villa together. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task and recovering. Completion reward, Jade Beauty Cream. Already delivered to the villa. Yichen looked over to the side with a surprised expression, and Jiang Baiwei, who could already walk independently, was secretly thinking about how to get her to accept the Jade Beauty Cream. After the nursing aunt's things were all packed, the group squeezed into the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle together. Fortunately, the minivan was big enough, otherwise there would not have been enough room for so many people. Yichen, should we consider buying a car that can seat our whole family? Jiang Baiwei also noticed this problem. Baiwei, I still have a few 7-seat MPVs. I'll have the driver bring one over for you to choose from. Consider it an apology for what happened this morning. Ma Chingye, who had been afraid to speak the whole way, quickly took over the conversation. Ding! It has been detected that the host does not own a car, so a side task has been issued to purchase a car. Task requirements: the host's heir must fully specify the vehicle to be purchased with all 4 parties agreeing. Reward for completion, 16 million Chinese yuan half will be issued in advance. Brother Ma, let's do the car purchase ourselves. We can't just take what we want, and if you do this, I won't dare to trouble you in the future. Yi Chen cleverly refused Brother Ma's donation. That's fine, we're family. There's no such thing as trouble. Ma Chengye looked at Su Muyu, who was concentrating on taking care of the children, and he didn't insist anymore. Chapter 22. Moving into the new home and unexpectedly understanding top-level cooking. The Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove all the way to the suburbs. At this time, Chui also called Yi Chen. Leoi, this place of yours is really something. Since we came in, the property management has been staring at us the whole time. Chua's slightly tired voice came from the phone. This property service is really worthy of the villa we can't afford to live in. Now I've finally finished decorating all the rooms on the 3 floors of your villa. The tired group of people in the villa sat down on the courtyard seats together. I don't care, in the future, if we don't have a place to stay in the capital, we can just come and stay with you. Chua said half jokingly. Whatever you say, if you want to stay, you are always welcome. Yi Chen replied with a generous smile. There are plenty of rooms in the villa anyway, and they're just sitting empty. Where are you? You, the owner of this house, haven't even entered the rooms yet, but we've already explored them all. Lin Fan asked from the side. We'll be there in a bit, and I'll treat you all to a good time tonight. Yi Chen, who had hung up the phone, was full of admiration for Chuhi in his heart. When something's important, it's really important. Those were the good old college days, what pure friendships. Ma Chengye, who was standing nearby, cast an envious glance. Zhang Baiwei also looked at Yi Chen with a relieved expression. It's so happy to have such a good roommate by your side. Yi Chen, a girlfriend of mine is coming to visit in a few days. Zhang Baiwei, who had slowly put down her phone, looked up and said. Come on over, I haven't met your girlfriend yet. Then Zhang Baiwei talked about this girlfriend. This girlfriend of hers went to the same university as her, and she studied the popular law major. And more than half a year in advance, she went to a famous law firm and became an intern lawyer. Recently, she has been handling a case in a foreign place, so she hasn't been around Zhang Baiwei. She was busy running around during my pregnancy. If it weren't for her, I don't know if I could have gotten through this period. Zhang Baiwei said with emotion, leaning her head on Yi Chen's shoulder. Then you should come even more. I want to thank her properly. It turns out that every girl has a Chun Hong by her side. Yi Chen stroked Zhang Baiwei's head and said softly. Xiao Yi, you are too kind to me. I was just doing what I should do. Chen Hong, who was originally holding her phone and dealing with something, replied shyly. Soon the car arrived at a place and stopped in front of the imposing gate. In a short while, a burly security guard walked out of the security booth. Hello, who are you looking for? The young security guard asked, looking at the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle with a license plate from 3 places. I am the owner here, I just moved in, do you need to see the property certificate? Yi Chen lowered the window and looked at the security guard and said. Please show me the relevant proof. Otherwise, you have to wait for us to check it out before you can enter. Looking at the serious and responsible security guard, Yi Chen nodded slowly. He took out the birth certificate and ID card and handed them to the other person. Welcome home, owner. The security guard, who looked at the ID card and saw that Yi Chen was under 20 years old, swallowed his saliva silently. He immediately saluted. Although the people living in this villa are all big shots, Yi Chen is definitely the youngest owner he has ever seen. Then he opened the gate and let the car drive in. Yi Chen and Zhang Baiwei, who were here for the first time, were like Lulu entering the backyard. They were full of curiosity about everything in the villa. Looking at the picturesque green scenery, their mood was instantly healed. It really is a villa that I can't even live in. The greenery and the environment are just amazing. Even Ma Chengye, who has seen the big world, couldn't help but feel emotional. The driver was in an unfamiliar environment. He also had no choice but to ask the staff along the way. Finally, following the instructions, they arrived in front of a villa located in the far east of the villa and stopped. They saw Chuhi and the others lazily lying on the tables and chairs in the courtyard, with various fried chicken burgers on the table. After sensing the approach of a vehicle, everyone looked over together. After seeing such a luxurious business vehicle, they turned back disappointed. In their hearts, they thought, Yi Chen could not have gotten such a luxurious car, and it was still a sanpai. they saw Chui slowly put a burger into his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the car stopped steadily in front of them. When Yichen helped Zhang Baiwei down, he directly spit out the hamburger in his mouth. "Old Yi, you're serious, the car you got." At the same time, the rest of the people also discovered Yichen and the others. They all came to the car to help carry things. As the crowd got out of the car one after the other, Shuhe and the others all had a surprised expression on their faces as they looked at Ma Chengye. Ma Chengye, on the other hand, responded with a slight smile. At this moment, he was so full of joy that he was hugging the child handed over by Su Muyu, so he didn't have the energy to care about these things. Who ordered fried chicken and burgers? Eating lobster and beef is just as filling. I can't order these junk foods anymore, I have to get rid of this bad habit. Yichen was furious when he looked at the bones on the table. He had clearly given them a bank card with 1,000,000 yuan, so why did they order the cheapest fried chicken and burgers? They must be taught that lobster and beef can also be eaten as a main course. Chua silently threw the half-eaten burger in his hand into the trash can. He took out the keys and bank cards from his pocket and handed them to Yichen. "Shuha, you have worked hard. From now on, grow up under the guidance of your adoptive father." Yichen put the things back in his pocket, patted Chua on the shoulder and said, "Eh?" Shuhe and the others immediately gave a dirty look in return. Yichen then took Zhang Baiwei by the hand and walked towards the villa. "Wow! This house is so big. In the future, the babies will have somewhere to play." Zhang Baiwei looked at the Chinese-style lobby on the first floor and said excitedly. After everyone entered the villa, they were also full of amazement. "Xiaoyi, Muyu is going to stay here for a few days, isn't he? I thought about it and arranged the maternity center I had previously booked here as well. We have so many children, and with 2 nursing aunts, I'm afraid it will be a bit too much." Ma Chengye, who was reluctant to let go of his child, came to Yichen's side and asked. "No problem, brother Ma is still very thoughtful." Yichen naturally had no strong opinions. Chua and the others also accompanied the group, talking about the original intention of buying these household goods one by one. And they also demonstrated personally to show everyone. The people watching nodded frequently. "We mean, how come we didn't see Chui's potential as a product sales host? His ability to express himself and his enthusiasm for giving demonstrations would be a waste if he were an athlete." Chen Bin said half-jokingly. "That's a good suggestion. Shu Zi is a weightlifter anyway, so it makes sense for him to sell things on the side." Even Shui's girlfriend quickly agreed with the suggestion. "Give me a break, I'm only good at things for 3 minutes. I'm exhausted every day." Shui also quickly waved his hands to refuse. Ding! Detected that the host has a complete family, complete hidden task family. Completion reward, top-level cooking skills. Just as everyone visited the kitchen, the voice of the system sounded in Yichen's mind. Yichen immediately felt dizzy, and a huge amount of knowledge instantly filled his mind. But soon, Yichen adjusted his state. With a look of eagerness, he looked at the various tableware in the kitchen and said, "We'll order takeout for lunch today, and I'll cook for everyone tonight." Everyone was full of anticipation when they heard Yichen's confident tone. "I'll order the lunch then, and I'll be troubling Yi for the next few days." Ma Chengye immediately took out his phone and dialed the restaurant number, not giving Yichen the chance to refuse. "I'll show you, there are all kinds of toys for the babies, you'll definitely like them." Chen Fangyu, Jui's girlfriend, took everyone up to the second floor and slowly opened the door to a room. What came into view was a huge panda doll and the floor was covered with all kinds of small toys. Chen Fangyu immediately crossed her arms proudly and introduced them to everyone. She talked about how she liked these dolls and small toys. "Wow, Fangyu, you're such a good shopper. These were the toys I dreamed of when I was a child." Zhang Baiwei and Su Muyu both exclaimed in amazement. Lin Fan then slowly rolled out several double-decker and single strollers. "I've done my research and bought strollers that meet the needs of each environment." After seeing this, Zhang Baiwei couldn't wait to place her baby in one. She carefully felt the quality of the product and was immediately impressed with Lin Fan's meticulousness. Chapter 23, Yi Bai and Yi Ma's arrival and the nervous Zhang Baiwei accompanied the crowd, introducing them one by one like a treasure. Time quickly came to noon. After the crowd had finished their tour, they came to sit in the courtyard along the way. At this time, Ma Chengye's lunch order finally came. Immediately afterwards, the property staff personally delivered it in. Wow, it's the food from Xianju Pavilion. As a foodie, Zhu recognized the Xianju Pavilion logo at a glance. His mouth watered, and he almost drooled. It seemed that it really was Xianju Pavilion's food. Didn't they say it was hard to get a table and they didn't deliver? Chen Fangyu, who was standing nearby, was also full of surprise, looking at the bag in the property staff's hands. It doesn't matter who it is, if an ordinary person can become Su Enshin's husband, I will be the first to disagree. Lin Fan, who was a brain-dead fan, said with a proud face. Ha, it's just a simple meal. If you like it, just mention my name when you go there in the future, and I'll pay for the food and drinks. Ma Qingye took the dishes out of the bag one by one, while talking to Chu He and the others. Chu He and the others dared not accept such a kindness. They immediately refused, saying, "Brother Ma, no need. We were just teasing. The food at our school is pretty good too. You don't need to be polite with him. He also has a stake in this Xianjuj, and he won't go bankrupt even if he goes there every day." Su Muyu, who was standing nearby, poked a hole in Ma Qingye's petty thoughts behind his back. Then Ma Qingye, embarrassed, touched his head. "Today we will celebrate moving into our new home with tea instead of alcohol." Yichen pulled the two nursing aunts and the driver and got in the car. He lifted his teacup and said, after toasting everyone with a cup of tea. The hungry crowd, who had been hungry for half a day, were completely immersed in the food. As they watched everyone eating the delicious food, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu were still recovering and could only watch. Sipping the old hen ginseng soup in their hands, they couldn't help feeling miserable. Just as everyone had finished eating, Yichen's phone rang. "Hello, Xiaochen, we've arrived in the capital city, where are you now?" The moment the call connected, they heard Ye's father's slightly nervous voice. For them, who had not left the county alone for 7 or 8 years. All the way, they had to take various taxis and transfer to different modes of transport, asking passers-by for directions. The simple clothes they were wearing looked out of place in the high-tech airport. "Dad, you've arrived at that airport, I'll come and pick you up." Yichen was finally able to get through to his parents, and he was completely relieved. After the previous phone call a few days ago, the phone had been switched off. He had only been able to find out that his parents had been on the plane by sending a text message. The two elderly people couldn't say the specific flight number, which filled Yichen with worry. "Okay, I'll come over right now. You guys find a place to sit for a while, I'll be there in a bit." After guiding his father to find the sign and learn the specific airport location, Yichen got up and explained the situation to Jiang Baiwei. "Li, you go with them." Ma Qingye, who was eating on the side, naturally heard the content of the phone call. He immediately called the driver to accompany Yichen to the airport. "Brother Ma, I won't say any more, you all stay for dinner tonight. Tell someone to go and buy what you want to eat, I'll cook myself." Yichen patted Ma Qingye on the shoulder and said gratefully. The driver, Li, could tell that Yichen was in a hurry. He drove directly on the road sections with speed limits, and drove without restraint on the road sections without speed limits. The whole hour-long drive took only half an hour. "Mr. Yi, we're here." Yichen hurriedly thanked him and nodded to the driver. Then he took out his phone and dialed Ye's father's number. Yichen walked step by step towards the location Ye's father had mentioned. However, they were never seen. Just as Yichen was about to activate the broadcast to search for them, Ye's mother fell asleep on a bench in a corner of the airport, her head resting on Ye's father's lap. Ye's father and Yichen were speaking in a low voice, afraid of waking Ye's mother. Seeing this scene, Yichen's eyes also reddened. It was because he had said that he was already a father. His old father had traveled thousands of miles, almost across the entire country, to come to the capital. It was hard to imagine how they had managed to get here on just 2 old cell phones. "Dad, I've come to pick you up," Yichen said softly, supporting his father's shoulders. This made Ye's father, who had been a little anxious and looking at the passers-by, feel like he had seen a savior. "Okay, I'll wake your mom and we'll go." Yi Dad gently shook awake the sleeping Yi Mom, and then followed Yichen. Yi Mom, who had woken up, asked Yichen with a concerned look why he hadn't worn more clothes. She asked if he had treated the children and Jiang Baiwei well. Yichen answered each question. After hearing Yichen's reply, Yi Mom began to describe the things she had encountered along the way. There were kind passers-by who had given directions, and there were also bad-tempered drivers. Both the good and the bad were shared with Yichen word for word. On the other side, Ye's father didn't say a word. He just tightly held Ye's mother's hand, which made Yi, who was leading the way, feel a little sad. Dad, Mom, in the future, if you want to go somewhere, you have to tell me in advance. You were unreachable the whole way, and I was worried the whole time. Okay, this time it was our fault. Ye's father also realized their fault at this time and whispered. Yi, who had finally returned to the front of the vehicle, patiently led Ye's father and mother to the car. The driver then started the car directly. He drove towards the way they came. Xiao Chun, this car doesn't look like a taxi, are we going to the hospital? Ye's mother looked curiously at the luxurious interior of the car and said, Mom, this car belongs to my friend. He specially borrowed it to pick you two up. We have already checked out of the hospital and are now going to our current place of residence. Yi Chen responded with a smile. Yi Ma, who had been talking the whole way, also felt tired at this time and leaned back in her seat, squinting her eyes. After asking Yi Ba and learning that they had not yet eaten, Yi Chen asked Ma Qingye to order takeaway again. As the car drove towards the suburbs, the surrounding high-rise buildings gradually disappeared, leaving only whole stretches of green forest. Why do we have to live so far away? Is it because we don't have enough money? Tomorrow we'll go to the city and find a house, it'll be better for recuperation. Ye's father, looking out of the window, frowned and said, Dad, I've already made all the arrangements. You just stay at my place and spend some time with your grandchildren. Ha! Your daughter gave birth to twins. It's great to have both a son and a daughter. The Yi family will have an heir after all. Ye's father, who had heard the news about his grandchildren, suddenly beamed with joy. Even Ye's mother, who was squinting her eyes, was beaming with joy and clapping her hands. On the way back, it happened to coincide with rush hour. As a result, the journey took an hour with stops every now and then. Just as the car pulled into the villa compound, Ye's father curiously asked, Is this the postpartum care center? It's so remote. Yi Chen pretended to be puzzled. The car pulled up steadily in front of the villa, and Yi Chen helped Ye's parents, who were looking around, out of the car. Jiang Baiwei and the others, who had received the news in advance, were standing in the courtyard early, waiting for their arrival. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you, this is your future daughter-in-law Jiang Baiwei. Next to her is our friend Su Muyu, and his husband Ma Qingye, and the rest are my university roommates I mentioned earlier. Yi Chun, who was holding his mom's hand, introduced everyone one by one. Good boy, it's windy outside and you can catch a cold easily, let's go inside and talk. Yi Mama, who was holding Jiang Baiwei's hand, said with a slightly trembling voice. Yi Papa also looked at Jiang Baiwei with a kind face, nodding his head continuously. Chapter 24, Babies Who Have Opened Their Eyes and the Brave Yi Chen. After Yi Papa had greeted everyone, he saw the strollers behind everyone. He hurriedly greeted Yi Mama. Xiao Chen, those two are our precious grandchildren. Yi Dad, who was looking at the 5 neatly arranged children, suddenly felt at a loss. Except for the single stroller, which belonged to Sister Muyu's child, the remaining 4 are all your precious grandchildren. Yi Chen said with a proud face. What? Bai Wei gave birth to a quadruplet for you. Yi Dad and Yi Mom couldn't believe it and looked back at Yi Chen. The smile on their faces grew even stronger. Good. This daughter of Bai Wei is really good. If you ever dare to let Bai Wei down, I'll be sure to break your legs. Yi Dad sternly lectured Yi Chen while he and Yi Mom carefully looked at the babies in the stroller, who were still unable to open their eyes. Dad, Mom, you eat something first, there's plenty of time to look at the baby. Yi Chen took the takeaway food delivered by the property staff. Helplessly, Yi Dad and Yi Mom called out to each other as they circled the stroller. Not hungry. Have the grandchildren eaten? The baby has just been born, so it must not be hungry. Ye's mother carefully picked up her eldest grandchild, Yi Sairu, and looked at her carefully. Ye's father, on the other hand, picked up his youngest grandchild, Yi Jiqiu, and happily teased him. Auntie and uncle, let's eat first, said Jiang Baiwei. After hearing her words, the 2 elderly people reluctantly put the children back in the stroller. They kept looking back, and came to the table. Xiao Chun, we have decided to stay here for a while and spend some time with Baiwei and the grandchildren. That's good, I've prepared the room for you. After hearing Yi Chen's affirmative reply, Ye's parents picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. Everyone was also happy and playing in the courtyard. By the way, Xiao Chen, renting such a place should be very expensive. I'll transfer some money to you later, but don't let Bai Wei and the children suffer. Yi Dad ate his meal, but still couldn't forget to care about other things. Dad, Mom, don't worry about the money. I've recently been appreciated by a boss, so I don't lack money. Yi Chen immediately waved his hand and said, That's good, work hard for others, and tell us if you have any difficulties. Yi Dad and Yi Mom quickly finished their meal and couldn't wait to return to their children. Immediately afterwards, a shuttle bus slowly pulled up in front of the villa, and 4 or 5 staff members dressed as chefs got off, each carrying their own ingredients. Yi, let me introduce you. These are the executive chef and the kitchen staff from Xianjuj. I thought that with so many of us, you wouldn't be able to handle it all by yourself. Ma Chengye looked at Yi Chen with an apologetic expression on his face. So, without your permission, I asked them to help you out, and I also asked them to bring the ingredients for tonight's meal. Then he led the group of people to Yi Chen's side and patiently explained. It's okay, brother Ma, I can't thank you enough. I really would be a bit overwhelmed by this alone. After Yi Chen thanked Ma Chengye, he instructed the group of chefs that they could first put the ingredients in the kitchen. Ma Chengye led a group of chefs to the spacious kitchen and instructed them to start preparing dinner. After Ma Chengye left the kitchen, the assistant chef curiously approached the older executive chef and asked, Mr. Wang, this is the shareholder who usually keeps a low profile, isn't he? He has never been here before, just looking at the property and gardening staff along the way. I'm afraid that this villa is in the capital, and it must be at the top of the pyramid. Just do our job well. The people who can live in here are not simple. Didn't you see how Mr. Ma treated that young man just now? Work smartly. The executive chef looked at the stunning view outside the kitchen, shook his head and immediately got to work. Xiaochen, have you given the children any names yet? If not, I'll ask the old gentleman from my hometown to pick some out. Yes, father, who couldn't let go of his new grandchildren, asked curiously. They're already named. The eldest is Yi Sairu, the second is Yi Zi, the third is Yi Qihan, and the fourth is Yi Jiqiu. You don't need to hold them yourself, they're our nursing aunts. He looked at the 2 elderly people who had been standing the whole time except for when they were eating. Yi Chen was also helpless and shook his head. Xiao Chen, Bai Wei, come and look. The children have opened their eyes, and their big, watery eyes are really pretty. Yi Ma shouted in surprise. This made the rest of the people turn their attention to the direction of the children. Yi Chen took Jiang Bai Wei by the hand and came to the front of the stroller with a face full of excitement. Each of the 4 people took one, hugging a child. The children were seen, blinking their big eyes, just curious about the world. Muyu, our children have also opened their eyes. Ma Chengye noticed that the child in his arms was also squirming. So he looked down and found that the child's originally half-closed head completely opened. Su Muyu also hurriedly took the child from Ma Chengye's arms. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the child smiling at her. Everyone looked at the children who had just opened their eyes. The children also opened their eyes for the first time and looked at these familiar yet strange faces. This little baby is so cute, I really want one of my own. Shuhi looked at the incredibly cute baby and clenched his hands in emotion. We don't stand a chance now, but it's still possible if you and Fan Yu try hard. What? I don't want to have a baby with you right now. With your unreliable nature, if only you were half as reliable as Yi Chen. Chen Fan Yu rolled her eyes and said sarcastically. Then you guys can take care of Yi Chen's child first and gain some experience. When you two have a child later, you can just jump right in. As they listened to Yi Chen's roommates' discussion, everyone was amused and beaming with joy. You're so beautiful, oh. Hello, Wu Ju. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Yi Chen hung up the phone slowly. He told the group that the results of the handling of yesterday's incident were in, and now he needed to go there. Li, go with him. As the group watched, Yi Chen left. Lin Fan, who was standing nearby, suddenly held his phone in front of him and said, Everyone, come and take a look. Is this from yesterday's incident? It was all filmed and posted online. My brother Yi is really awesome. Immediately afterwards, the crowd cast curious glances. The camera operator was hiding around the corner of the stairwell, clearly recording the whole process. It was captioned Tsinghua University student bravely fights thugs and had attracted a lot of attention. It turned out that so much had happened in the few minutes outside the house. Isn't this a small manager in the group? He really has the guts of a bear. Brother Yi is really fierce, not only is he good at playing basketball, but also has mastered martial arts. That was really dangerous. Fortunately, the boy, Chen, didn't suffer any injuries. Everyone's emotions were stirred by this video. Netizens who didn't understand what was going on were even more excited, as if they were Yi Chen at the time. Sky 1, that was awesome. He took out those bodyguards with his bare hands. What a role model. Canyon Piler, I was so moved that I got up and did 2 push-ups. Sweetheart baby, what kind of society is this, where someone dares to block the door of a hospital? The law is there, the truth is there, and the contact information of this young man is also there. Wu Zhenren, has no one noticed that this young man is very skilled? This kung fu is awesome. Ma Baogui, I beg to differ. The kung fu this young man uses is not as good as my master Ma's lightning 5 consecutive whiplashes. He doesn't even understand the most basic method of catching. Detective, I thought Lu Bu was already invincible, but there's someone even more valiant than him. Who is this subordinate? Chinese boy, according to the latest news from the intelligence team, this young man is also the starting forward for the Tsinghua school basketball team. Greatness needs no words, I will report back after further investigation. If a conflict occurs on the basketball court, then this young man also knows a little bit about martial arts. Chapter 25, the instructor case is over, and the evil person has finally been punished. Yi Chen gets into the car and heads to the police station. Unaware of what's going on, he is thinking about how to respond to the police's questioning. Mr. Yi, we're here. With the driver's reminder, Yi Chen comes out of his thoughts. He slowly opens the car door and goes straight to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Handsome man, do you want to report a crime? A female police officer at the information desk asks patiently. Director Wu is in that office. He wants to ask me about some case details. Please follow me. Following the police officer's guidance, he passed through multiple iron fences and finally arrived in front of the observation room of an interrogation room. Looking at the 3 interrogation rooms, there were 3 people sitting in each room. A yellow-haired man with a worried look on his face, and a middle-aged man with a pot belly and still swollen face. The last one was a short-haired man who looked like he could do whatever he wanted. You wait here for a while, Officer Wu will be out after the interrogation. After guiding Yi Chen to stay here, the police officer returned to his post. Yi Chen was also slightly nervous, looking at the police officers in the observation room. After greeting them friendly, he found a stool and sat down. Yi Chen, who had originally planned to take out his phone to pass the time, discovered that there was no signal in the observation room. Then, bored, he looked at the interrogation room and saw that the 3 people were silent. In no time at all, the police officer who had guided him brought another person to the observation room. Guide, why are you here? Yi Chen quickly stood up and found a stool for the instructor. The school informed me to come and handle this case, and I didn't expect to get you involved as well. The instructor, who was still bandaged, replied with a smile. Then he glanced at the interrogation room. He sat down and asked about Zhang Baiwei and the children. The children in Baiwei are doing well, and my parents have also arrived in the capital. After this matter is dealt with, I would like to invite the instructor to come to the house and have a chat. Yi Chen and Yi Zhen whispered to each other in the observation room. In a short while, Director Wu walked in from the side. Comrade, we have investigated this matter from many angles. We have determined that Lin Yong has repeatedly maliciously covered up for his brother Lin Zhen and his nephew Lin Feng's criminal activities. We have called you here because we lack witnesses. Director Wu looked at Yi Chen and Yi Zhen with a kind face and said, We are willing to testify. After hearing Yi Chen's affirmative reply, Wu Ju handed them 2 copies of the record of the conversation and said, See if there is anything else you need to add. If there is no problem, you can sign in the witness column. After carefully reading the entire record of the conversation, Yi Chen's brows furrowed. It turned out that in less than 3 years, they had actually done so many things that were against nature and justice. And that Huang Mao had only recorded the hit and run as an incident. Director Wu, we don't have too many questions about the other 2. But why did this Lin Feng only record the hit and run? Yi Chen looked up at Director Wu in front of him and asked in puzzlement. We don't have any conclusive evidence to prove that he has done anything else, and there is nothing we can do about him. Director Wu was also helpless and shook his head. If it's just the hit and run, the maximum sentence is only a few months, so isn't that like raising a tiger? Yi Chen frowned and said. He was naturally not afraid of Lin Feng's retaliation, but the instructor in Jiang Baiwei, as well as the children, could not withstand retaliation. Wu Ju, I reported that Lin Feng sent me an intimidating text message when he left the police station. It also came with the identity information of my family. At this moment, after hearing Yi Chen's words, the instructor immediately stood up and took out a new mobile phone to open a text message. Great, with this text message, we can determine Lin Feng's other crimes and record them. Director Wu looked at the cell phone handed over by the guide and said with excitement in his eyes. He then told the police officer next to him to start collecting evidence. Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, also looked at the guide with a surprised face. He had thought that the other party was completely targeting himself, but he had never expected that the guide's family was also involved. Thank you very much for your support for our work, and I am also deeply sorry for the appearance of worms in our police force. I will personally notify you after the trial results are announced. After a series of signature certifications, Director Wu accompanied Yi Chen and the two of them slowly arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Thank you, Director Wu, for your contribution to the people. Then we'll go first. Yi Chen followed the instructor out of the Public Security Bureau and arrived at the parking lot. Instructor, do you want to come to my house and have a chat now? Maybe later. I still have to go back to school to report on the progress of things, not to mention that I'm not healed yet and it's not convenient for me to go to your house. After tactfully refusing Yi Chen, he opened his Q version of a car. Just as the instructor asked Yi Chen where his home was and whether he wanted to take him back. A Mercedes-Benz luxury nanny car with a license plate from 3 different places stopped in front of her. Looking at Yi Chen waving goodbye to her, the instructor responded blankly. Coming back to her senses, the instructor wondered doubtfully. Since Yi Chen enrolled in the school, I have watched him grow up step by step. How is it that a child from a rural village in the south has been able to ride in a Mercedes-Benz luxury nanny car with a license plate from 3 different places in just 1 or 2 days? You need to own a large-scale industry in the special administrative region to be eligible to apply for these 3 license plates. Not to mention the license plate hanging above it, which can go directly to the core area of the capital. The instructor shook his head and shook off all the guesses in his head. Maybe Yi Chen has had some kind of opportunity, slowly starting the car and driving towards the school. Time flies, it seems like he needs to hurry. Looking at the time, which showed 4 o'clock, Yi Chen suddenly remembered a large group of people waiting for him to feed them. In no time at all, Yi Chen successfully returned to the villa. He saw Jiang Baiwei accompanying his parents, chatting and laughing as they pushed the baby carriage for a walk around the villa. His roommates were sitting leisurely in the courtyard. Su Muyu and the others, who had a business-oriented style, were sitting in the gazebo, using the computer. When they saw Yi Chen coming back, everyone turned to look at him. Yi, be honest, did you secretly learn some kung fu? If you really did, and we had been there, they would be the ones to be scared. Chua said excitedly, holding up the phone in his hand. What are you talking about? Oh. You mean this? These dead muscles trained in the gym can't compare to ours, which we train every day in actual combat. Yi Chen understood after looking at the screen playing on Chui's phone. He waved his hand and said. Then he jogged all the way over to Jiang Baiwei and Ye's parents. Looking at the babies in the stroller, who were already smiling, Yi Chen's fatigue from the ride disappeared. Holding the baby, Yi Chen suddenly remembered that he had hurried back to cook for everyone. So he carefully put the baby back in the stroller and jogged into the kitchen. Chef, this new gadget is really handy, it cuts things so quickly. Those crabs and abalones, chop them up quickly, don't just chat there. Yi Chen, who had just entered the kitchen, heard the chef scolding the kitchen staff sternly. He himself cheerfully walked up to the stove. Looking at the chef who was boiling water for the chicken and duck, Yi Chen nodded secretly. This is already very much in line with the way he processes chickens and ducks in his mind. He is worthy of being the executive chef of a 5-star restaurant, and he is good at what he does. Mr. Yi, I didn't notice you were here. The executive chef, who sensed someone approaching from behind, turned around and saw the tall Yi Chen, feeling a bit surprised. Then his tone changed, and he said sternly to the kitchen staff. Get to work, and do it quickly. Thank you all for your hard work. This is a family dinner for us, so it's fine as long as we can eat on time. I will prepare the dishes afterwards, and the head chef will give me some guidance. The executive chef thought that Yi Chen was just being polite, so he naturally nodded repeatedly and took the initiative to give up the position at the stove. Chapter 26, Top-Notch Cooking to Conquer Everyone's Taste Buds. As Yi Chen got better and better, the executive chef was surprised to find that his techniques were becoming more and more professional. The two of them worked together to complete all the preliminary preparations before 6 o'clock. Then they heard 3 more people welcome in front of the villa. He was the service staff at the maternity center that Ma Qingye had mentioned before. This finally gave the adults, who didn't want to let go of their children, some time to rest. As night fell, everyone gathered in the dining room on the second floor as Yi Chen slowly pushed the dining cart in. Everyone's attention was focused. I'm very glad that everyone could attend this simple housewarming dinner. I've made a few dishes with the cooperation of the executive chef, so everyone must try them later. Yi Chen and the executive chef behind him slowly opened the lid of the cart. The dining room was immediately filled with the aroma of food. With the help of the kitchen staff, they were placed on the table one by one. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei took their seats at the head of the table. They each raised the villa's own drinks and flower tea to toast the crowd. Happy housewarming. Yes, parents, Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were full of doubts, also stood up confusedly. They thought that city people renting a house was also considered a housewarming, so they felt relieved. Shu He, who had slowly put down his wine glass, could no longer hold back. He directly picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of pork knuckle. It's so fragrant. This is much better than the food I made for lunch. It's true that food made fresh is better than takeaway. Chua, who was enjoying the delicious taste in his mouth, couldn't help but exclaim. The abalone in my dish isn't as good as you say it is. It's just that the texture is a little better than the food I made for lunch. Lin Fan, who was eating the abalone in his mouth, looked at Chua with contempt and said, "How can that be? This pork knuckle is much better than the food I made for lunch. If you don't believe me, try it." Shu He immediately expressed his unwillingness to admit defeat, saying that he could not have made a mistake in his judgment. This gentleman, this braised pork knuckle is from the hands of Mr. Yi, the executive chef, who was originally serving drinks to the crowd, reminded him. After hearing what this gentleman said, I also want to try Mr. Yi's cooking. Then, with a curious look, he also looked at the braised pork knuckle and asked about Yi Chen. The chef wants to try it, of course there is no problem. After obtaining Yi Chen's permission, the executive chef took out his gold chopsticks from his chest and slowly picked up a piece of pork knuckle and put it in his mouth. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief. How was it possible to make the pork knuckle so mushy in such a short time? And it still retained its own gelatinous texture. Mr. Yi, this is incredible. Since there were some dishes that Yi Chen had completed independently, he didn't even bother to try the food. As a result, he was completely amazed by Yi Chen's dish. Hearing the executive chef's words, everyone picked up a piece of pork knuckle and put it in their mouths. Even Yi's mother, who doesn't like pork knuckle very much, couldn't help but pick up a piece. Yi Chen's cooking skills have improved a lot, and he has already made it taste better than the chef's. Yi's father, who had tasted the food, looked at Yi Chen with satisfaction. Jiang Baiwei, who was not yet allowed to eat greasy food. She could only stare blankly as everyone else tasted the delicious food. She scooped up a spoonful of the fishmaw nourishing porridge and ate it. Ooh! It's so hot and so delicious. Jiang Baiwei, who had only tasted a bite, was completely conquered by the taste, and everyone else took their bowls and chopsticks to taste it. Yi Chen, however, stood up and said cheerfully, I only prepared enough fishmaw nourishing porridge for Baiwei and Sister Muyu. There's not enough food on the table for you to eat. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Chengye immediately got up and served Su Muyu a bowl of congee, saying that he wanted to check the temperature, and secretly took a sip. The look of surprise in his eyes was no less than when he tasted the pork knuckle just now. Mr. Yi, can I try some of the other dishes you've made? The executive chef, who had been completely conquered by Yi Chen's cooking skills, asked with a humble attitude. Of course. After receiving Yi Chen's affirmative reply, the executive chef picked up one by one the superb dishes that looked like home cooking. His eyes went from shock at first to confusion later. Until he finished tasting the last dish, the executive chef seemed to have aged a few years all of a sudden. Mr. Yi, before, I always regarded myself as the #1 Chinese chef. Now it seems that I was just trying to attract attention. Slowly taking off his chef's hat, he left the table with a despondent expression. Everyone gave Yi Chen such a high evaluation, and the executive chef was surprised. Although they knew that Yi Chen's dishes were delicious, They didn't expect them to reach the level of being called the best Chinese chef. If everyone likes it, they can come to my house for dinner from time to time. If the chef wants to communicate, I will tell you bluntly. Looking at the crowd, who had not stopped eating since the dinner began, Yi Chen said with relief. The dishes prepared by the executive chef would be top-notch anywhere else. But if you compare them to Yi Chen's, they'll just look like the ones on the table right now. Yi Chen's dishes are almost all gone. But at least half of the chef's dishes remain untouched. By the way, this makes me even more envious. Not only is my husband's boyfriend power bursting, but he's also so attentive and caring, and his cooking skills are so good that they beat a 5-star executive chef. When will my man be able to become like that? Su Muyu, who had been watching everyone eat and drink, bit her spoon in envy and said, Sister Muyu, then you should stay here for a few more days. We don't have many dietary restrictions either, so I'm going to make up for all the food tonight. Jiang Baiwei also looked at the group enviously. Sheet, on the other hand, was miserable, drinking nourishing fish maw porridge and old hen ginseng soup. Ouch! After eating Yi Zhao's food, how can I eat outside anymore? Compared to Yi Zhao's, it really tastes like chewing wax. Ma Chengye, who was named, was also extremely remorseful. Originally, he was someone with a discerning palate. Otherwise, he would not have called over the best chef in the restaurant for a family dinner. But after tasting Yi Chen's food, he felt that nothing tasted good. We've lost out. We've lost out big time. Chua said, frowning and rubbing his forehead. We've lived together in the dormitory for a year, and we didn't even know that Yi had this kind of cooking skill. If he had this kind of cooking skill, who would want to go to the canteen every day? Yi, give us back a year's worth of delicious food. Chua, who kept chewing, angrily accused Yi Chen of unfairness. If it weren't for Bai Wei and my parents, would you still be able to eat this? An order of takeaway would have been enough to get by. My cooking skills are only shown to my loved ones. Yi Chen was also arrogant, replying to Chu He. Wow! Why is there still dog food being thrown on the table? Besides, isn't the bond between us brothers enough? Chu He, who made an expression as if he was about to cry, looked at Yi Chen pitifully and said, Okay, you can come here whenever you have time. Tell me what you want to eat, and let this be a way to make up for your loss this year. Yi Chen could only look at Chu He with contempt and say. Chu He and the others, who had received this reply, immediately beamed with joy. One after the other, they cheerfully poured Yi Chen more wine, calling him adoptive father with each sip. The family banquet ended in a relaxed atmosphere. Since everyone was staying the night, they were all invited to stay by Yi Chen. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective rooms. It was also fortunate that the villa was large enough and there were enough rooms. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to arrange. After returning to the space that belonged to Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei, where the two were alone, they slowly opened a delivery that they had received at noon, revealing the mysterious liquid inside, which was contained in a jade bottle. Yi Chen, what is this stuff? What a chic package, it feels so warm and smooth. Jiang Baiwei looked at the jade bottle, which was completely white, and held it in her hands, playing with it carefully. I had someone buy this body recovery cream from an old man in my hometown. Just apply it to the wound and it will leave no mark. Yi Chen immediately told her what he had previously thought up. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen doubtfully, and then slowly unscrewed the self-contained bottle cap, smelling the faint characteristic smell inside. Slowly, she applied a little to her belly. Girls are creatures who love beauty. Hearing that it had such a good effect, Jiang Baiwei no longer considered whether it was superstitious or not, and just took it as a form of psychological comfort. Chapter 27, Let's Sleep Together Tonight. Since the children were being taken care of by the people at the nursing and postpartum care center, Yi Chen sat a little stiffly on the edge of the bed. Wipe my body for me. Jiang Baiwei blushed shyly and lowered her head. She clasped her fingernails together and said in an unnatural voice. This made Yi Chen, who was already a little stiff, become even more nervous. He swallowed, carefully helped Jiang Baiwei to the bathroom. The two of them suddenly blushed. Don't touch it when you wipe it later. Oh. Jiang Baiwei, whose voice was getting smaller and smaller, began to mutter. Yi Chen's palm trembled slightly as he helped Jiang Baiwei take off her clothes. Looking at the unique scenery in front of him, Yi Chen's breathing became rapid, and he carefully took a damp towel and wiped Jiang Baiwei's body. He didn't dare to look into Jiang Baiwei's eyes. Yi Chen, who was being extremely careful, accidentally touched Jiang Baiwei's uprightness. This made the two of them suddenly freeze in their movements, as if they had been paused. Yi Chen felt the momentary touch of his fingers. He was sweating profusely, as if he had entered a sweat room. In this wonderful situation, he finally finished wiping the body and quickly dressed Jiang Baiwei before carefully bringing her back to the bed. He quickly walked to the bathroom and turned on the cold water tap. Only in this way could he calm down the look of extraordinary excitement on his face. After adjusting himself, Yi Chen slowly came to the bedside and looked at Jiang Baiwei, who was playing with her mobile phone with her head down. He crept up and climbed onto the bed. "Baiwei, let me sleep with you tonight." Yi Chen's shy voice came from the side. Jiang Baiwei blushed and responded in a mosquito-like voice. The two people who were so open and confident in front of everyone became coy in the room. Then Yi Chen held his breath and placed his hand on Jiang Baiwei's shoulder. Jiang Baiwei also followed suit and lay in Yi Chen's arms. "It's so good to have you." Yi Chen, who heard this, felt that everything he had done was worthwhile. The two then fell asleep in each other's arms. With the first rays of morning sunlight, it shone onto the courtyard of the villa. Ye's parents, who couldn't sleep in, got up early and wandered around the courtyard. "Oh. This villa finally has an occupant. I heard the commotion yesterday. I wonder who could afford to buy it." A plump woman, holding a pet dog, strolled over here. Looked at Ye's parents with a surprised face. "I want to ask you too about the big shot who lives here." Ye's parents looked at the plump woman and walked towards them. They immediately approached and said, "This lady, are you walking your pet dog? This is rented by my son, not some big shot." After listening to Ye's parents' words, the plump woman's brows slightly wrinkled, but then quickly recovered and said, "It's your son's house, but as far as I know, the houses here are only for sale, not for rent. You'd better find out what your son's situation is. Otherwise, it's not good to be charged with trespassing." The plump woman said to Ye's parents in a slightly mocking tone. Ye's parents watched the plump woman, who was holding the pet dog, leave. Ye's parents also began to doubt the situation with the house. Living in a villa in the capital is a remarkable thing. Immediately, they decided to ask for clarification. After the sun had completely appeared in the sky, everyone got up one after the other. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu arrived early at the nursery to prepare fresh breast milk for the children. They welcomed the morning. They listened to the system reminders, which indicated that today's limited tasks had been completed. Yi Chen came to the courtyard with a smile on his face, but was greeted by Ye's father and mother, who were walking straight towards him with stern faces. He was startled. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? I'm asking you, what's wrong with this house? This morning the residents here told us that it's for sale only, not for rent." Yi Chen's parents looked at him with a determined expression and asked him to the bottom of their hearts. Yi Chen had no choice but to go back to his room and show his parents the property ownership certificate and donation agreement. They then put aside their concerns and stopped asking questions. They also reminded Yi Chen to follow the owner well. Looking at his parents who were doing nothing in the courtyard, Yi Chen had a flash of inspiration and immediately took out the phone in his hand and dialed the phone number of the previous daily shepherd. "Hello, can you come to the ranch to chat today? He got an appointment after noon." Yi Chen gave a smile and then went to Ma Qingye, who was working on the computer. "Brother Ma, I plan to buy a small ranch. You are definitely good at negotiations, so I was wondering if you could accompany me to the site for a while until noon." After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Qingye put the computer aside. Looking at Yi Chen with a curious face, he said, "It's almost winter now, and it may not be cost-effective to buy another ranch. But I support your idea, and I'll listen to your arrangements at noon." Yi Chen, who easily convinced Ma Qingye, returned to his roommate's side. After learning that there would be a class later, he once again borrowed Ma Qingye's car and driver to send everyone back. Yi Chen also felt a sense of urgency in his heart about buying a car. As more and more residents moved into the villa after going out for a walk, they looked curiously at Yi Chen and the others who had just moved into Villa 1. "Chunya, I didn't expect to see you here." A middle-aged man in a shirt with some gray hair walked up to Ma Qingye. "You're not being honest. Moving to Villa 1 of this Tianxiang villa without a word seems to show that I underestimated you. President Yang, you're flattering me. I know exactly what I am. I am also temporarily staying with a friend, just like you, President Yang." seeing President Yang, who was not very good at dealing with himself in the business world. Ma Chunye slowly shook hands and explained. I'm afraid not many people can let you, President Ma, stay temporarily. It just so happens that my daughter is holding a coming-of-age ceremony at Villa 33 tonight. President Ma, you must come. Seeing that Ma Chunye did not introduce anyone else to him, President Yang sensibly said goodbye. Some other residents also recognized Ma Chunye and speculated about which big shot had given him a guarantee to move in. It was strange that Ma Chunye, who had only been venturing out for less than 10 years, could not possibly know that big shot. Ma Chunye really didn't know those big shots, but don't forget who his father is, and it must have been his father who was behind it. It seems that this is the only possibility. In the future, when dealing with the Tiansun group, one must be very careful. Have you not noticed that the person sitting in the corner is Su Muyu's agent? Could it be that Su Muyu is here too? Ha! Then things are getting interesting. Could it be that Ma Chunye and Su Muyu are up to something that they don't want anyone to know about? I can smell it. It's a strong smell of gossip. The residents, annoyed by the other residents, returned to the living room on the first floor. Just then, Chen Hong's phone received a photo of her sitting in the corner of the courtyard, with Ma Chunye standing nearby. Below, there were sparse questions about whether Su Muyu was involved with Ma Chunye. Chunye, someone took a photo of us here, and people are already suspicious of your relationship with Muyu. Chen Jie, there's no need to rush. Once Muyu finishes her confinement, we'll just come right out and announce it. Looking at Chen Hong, who was full of anxiety, Ma Chunye calmly reassured her. Su Muyu, I remember. Isn't she the one who always appears in TV dramas? I told you that girl looked familiar. Yima reacted only now, slapping her thigh. Chapter 28, The Upcoming Jiang Parents. And their children Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, who had just finished expressing breast milk, came downstairs. Seeing the closed door and everyone sitting on the first floor, they asked curiously what the reason was. The surrounding residents are so curious about us, like watching monkeys in a zoo. Let's just come in first and avoid the storm, Yi-chen said helplessly. Then Shen Hong took Su Muyu by the hand and repeated what had happened on her phone. Su Muyu said, I didn't want to make it public before because I was wondering if Ma Chunye could be trusted, but at least from this time, he seems to be qualified. I don't mind, we can make our relationship public. Ma Chunye, who had been nervous on the sidelines, suddenly beamed with joy and excitedly went up and took Su Muyu's hand. I'll confess to my parents about us. They'll be so happy to know that they're going to be grandparents that they'll jump for joy. Ma Chunye quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed the number with slightly trembling hands. Yi Chen, who was standing nearby, saw this scene. He also recalled the nervous feeling when he called his parents at that time. He took Jiang Baiwei's hand and slowly sat down, but saw Jiang Baiwei looking at him with something on her mind. Yi Chen, I haven't mentioned my parents before because they are divorced and my parents have a special status. Jiang Baiwei, who took the initiative to hold Yi Chen's hand, whispered. Baiwei, it's okay. I convinced my aunt and uncle, and the little ones always need their grandparents. Yi Chen slowly eased Jiang Baiwei. In fact, both of my parents are public servants, and my father is in the army and my mother is in the administrative unit. They divorced when I was in high school. Although they would send me double the living expenses every month, I lost the most important family care. Jiang Baiwei said, still not daring to raise her head. Since her parents divorced, Jiang Baiwei has never felt the warmth of a family again. Due to their work, her parents can hardly see each other once a year. That is why she takes on part-time jobs everywhere, not because she is after the meager salary. She wants to integrate into society and feel the warmth of different people. This is also the reason why she decided to have these children without hesitation. She wanted to give her children a happy family, and she ultimately chose to find Yi Chen. It's okay, uncle and aunt. I will make up for the lack of love in the future. I will be there for you in the future. Yi Chen, who had gently embraced Jiang Baiwei in his arms, said with aching comfort. Now that the children have all been born, I think I should also confess to my parents. Jiang Baiwei, with a determined look on her face, immediately took out her phone and sent 2 messages. Yi Chen and Ma Chunye, who formed a stark contrast, was excitedly telling his parents about the situation here. After learning that Su Muyu had given birth to a big fat baby boy for them, the other party immediately put down everything and was about to rush over to the villa. Jiang Baiwei, who had sent the text message not long ago, finally got a phone call. Hey Baiwei, is what you said in the text message true? Where are you now? I'll come over right now. A serious female voice came from the noisy environment on the other end of the phone. Mom, it's true, I'm doing fine. Finish up what you're doing and come see the kids. Jiang Baiwei pursed her lips and said hesitantly. Tell me the address, I'll be right there. With a slightly delighted voice, after Jiang Baiwei gave the address. Immediately, she hung up the phone. Meeting adjourned. Then with a wave of her hand, she called a halt to the meeting. Auntie still cares about you, she's probably just too busy at work to come. Yichen looked at Jiang Baiwei, who slowly put down her phone, and comforted her carefully. At this time, the little ones were dressed in the cute clothes that Chu He and the others had bought. They were carried downstairs one by the nannies. This made Ye's parents, who had been hanging out in the living room, suddenly come over. My dear granddaughter, my dear grandson, you're so cute, have you eaten enough? Grandpa and Grandma, let's take you out for a walk. Ye's parents, unable to let go of their adored grandchildren, hurriedly pulled the stroller towards the courtyard. The children were happy and interacted with them. This also made Ji Chen and his wife, who were sitting at home not knowing what to do, walk out together. Looking at the lively and restless Sibayi Jiqiu, they knew that this kid would not be a quiet person in the future. In contrast, the other three daughters were just quietly lying in the stroller, with three pairs of big eyes blinking. Just as Jiang Baiwei was amusing the baby with a small toy, another call came in. Hey, Baiwei, how are you and the baby doing now? Tell me your location, I'll come over after I finish here. A stern voice came from the phone. Dad, we're at Villa 1 in Tianshan Villa. Finish what you're doing first, I'll be here for a while. Listening to the sonorous voice on the other end of the phone, Jiang Baiwei immediately lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Without saying much, the other party hung up the phone directly. Before the phone hung up, there were explosions coming from time to time, and it was likely that the other party was conducting live fire training. Then we will just wait quietly for the arrival of our uncles and aunts. By the way, at noon, Brother Ma and I are going to ask about the sale of a nearby ranch. Yichen said to Jiang Baiwei. If the plan goes well, we will make our own milk powder for the children in the future. Then he patted Jiang Baiwei's head. Making formula involves a series of processes, it's not as simple as you think. Hey! Let's not expect too much, just think of it as buying a ranch, and drinking fresh milk and beef every day. Jiang Baiwei, who had previously done market research for similar projects, frowned. Then, after seeing Yi Chen's confident expression, she stopped talking. Baiwei, don't worry, everyone behind me has thought it through. Yi Chen naturally knew that he could not accomplish all this on his own. But if he added the presence of brother system, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Time flew by as they spent time with the children. Yi Chen and Ma Qingye, who were keeping track of the time, were already on the vehicle heading to Tian Ranch and driving down the road. Yi, this is some information I asked someone to find out about Tian Ranch this morning. There is nothing wrong with the location, it's just that the facilities and publicity are not very good, which is why it is not doing well. Ma Qingye took some information from the document bag in his hand and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen carefully looked through it. It was just as Ma Qingye said, those were the circumstances. And it was clearly recorded that it was far from the city and not easy to find. Facing a series of high-tech products that may appear next, this undoubtedly turns the disadvantages into advantages. Then, Brother Ma, in your experience, how much do you think this ranch is worth? Yi Chen, who had rearranged the information, asked curiously. According to the instructions in this report, a price of less than 7 million yuan is reasonable for this ranch. However, it is still necessary to go to the site to see the specific situation. After passing through a rugged mountain road, the business car finally arrived at the gate of Tian Ranch. A smell of grass mixed with cow dung entered the nostrils of Yi Chen and the others. Boss Yi, right? We have been waiting here for a long time. They saw two middle-aged people in overalls and clogs standing at the gate. Yi Chen and the others were warmly greeted by the middle-aged couple and taken to a simple office on the side to sit down. They were also served 2 cups of steaming milk and placed in front of the table. The office did not have any tea or coffee prepared, so they had to let the guests try the fresh milk that had been squeezed that morning. The middle-aged woman on the side enthusiastically introduced it. Yi Chen and the others did not want to refuse, so they lifted up their cups and sipped carefully. A rich milk fragrance mixed with a hint of fishy smell. After entering the mouth, the hint of fishy smell was infinitely amplified by the mouth. Yi Chen and the other person almost vomited, but fortunately, they had a strong willpower and suppressed it fiercely. Chapter 29, Taking Over the Ranch, Ma Ba is Ma Huoding. The milk is very fresh, but we are not used to drinking fresh milk from cows that have not been processed. Yi Chen said after taking a simple sip and slowly setting down the cup in his hand. Then let's get straight to the point. I just briefly looked at the environmental facilities of the ranch, and it is indeed a bit run down. The only categories it operates in are fresh milk and beef, right? Ma Chengye, who had set down his cup, immediately entered into a state of negotiation. This ranch is the fruit of our labor. This is not a child getting married and needing to buy a house in the capital, otherwise it wouldn't be for sale like this. Looking at the middle-aged couple beside him, he poured out his grievances to them. Yi Chen and the other person continued to bargain over the geographical environment and facilities. In the end, it was clearly established that the ranch still had 10 years of operating rights, and the remaining equipment and cows were packaged together for 6.5 million. After the price was finalized, Yi Chen took out his phone to transfer the money. Just then, the bank called to confirm whether it was Yi Chen himself and what the purpose of the transaction was. After uploading the transfer contract, the bank also quickly completed the transaction. And it reminded Yi Chen. If you have time, come to the bank and upgrade your bank card to a VLP card. Happy cooperation. Looking at the middle-aged man on his phone who had already received the money, Yi Chen stood up with a smile on his face. Happy cooperation. The big stone in Yi Chen's heart also fell. He also admired Ma Chengye, whose mouth was like a dragon-slaying sword. The middle-aged couple, who had originally refused to budge on the 7.5 million, were forced to lower their price by him. The middle-aged couple handed over all the keys to the ranch and the property certificate to Yi Chen. Yi Chen and his companion watched as they drove off in an old pickup truck. Brother Ma, you know a lot of people, so find me a group of ranch employees. The salary is 8,000 yuan per month with food and accommodation included. Afterwards, I'm looking for a construction team to renovate it. Yi Chen looked at the 20 cows handed over together and his heart was filled with joy. Ding! Congratulations on completing limited task 2 side task raw materials. Obtain rewards, cow breed improvement to be claimed, complete production line to be claimed, special grass seed to be delivered to the ranch, 5 million Chinese yuan already issued. The voice of the system completing the task sounded in his head again. A sense of accomplishment suddenly filled Yi Chen's face. After checking the conditions for receiving, he learned that these black technology products needed to be installed and improved when there was no one around for 4 days, and the time was all 3 days. It's a trivial matter. Later, let my assistant organize a few teams for you to choose from. I've also found a decoration company for you, and you have to send me some after you start producing milk. Ma Chengye, who was patting Yi Chen on the shoulder, said confidently. My parents are almost there, and we're done here. Just close the gate and have someone come feed the cows for a few days. When Yi Chen heard that Ma Chengye's parents were almost there, he immediately closed the ranch gate, got into the business car, and started driving back. At that moment, La Ma, you said Chengye's friend would stay at Villa number 1 in Tianxiang Villa. You have to know that it's not just about financial resources, but also official background, who lives there. The suburbs of the capital. A Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle of the same model as Ma Chengye's was driving on the road. The respectable-looking woman on the side looked doubtfully at the man with glasses next to her. This is Chengye's fortune. Unexpectedly, this time I went to Tianxiang Villa not to visit someone but to meet my grandson. It's really amazing. As he watched the falling leaves outside the window, the man with glasses sighed with emotion. As the vehicle pulled up steadily in front of the gate. Hello, may I ask what your business is here? The property manager of Tianxiang Villa walked to the front of the car and asked sternly. The man in glasses slowly poked his head out and said, Young man, it's me. I'm here to visit Villa number 1. Please open the door. Just as the property manager was preparing to confirm the authenticity of this matter through their internal channels, Yi Chen's Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle also arrived at the gate. Dad, Mom, you came pretty quickly. Ma Chengye's voice came from the car, and he got out of the car. Yi Chen followed closely behind him and got out of the car. Welcome home, owners. Upon seeing Yi Chen's figure, the property management staff who had been blocking their way immediately saluted. Ma's father, who had just wanted to ask Ma Chengye where they were going, looked straight at the extraordinary-looking Yi Chen. Accompanied by Ma's mother, they got out of the car together. Ma Chunye, who sensed Ma's father and mother's gaze, immediately introduced them. Mom and Dad, this is my friend Yi Chen, and he is also my child's godfather. Yi Chen, this is my father, Ma Huading, and my mother Lu Weiqi. Hello, Uncle Ma. Yi Chen looked at the entrepreneur, who was often teased by his roommates, with a surprised face. He immediately went up to shake hands with each of them. You are so young and accomplished. Chunye is lucky to have you as a friend. Looking at Ma Chunye, who was being teased by his father, he had to obediently stand aside. Uncle Ma, Auntie Lu, let's go in and chat, you've had a long journey. Yi Chen immediately signaled the property to open the gate. At the invitation of Ma Huading, everyone entered the villa in a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Every time I come to this Tianshan villa, I am always amazed by the environment here. Yi, you really have strength. Ma Huading looked out of the window at the lush gardens and the contrast with the falling leaves outside the villa. Said with emotion, it's just a residence, Uncle Ma can come here often if he likes. The car slowly stopped in front of Villa number 1. Jiang Baiwei and the others, who were leisurely basking in the sun with their children, immediately looked over. Uncle Ma, Auntie Lu, let me introduce you, this is my future wife Jiang Baiwei. These are my parents and children. Yi Chen enthusiastically introduced Jiang Baiwei and the others. Hello brother, your son and daughter-in-law are really an enviable couple. If I had 4 grandchildren, I would smile in my sleep. Ma Huading looked at the 4 figures in the stroller and a look of deep envy came into her eyes. After bringing everyone back to the living room on the first floor, Su Muyu slowly came down the stairs holding the baby. Ma Qingye hurried over to help her when he saw this. Hello, Auntie and Uncle, I'm Su Muyu. After Su Muyu introduced herself, Ma's parents looked at her with relief. Then, his hands trembling slightly, he gently reached out to the face of the child in her arms. Good children, all good children. Su Muyu, is it okay if I call you that? Ma Huading looked carefully at the child in Su Muyu's arms. It was as if, at that moment, his world was filled with nothing but the child. Of course it's okay. The child just fell asleep, so let's try to be as quiet as possible. Slowly, he took Su Muyu and the child in her arms. Together, they carefully examined the child's appearance. Soon they noticed that there were still many needle marks on the child's hands and forehead. Why does their grandson have so many needle marks? Chunye, what's going on here? Faced with Ma Huading's pressing questions, Ma Qingye had no choice but to tell her everything. After learning that their grandson had suffered from congenital heart disease due to premature birth, the 2 elderly people's eyes suddenly reddened. This also made Ye's parents, who were hearing the situation for the first time, deeply sigh at the misfortune of their child. Ma Qingye, how could you, as a father, let your child suffer like this? Is that overseas project so important that you couldn't come over to deal with this matter right away, even though it caused your child so much trouble? Ma's emotions were completely brought out, and she angrily scolded with red eyes. Uncle and aunt, the matter has already been dealt with. The child is now able to grow up healthy, so you shouldn't blame Qingye. After hearing Su Muyu's words of comfort, the 2 gradually calmed down. Then the 2 elderly people looked at the child with aching hearts, afraid that he would be plagued by illness again. Chapter 30, The Powerful Jiang Parents in the Background. You little brat, learn from Yi Chen, who puts his career before his wife and child. Ma Dad shook his head helplessly. Uncle and aunt, let's have lunch here at noon, I'll cook myself. After Yi Chen said that, he walked towards the kitchen. The executive chef, who had originally planned to work here for 3 days, was deeply affected by last night's blow and left that night, leaving only the assistant chef behind. Yi Chen, my parents and others may be able to make it for lunch, so remember to cook a few extra dishes. Jiang Baiwei looked at the time and specially instructed. Leave it to me, I will definitely make our parents happy. Yi Chen entered the kitchen and began feverishly preparing the lunch dishes. And on the road in front of the villa, a black executive vehicle pulled up. A sign for official vehicles was stuck next to the door. Hey, Weiwei, the property management at the gate won't let me in, so you need to speak to them. The short-haired woman in the back seat of the car, tired but slightly excited, picked up her phone and said. The driver in the front seat had already cursed the property management in his heart. You have to understand that other people would be happy to have their leaders go to their place, but the property management here just won't let them in. It's true that they are guests of Villa number 1, so let them in. Hearing the voice on the intercom, the property management staff slowly opened the gate. Yi Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, also took off his apron urgently and went to the courtyard to wait with Zhang Baiwei. They saw the car, which was parked steadily by the villa. A short-haired woman wearing an executive jacket got out of the back seat. "Mom, you came so soon." Zhang Baiwei and Yi Chen hurriedly came forward, looking at Zhang Baiwei, who was still wearing a maternity dress. The short-haired woman looked heartbroken as she took Zhang Baiwei's hand. Her eyes were no longer as sharp as before, but only filled with infinite tenderness. "Let's go inside and talk, don't catch a cold out here." Zhang's mother nodded slightly at Yi Chen before leading Zhang Baiwei towards the villa. Just then, a roar of vehicles resounded throughout the villa. A green military jeep was seen making an emergency stop and pulling up next to villa number 1. A man with a crew cut wearing combat and command uniforms got out of the car. "Dad, you came so quickly too." Zhang Baiwei and the others, who had stopped in the courtyard, hurriedly turned back. "Are you okay? It was this kid who got you pregnant, right?" Listening to the loud voice of the man with a crew cut and his expression of unyielding authority, Yi Chen suddenly felt sweat begin to appear on the palms of his hands. "Let's go inside and talk. Can't you see that Baiwei isn't wearing much clothing?" Bai's mother frowned and stared at him straight in the eye. Then Zhang Baiwei and his family slowly walked into the villa. This made the people on the side not dare to breathe, for fear of touching their bad luck. Sigh. The relationship with this villa number 1 is not to be trifled with. This executive car is in the most central area, and this military vehicle, not many can drive without a license in the capital. This morning, villa number 1, with so many vehicles coming and going, has once again become the focus of the villa. The leadership is really strong, with people in politics and the military, and they are all so tough. I finally understand why villa number 1 has been unoccupied for so long. Those with the power live in the courtyard, and those without it can't get in even if they try. It seems that we need to get to know the people in villa number 1 better, just in case they can help us in the future. As more and more onlookers gathered, a thick veil was cast over Yi Chen's identity. "Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Yi Chen, and these are his parents." Zhang Baiwei introduced Zhang's parents one by one. The person next to her is Su Muyu, the godmother of the child. Next to her are her agent and her boyfriend, and these two are Muyu's boyfriend's parents. Due to the special nature of Zhang Baiwei's parents, she did not introduce their identities to the others. Instead, Zhang's mother took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello everyone, I'm Weiwei's mother, Li Rong, and this is her father, Zhang Yu." Before Zhang's mother finished speaking, Zhang's father couldn't wait to ask. "Weiwei, that child is my grandson. Mom and Dad, except for the one my godson is holding, the other 4 are all my biological children." Zhang Baiwei said to Zhang's father with a smile. "What? Quadruplets? Great, that's great." Originally, the child observed the people in their arms, and that child was Zhang Baiwei's Zhang Ba. He was suddenly excited and jumped up. Zhang Ba's mother, on the other hand, was also looking at Zhang Baiwei in surprise. "Excuse me, can I hold the baby?" Zhang Ba impatiently came to the nursing aunt. The nursing aunt nodded after looking at Zhang Baiwei and Yi Chen. Only then did she hand the baby to Zhang Ba. The baby, which had originally been quietly lying in the arms of the nursing aunt, suddenly started crying. His clumsy hands made the baby cry. "Give me." Zhang's mother gave Zhang's father a cold look. Then she carefully took the baby in her hands. The eldest daughter, who had been crying, stopped. Just as Zhang's father was hesitating, trying to pick up another baby, the youngest, Yi Zhiqiu, waved his little hands and broke free from Yi's embrace. Zhang's father saw this. A smile spread across his face. Finally, one of the kids likes him. He quickly took the baby from Yi's father and held it in his arms, just like Zhang's mother. "This child is so good. He's a big, fat boy, and you'll carry on my legacy." As he looked at Yi Zhiqiu, who was lying in his arms, not crying or making a fuss, Zhang's father suddenly started dancing for joy. Just then, Si Bao's diaper accidentally slipped down to his knees, and a jet of urine shot up into the air. It squirted straight up towards Zhang's father's head. "Ha ha ha, this little guy is being naughty again. I'll get a towel and wipe it off for you." Yi Zhiqiu, looking very bold, actually peed directly on his grandfather's head. Yi Chen hurriedly took an unopened towel from the bathroom and handed it over. He was still not popular with the children as he had been before, but this time he got peed on by his grandson. John's mother, who was hugging her eldest daughter, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I'm happy that P got Grandpa his head, it proves that he has a good digestion and is full of energy. Looking at Yi Jiqiu, who was happy in his arms. John's father showed no signs of anger. After drying the pee stains on his head, he happily held his child and came to a seat. At this time, the 4 elderly people from Yi and Zhang's families each had a child. This relieved both Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually improving, the crowd began to greet Zhang's parents one after the other. Ma's father, on the side, walked over to Zhang's mother with a face full of nervousness. Director Li, it's really a wonderful coincidence to meet you here. President Ma, I can also be considered to have a connection with you. The project you mentioned before, I thought about it later and it's not bad. After we finish up today, come to my office and let's chat. Ma Huading, who heard this, shivered slightly and went over to shake hands. He really needed this opportunity to report on the project. Last time at the meeting, he didn't get to implement it because his speaking time was too short, and this had always been a source of worry for him. Uncle and Aunt, I'm preparing the next lunch, so please excuse me for a moment. Yi Chen, who saw that it was getting late, hurried back to the kitchen. Leaving behind a room full of elderly people, he was entertaining the babies. Chapter 31. Yi Chen's parents-in-law, quite satisfied with him. Dinner is served. They followed Yi Chen to the living room on the first floor. They saw the 2 elderly people who were still happily holding the children. They immediately asked them to go to the second floor to eat. Yi, I heard that you are now the starting forward for the school basketball team? With that level of physical fitness, you must still be okay. John's father, who was holding their youngest son, changed his stern tone. He asked Yi Chen gently. Yes, uncle, I'm currently striving to make the national team. Yi Chen touched the back of his head and said shyly. In-law, there's no doubt about the physical fitness of this child, Chen. Last time, 3 or 4 strong men tried to threaten Yi Chen and Baiwei, but he beat them up in no time. Yi, who was holding his second daughter, added at this time. Oh. Then it seems you're pretty good at martial arts. After dinner, why don't you and I practice in the courtyard? John's father looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Although Yi Chen looked stocky, could a child who played basketball every day really defeat 3 or 4 strong men? He wanted to test it out for himself. Dad, no one comes to a house to fight. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, was suddenly unhappy. Ha ha ha, look. She hasn't even married yet, and she's already siding with the enemy. John's father suddenly teased. Don't be ridiculous here, this is not your army camp to practice as you like. John's mother also did not indulge John's father's temper at this time, and directly curbed his thoughts. As everyone gradually took their seats, one by one they were all attracted by the food on the table. At this time, Yi Chen, who was sitting in the main seat, lifted up the teacup in his hand. I was a bit rushed preparing for lunch today, and I will treat everyone to a banquet when I am fully prepared. I'll toast you all with tea instead of wine. Yi, this smells really good. We don't have to worry about Wei Wei eating in the future. Zhang's mother reluctantly handed the child over to the nanny. She praised Yi Chen. These are all home-style dishes, I hope you all like them. Mother-in-law, Chen's cooking has really improved since he came to the capital. Even the chefs in the restaurants are envious. You should all try it. With a face full of enthusiasm, his father helped John's parents to take a bite of the fish. This fish is really well prepared. The food in the army is not comparable to this at all. It's delicious. John's father, who had only taken a small bite of the fish, was full of praise for Yi Chen's cooking. It really is delicious. It's almost on the level of state banquets. John's mother also praised it. The people who had already tasted Yi Chen's craftsmanship would not be polite. The chopsticks kept picking up the dishes, and even Ma's parents joined the dry rice team. Only Zhang's parents, after savoring each dish, slowly put down their chopsticks. Yi, I roughly know what happened to you. We are very happy that Wei Wei has met such a good home. Due to the work of her father and I, we have never taken good care of Bai Wei. We don't oppose your relationship, and we are very grateful to have given us such lovely 4 grandchildren. After hearing Zhang's parents' non-opposition attitude, Yi Chen immediately responded. Uncle and Aunt, this is what I should do, don't worry. Bai Wei is with me, I won't let her suffer. After hearing Yi Chen's affirmative answer, Zhang's parents picked up their chopsticks again. Since Zhang Baiwei had been discharged from the hospital for a day or two, she could taste some light food. So Yi Chen picked up a few cheese shrimp balls and put them in Zhang Baiwei's bowl. After tasting one, Zhang Baiwei swallowed the rest of the shrimp balls in one go and said, "Yi Chen, this is delicious too. What have I missed in the past 2 days?" Su Muyu, who was standing nearby, also took a pair of chopsticks, picked up a large piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Zhang Baiwei, watching, could almost taste it. "Baiwei, I gave birth a day or two earlier than you, and I already tasted these dishes secretly last night. Don't look at me like that, I should be the one envying you. It's hard to imagine how sad I would be if I couldn't eat such delicious food." Su Muyu, who was eating with gusto, said to Zhang Baiwei with a smile. Everyone was in a happy mood. The lunch was over. Zhang Baiwei and Su Muyu went to the nursery to feed the babies who were crying for food. "Xiao Yi, we're done eating, let's practice?" Zhang Ba, who had come to the courtyard to digest his food, once again issued an invitation to Yi Chen to spar. "Okay." At this time, Zhang Ma was holding her phone and dealing with something on the side. Seeing this, Yi Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept. The two then went to the center of the courtyard. They took up their fighting stances. After Zhang's father signaled that Yi Chen could attack, Yi Chen attacked Zhang's father with all his strength. The crowd was also attracted by the commotion. Looking at the two men fighting back and forth in the center of the courtyard, the crowd also understood why Yi Chen could defeat the other four. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have survived 2 moves from Zhang's father. Not bad, not bad. Very solid military boxing. Did you learn this from the internet? Zhang's father waved his hand to indicate that he would not fight. He asked with a curious look on his face. "I just watched some online teaching videos and practiced a bit." Zhang's father's eyes were filled with satisfaction as he watched Yi Chen, who was not even breathing heavily. The applause from the crowd followed. "Yi, I have some things to take care of. Tell Wei that I will come over after I'm done." Zhang's mother hung up the phone with a frown and turned to Yi Chen with a smile. "Yi, I also have some things to take care of in the barracks. We'll come back after I'm done." Zhang's father, who was standing next to him, also said to Yi Chen. Zhang's parents and the others waved goodbye. Ma's parents, who were standing next to them, also left the villa on the excuse of being busy with work. Suddenly, the lively villa became quiet again. "Yi, these are the assistants I asked to compile, some ranch teams and decoration companies. Take a look and see which one suits your heart." Ma Chengye, who had taken out a stack of information from the business car, said slowly. Yi Chen went over it roughly. In the end, he chose a company called Ranch Story and a Sanguyu decoration company. And he informed them that construction would begin tomorrow. After finishing breastfeeding, Zhang Baiwei and Su Muyu learned that Zhang Baiba and Zhang Ma had already left. Zhang Baiwei felt a sense of loss. "I was with you. The ranch is already taken care of. When the renovation is almost done, I'll take you to see it," Yi Chen said intimately, holding Zhang Baiwei's hand. "Sister Muyu's child needs to go back to the hospital for a checkup today. Should we also go back to the city to buy some clothes and things?" Zhang Baiwei leaned on Yi Chen's shoulder and said slowly. "That's perfect. We'll buy a car too, so that it'll be convenient for us to travel in the future, and the driver's license I got will finally come in handy." Yi Chen immediately agreed to the idea. And quickly informed Ye's parents. Subsequently, the whole family, riding in Ma Chengye's business car, moved majestically towards the city. Re-entering the bustling city, Yi Chen felt like he had woken up from a dream. But looking at Zhang Baiwei next to him and the children behind him, he was told that it was all real. "Xiao Yi, this is the capital's largest shopping mall, with everything you need nearby. This is a membership card in my name. The password has 6 zeros, so just use it for future food expenses." When bidding farewell to Ma Chengye, the other party insisted on slipping Yi Chen a black card. Yi Chen's family, pushing 2 strollers, attracted the attention of passers-by. The passers-by looked at the neatly dressed quadruplets and could hardly walk any further. Chapter 32, The Shop Assistant's Deliberate Difficulty. "Dad, Mom, you didn't bring much clothing with you to the capital, so while I'm here let me buy you some," Yi Chen said as he pushed the stroller and strolled through the mall. "We have plenty of clothes back home, I'll just ask your aunt to send some over later." "No need, it's a waste of money." Ye's father shook his head and refused. Uncle and Aunt, I didn't prepare much for your visit to the capital either. These clothes are my gift to you. For something like this, Jiang Baiwei has to step in. The two elderly people readily accepted the offer. Welcome. What type of clothes do you need? Yi Chen and the others slowly approached a large clothing store, and the salesperson standing at the door immediately came up to them. Help my parents choose some clothes, and we'll look around on our own. Yi Chen and the two elderly people split up. He pushed the baby carriage and accompanied Jiang Baiwei as they began to select clothes of various colors. Yi Chen, what do you think of this? I don't know how I'll recover later. Can I wear such a pretty dress? Jiang Baiwei said sadly as she held a long floral dress in her hands. It will definitely recover as beautifully as before. The attendant wrapped these up. Yi Chen waved his hand. He directly took all the clothes that Jiang Baiwei had tried before. I can't wear so much, it's a waste to buy too much. Jiang Baiwei hurriedly called out to the attendant's actions. She said seriously. How could that be? I want to see a different side of you every day. I don't think these are enough. Jiang Baiwei blushed at Yi Chen's words and didn't insist. Instead, she felt sweet in her heart and continued looking at the clothes. Soon, the number of waiters behind Yi Chen increased to 3. And watching the two of them shopping, they showed no sign of stopping. This young man is just too good. Whenever the beautiful woman looked at something and picked it up, she would pack it up. If I had such a good husband, I would smile in my sleep. The young lady didn't forget to match clothes for the young man, they were really affectionate. And the young lady's looks, I doubt she is an A-list celebrity. Yes. Compared to this, my husband is just a silly guy, he haggles over every little thing when buying groceries. I really envy that young lady. You only see how good the young man is to his wife, but you don't see how much we get paid for completing this order. As they listened to the chatter of the sales assistants behind them, Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei's smiles grew even wider. Let's buy these first, otherwise we won't know how to carry them back. Jiang Baiwei said, still looking at the clothes in the distance. Young lady, our store does offer a delivery service. As long as the clothes you buy in our store are too heavy to carry, we will arrange for a same-city courier service to ensure that the clothes are delivered on the same day. The attendant behind her immediately walked up and explained. Forget it for today, let's go see how the clothes that uncle and auntie bought are. Jiang Baiwei took Yi Chen's arm and shook her head. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen walked through most of the clothing stores before seeing the figures of Ye's parents in the corner. After slowly approaching them, he saw that they were not looking at the quality of the clothes, but checking the price first. A piece of clothing costs more than 1,000, it's too expensive. This can be given to the grandchildren, and buy a lot of milk powder. Yi Chen helplessly smiled as he listened to what Yi Ma said, shaking her head. Hello, you match 5 outfits according to the image of my parents. Go to the front desk to check out. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen had no choice but to ask the waiter to go and make a selection. Xiao Chun, this clothing is too expensive, let's not buy it. I'll call your aunt right now and ask her to send us some clothes. Ye's father, who had been watching Yi Chen and the others, shook his head and came up to Yi Chen and said, Mom and Dad, just buy whatever you like. Your son has some money now. I've already asked the waiter to help you pick out some clothes, so let's go straight to the checkout. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei smiled at each other, pushed the babies in their strollers and walked towards the checkout counter. Hello sir, the total bill for this side is 56,420 yuan. How would you like to pay? The waitress behind the counter said with a professional smile on her face. Mobile payment. Yi Chen then took out his phone and opened the payment code to make the payment. Just then, the transaction is greater than 50,000, and the transaction failed. Looking at the text prompted on the phone, Yi Chen frowned and said, May I ask if I can transfer the money? My phone limit is reached. Sir, when I asked you how you would like to pay earlier, you should have said transfer. This is not wasting my time? After hearing Yi Chen's words, the waiter, who had originally been wearing a smile, suddenly let his face drop. The transfer information is on the left, and after the transfer is complete, just show me the transfer record. The waiter changed his previous enthusiastic tone and said coldly to Yi Chen and the others. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei both frowned slightly. However, due to the fact that they were with their parents and children, they did not want to act immediately. So Yi Chen patiently began to follow the transfer information. The transfer of more than 50,000 yuan needs to be operated at the counter. As a result, a text was once again displayed on the phone. Hello, my bank card is also limited. Is there any other payment method? Yi Chen suppressed his temper and asked patiently. Is it really limited, or is there simply not that much money to pay? If you don't have the money to spend here, what's the point of coming? In the end, only the mall membership card was left. Judging from your poor appearance, you can't possibly have a membership card with a yearly consumption of over 1 million. The waiter, who was completely cold-faced, sneered at Yi Chen and looked at him. It was as if Yi Chen were a jumping clown. Yi Chen, who was usually good-natured, was also furious when he saw this. He slapped his hand on the cash register and said angrily, "Call out your store manager." "No need to call, I am the store manager of this store. If you have anything to say, you can say it directly to me. Also, if you ever hit my cash register again, I have the right to notify security to have you removed." The waiter sneered, looking at Yi Chen with disgust. "Yi Chen, there's no need to argue with someone like this, let's go to another store." Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, hurriedly pulled Yi Chen, whose expression had completely dropped. "What the hell, how dare you come here to spend if you don't have any strength? These people with their families are here to see you make a fool of yourself." As they turned to leave, the waiter couldn't resist making a snide remark. "Hey, your dreams have been dashed again. What kind of handsome guy has money, looks and love? Who's to say?" Watching that handsome guy dote on his wife. "I thought he was a catch, but it turns out he's just like everyone else. A good commission gone, and we've wasted an hour of our time. We've served tea and poured water, and we've got nothing to show for it." After Yi Chen and the others walked out of the clothing store, Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, took Yi Chen's arm and said, "This mall is so big, there's no need to worry about not finding a clothing store. They are looking down on people like dogs, there's no need to argue with people like this." Listening to Jiang Baiwei's comfort, Yi Chen's annoyed heart gradually calmed down. Then he called the bank. He learned that the daily limit for this bank card was 50,000. If you need to increase the limit, you need to go to the counter to apply for an increase. After hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. "It seems that I can only use the membership card that Brother Ma gave me for now. I think that this bank card, which was originally used to pay tuition at university, should indeed be used to increase the limit at the counter." Chapter 33 The shop assistant who was mocked after failing to slap his face. "Let's go to other clothing stores and have a look. Dad, Mom, this time you can buy whatever you like, your son has money." Seeing Yi Chen, who was frustrated, Ye's parents also understood his filial piety and nodded. Yi Chen and the others, who had once again arrived at a large clothing store, ignored the clerk's introduction. They walked straight into the section that suited them and began to make their selection. The babies in the prams also looked out at the world without crying or making a fuss. Ye's parents also let their hair down and began to select their favorite clothes. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, also went all out. As long as the clothes looked okay at first glance, she took them all down and packed them. Yi Chen also purchased several outfits for himself. It was as if everyone had gone on a shopping spree. What would have taken more than an hour to buy was finished in half an hour. Looking at the enthusiastic sales assistants, Yi Chen thought of the faces of the sales assistants at the previous clothing store. He immediately said coldly, "Check out." However, one of the sales assistants from the previous clothing store secretly followed Yi Chen and the others. He wanted to continue watching the crowd's antics. He also turned on the video and shared it with the other employees in the store from time to time. On the other end of the video was Ran, the sarcastic store manager, who was looking at Yi Chen and the others. "Store manager, this group of people entered our rival store. They are picking out clothes again, picking more so that their family will also be busy for nothing. Ha ha. Just looking at this group of people, they are the ones who can't afford to dress up. They think we sell clothes for just a couple of hundred yuan, and they've come to our shop to show off, but they've come to the wrong place." The waiter who followed Yi Chen and the others kept standing outside and inside the rival shop chatting. Since the two clothing stores were in a perennial competitive relationship, the staff in the store were all familiar with each other, so they didn't dare to go in openly. "Hello sir, how do you want to pay here? Swipe your membership card." When Yi Chen took out a black membership card from his pocket, the originally careless waiter immediately sat up straight. "This gentleman, this is the Supreme VLP card, and the store manager will need to personally operate it. Please wait a moment." The waiter immediately went to the break room and called an able-bodied short-haired woman to the cash register. "Dear Supreme Member, I am very happy to serve you. We need to confirm your basic information." The short-haired woman carefully picked up the black VLP card placed on the cash register and entered it successfully into the identification system. She looked up at Yi Chen and asked, "May I ask your surname, sir? We need to verify it here." Without thinking, Yi Chen said his surname was Ma. "Okay, Mr. Ma. Since you have the Supreme VIP card of this mall, we will give you a 20% discount, which is 78,000 yuan after the discount." Yi Chen inputted the 6 zeros quickly with an expressionless face. The short-haired woman couldn't suppress the rise of the corners of her mouth as she looked at the words "transaction successful." After taking a picture of the computer screen, she carefully asked someone to pack Yi Chen and the others' clothes. She then enthusiastically poured a cup of coffee for everyone and invited them to sit down in the break room. After shopping for an hour and a half, everyone felt a little tired, so they simply came to the break room and sat down. "Manager, we probably won't be able to carry all these clothes. Is there a courier service here?" Yi Chen, who had slowly taken a sip of coffee, asked the manager, who looked enthusiastic. "Of course there is. I'll contact the delivery boy right now, and I guarantee that the clothes will be at your home tonight." The short-haired manager immediately took out his phone and quickly contacted the delivery service. As the clothes were all packed and neatly placed behind the counter, Yi Chen and the others got up and left after informing the delivery service of the information. "He's coming out, he's coming out." After being there for more than 40 minutes, he really didn't buy anything. Haha, he really is trying to act like a big spender here. There aren't many opportunities to mock the opposing family. I'm going now. The young store manager, who had hung up the video immediately, walked towards the other store. In a short while, "Manager Chen, the store is doing pretty good business, with all these big and small bags." The young store manager who had arrived at the rival store immediately saw the neatly arranged clothes on the front desk. "What brings Manager Wang here? I was just about to talk to you." The short-haired store manager, who had originally seen off Yi Chen and the others, was leisurely drinking coffee. She was about to send the payment photos to the other store to show off to them. She was surprised to find that the other party had already arrived in front of her. "I just came out for a walk. What did the young man with the family just buy from you? I saw them stay here for a long time, so I don't think they bought anything." The young manager, with one hand propped on the counter, looked at the short-haired manager with a sneer on his face and said tentatively, "You mean the people who just left? Why? You seem to be very interested in them." Hearing the young store manager's words, the short-haired store manager asked back with a hint of sarcasm, "No, I'm just curious to see them dragging their families around." The young store manager continued to act casual. "That's good, they spent more than 80,000 yuan in my store, they're VIP big clients. If you get them first, I'll lose more than I gain." "What? It's true that they can really spend this much money. And they're VIPs. But obviously they can't even afford 50,000 yuan. The young manager, who looked panicked, said in disbelief. "So, they went to your store first to buy clothes? What a snob." The short-haired manager looked at the other party in shock. "Ha ha ha. Only you could do something like this. And then I learned that this deal was closed by stepping on the rival store." The short-haired manager suddenly laughed out loud. The staff members on the side couldn't help but cover their stomachs and laugh. At this moment, the young store manager no longer had the domineering air she had before. She now felt like a monkey in a zoo being watched by the crowd. She let out a scream and quickly ran back to her store. Yi Chen and the others, who had already arrived at a maternity store, had no idea what had happened in the clothing store. They were leisurely buying things for the babies. "Yi Chen, let's buy more of these diapers, the kids use them up so quickly." Jiang Baiwei picked up a pack of diapers and carefully inspected them in her hands, saying. The clerk beside her quickly came up to her and said, "This beautiful woman has a good eye. This model of diapers is a bestseller in our store. It is the best value for money. You can buy 4 and get 1 free. Which is the most expensive diaper in your store?" Yi Chen asked softly. The clerk, who had heard this, immediately took down a pack of diapers with gold packaging from the display cabinet and said, "My handsome friend, if your baby was just born, I'll introduce you to the treasure of our store, imported from abroad, a gentle diaper that can absorb 10 liters of water per piece. This is the one I want, give me 50 packs." Yi Chen said with a straight face. Okay, I'll give it to you. The originally overjoyed clerk suddenly froze. How much? Handsome guy, even though you have twins, you won't be able to finish these 50 packs of diapers in no time. This is also for your consideration. After all, diapers come in different sizes for different ages. The shop assistant hurriedly explained to Yi Chen. Looking at the 2 strollers covered with curtains, the shop assistant mistakenly thought there were only 2 babies. At this moment, Yi Chen slowly lifted the curtains on the stroller. The shop assistant saw 4 babies neatly and quietly lying inside. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, what a blessing. I've worked for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen quadruplets. Seeing the quadruplets sleeping peacefully in the stroller, the clerk's normally enthusiastic voice lowered considerably. He was afraid of waking the babies. Then he took Yi Chen to the cashier's counter. Ha! A Supreme VLP membership card? The handsome guy is really well hidden. Looking at the black card that Yi Chen handed over slowly, the clerk exclaimed again. After quickly completing the payment, as usual, he asked the clerk to send it back to the villa by express. Then the group walked towards the car showroom on the first floor of the mall. The 4 little ones also woke up one after the other, cooing and crying in their strollers. Chapter 34, Confronting the Office Politics Head-On. Yi Dad looked at his little grandson, who was squirming around in the stroller. He picked him up. Sifang Yi Zhiqiu, who was lying in Yi Dad's arms, suddenly quieted down. This confirms an old saying. A crying child has someone who cares for it. Yi Chen and the others took the elevator to the first floor. Looking at the various cars, they were competing with each other. Yi Chen and the others were at a loss for a while. If you buy a car, you need not only a nanny car, but also a vehicle for daily use. Yi Chen and the others were standing in front of the booth. A male salesperson with bangs immediately came up to them with a smile and said, "What kind of vehicle are you looking for? I can give you a detailed introduction." Looking at the enthusiastic male salesperson, the group, who didn't know much about cars, simply started browsing the car show with the salesperson. May I ask if there is a vehicle suitable for a family of 7? After watching the male salesperson introduce one after another, they were all sedans with 5 seats. Yi Chen asked doubtfully. There are some, but the vehicles on display in the mall are all newly released sedans. The MPV you want is only available at our 4S store. If you have time, I can take you there. The male salesperson, who had already spoken for a while, picked up the mineral water in his hand. After gulping down a few sips, he said, "It's just ahead, about a kilometer away." He did not forget to take out a few bottles of mineral water from the booth and distribute them to the crowd. We have time right now. If there is a vehicle you want to buy, can you drive it away today? Yi Chen, who had received the mineral water, asked the enthusiastic salesman. No problem. As long as you decide on a vehicle and we have it in stock, I will definitely let you drive it away today. The male salesman thought for a moment before making a commitment with a gritted teeth. Yi Chen and the others slowly nodded. After putting the children back in the crib, followed the male salesperson and walked towards the Ford's shop. This Lee, is he crazy about selling cars? Just look at them with their families. What good car can they afford to buy and bring into the shop? Aren't they afraid that the manager will throw them out? The young man Lee has just graduated from university. He is just eager to succeed. I can understand that. Eager to succeed doesn't mean you can't find someone to start with, just introduce them. He has no discernment at all. I can see that the man can't even come up with 100,000 yuan from his pocket. Exactly. I think those people should go to the second-hand car trading mall in the suburbs. But then again, that beauty is really good looking, but it's a pity that she has chosen such a blind husband. Growing up handsome doesn't pay the bills. The other salespeople sitting on the booth all had sneering faces. Looking at the backs of Yi Chen and the others, they mocked. The male salesperson walking on the road started to chat with Yi Chen and the others. Looking at the happy and content Yi Chen and the others, the male salesperson said with feeling, "Sir, I see that you are so young and have already married and had children. This is really enviable. Lee, I see that you are also very young, just graduated from university?" Yi Chen asked in surprise after noticing the name tag on the male salesperson's chest. Yes, I didn't find much work after graduating from university. I heard that sales is a career that can really train oneself, so I wanted to try it. The male salesperson replied with a slight blush. I'm only a sophomore, and you're calling someone Lee. Jiang Baiwei, who was holding Yi Chen's arm, immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Ah! Brother, you're only a sophomore. Lee looked at Yi Chen, who was 1.9 meters tall and had a happy family, with a surprised expression on his face. Yi Chen was also embarrassed and looked at Jiang Baiwei. Everyone laughed and talked along the way. Before long, they arrived at a large 4S store. This store looks good, I hope we can find a car we like. Yi Chen and the others nodded in satisfaction as they looked at the building, which was as big as a football field and had 5 floors. Our MPVs are all on the 3rd floor, and the elevator is over here. Lee, who had returned to the store, immediately guided the group. This made the colleagues who were not with customers look over. As the group slowly entered, the elevator arrived on the 3rd floor. Looking at the 4S store with the hollowed-out center section cast in glass, Yi Chen and the others felt as if they had discovered a new continent. All kinds of vehicles were here, and there were even all kinds of top sports cars in the store. Mr. Yi, this way please, I will introduce you to these MPV vehicles. Lee's voice brought the group back to the 3rd floor exhibition stand. Looking at the dozens of brands and colors of vehicles on display, the group felt a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Even the babies in the strollers became excited. So the group had to continue listening to Lee's explanation while holding one in each arm. How much is this one? Yi Chen asked Lee with one hand holding the baby and the other stroking a white MPV. This is a Toyota MPV, priced at about 700,000 yuan. I'll talk to the manager later to see if I can get it cheaper. Lee, who had been explaining up to now, slightly loosened his tie and took a breath. He said with a sincere face. After looking at the babies in his arms, he was not at all interested in the car. Yi Chen and the others continued walking. Lee, come over and take a break, I'll take care of the guests for you. A heavily made-up saleswoman walked out from the side and enthusiastically handed the group a bottle of mineral water. Sister Lan, I'm not very tired. I can do it myself, after the introduction. Li Xiao lowered his head and said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Look at you, my boy, your voice is hoarse. Go rest in the lounge, I'll entertain the guests for you, and you can come back and take over when you're rested. Lan, who was wearing a professional smile, stiffened visibly when she heard Li Xiao reject her. Then, as if she hadn't heard, she continued to urge Li Xiao to go rest. Lan, I don't need to. Li Xiao's introduction was very good, let him continue with the rest. Yi Chen, who understood what was going on, also spoke up to help Li Xiao out. Li Xiao looked at Yi Chen with grateful eyes. In fact, he knew very well that this Blue Lady just wanted to poach his customers. Everyone in this 4S shop knew that Blue Lady had an ambiguous relationship with the store manager. As a result, Blue Lady had been bullying the sales in the store for a long time without restraint. The sales dared not speak out, and they had taken this silent loss. That's fine. If you need anything else, just let me know. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Sister Lan did not dwell on it, but gave a slightly meaningful look at Li Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for saving me. Does this Sister Lan often do things like this? She relies on her relationship with the store manager to recklessly suppress us new employees. We also have grievances that we cannot voice. Li Xiao whispered, explaining to Yi Chen. After listening, Yi Chen also shook his head helplessly. As expected, every industry has a few people with connections who do whatever they want. Then Li, who was introducing the cars, obviously worked even harder than before. He explained every detail in a concise and clear manner to Yi Chen and the others. This also made Yi Chen and the others, who knew nothing about cars, feel very good. Just as Li was introducing a white car, the baby in Yi Chen's arms actually extended his fist and pointed at the car. The system voice in his head also sounded again. Host offspring completion 1-4. This made Yi Chen, who had been looking at the car for a long time, suddenly come to life. He had thought that at this age, children did not yet have their own judgment. He was only regretting having to give up on this task when a miracle happened. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen asked Li Xiao to give a detailed introduction of the car. He also asked Jiang Baiwei and Ye's parents to come over and take a closer look. Chapter 35, Buying a Car, a Stormy Encounter with a Classmate. Xiaochun, this car is bigger than the previous ones, almost as big as a minivan. Ye's father, who had carefully inspected the vehicle, exclaimed. The details inside this car are no worse than Ma's Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Li, how much is this car? Even Jiang Baiwei couldn't help but praise the car. Ms. Zhang, the sticker price of this car is 1.2 million. Plus the purchase tax and other things, the total price may reach 1.5 million. Li Xia wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Zhang by way. This car can already be considered the ceiling model of MPVs. On the one hand, he was considering whether the price of the car was too high for Yi Chen and the others. On the other hand, he was thinking about how to apply for the greatest discount from the manager. As the vehicle was introduced in more and more detail, the eyes of the crowd gradually lit up. This also made the children in the crowd, who were carrying them, yell wow a few times back and forth at the vehicle. Ding! Congratulations, the host has completed the side task of buying a car. Follow-up rewards of 8 million huaguo will be issued, please check. Li, this is it, do you have any cars in stock here? Heard the voice of the reward in the system. Yi Chen immediately waved his hand and decided to buy this one. Okay, Mr. Yi. I'll check first to see if there are any cars in stock for this one. Li looked at Yi Chen, who had just made the decision, with surprise. He then immediately took out his phone and checked the inventory. Mr. Yi, there is indeed one more car in the warehouse. But that one is the top of the line version, and the one you can get is a full 200,000 yuan cheaper. Li said helplessly after checking the results. With this extra 200,000 yuan in configuration fees, this deal is likely to be lost. It's okay. This is the car, but my bank card limit is reached, so I need to go to the bank counter to transfer the money to you. Yi Chen waved his hand and said. No problem. Our 4S store has VLP services for major mainstream banks. No need to make an appointment or wait in line, just go directly to the counter to handle your business. A flustered Li hurriedly put his phone away. Then he led the group to the first floor to sign the car purchase contract. Mr. Yi, please wait for a moment while I apply for a discount and get the car purchase contract. After placing Yi Chen and the others in the rest area, Li ran all the way to the manager's office. This made Sister Lan, who was originally sitting in the second floor lounge, munching on melon seeds, notice Yi Chen and the others on the first floor, and said arrogantly. This Li can't introduce anyone at a glance, and he has turned away such interested customers. Exactly. Sister Lan kindly let him take a break and take over the reception for him, but he was so reluctant. Now it's fine, this deal is off. The female salesperson sitting with them to rest quickly followed what Blue Lady had said. She didn't forget to glance at the appearance of Yi Chen and the others, so that when they came back next time, she could seize the initiative. Mr. Yi, our manager has offered a maximum discount of 50,000 yuan, which is the result of my best efforts. Li, who had been scolded, returned. With a face full of shame, he said to Yi Chen. It's a small problem, if we can't negotiate the price, we won't talk about it. The important thing is that we like this car, and the nearest bank window is over there, so we'll just transfer the money directly. Yi Chen carefully looked over the car purchase contract to make sure it was correct. He immediately wanted to check out and leave. Yi Chen asked everyone to wait for him here for a while. He then followed Li Xiao to a nearby bank branch to handle the transaction. The transfer process went exceptionally smoothly. It was also found that Yi Chen had recently made large expenditures. The bank also upgraded his bank card to a VLP card, with a daily limit of 1 million yuan. Li saw the moment the transfer was successful. After being pressured by life and his colleagues for half a year, Li finally successfully completed his first order. He was so excited that he shed tears. This was his first pot of gold in life, and it was also the clarion call for him to fight back against life. Mr. Yi, thank you for your support of my work. I don't know what words to use to express my excitement at this moment. Looking at Li, who was in tears, Yi felt 100 different emotions. Without saying much, Yi Chen just patted him on the shoulder. On the way back, Li informed Yi Chen that the car handover ceremony had been prepared for him at the 4S shop, and that the vehicle insurance and temporary license plate had also been arranged. Li, who had returned to the 4S shop, could clearly feel that the way his colleagues looked at him had changed. It was as if he were a soldier returning from battle, looking at his general. Lan, who had returned to the first floor, was looking at Li with a fierce glare. In her heart, she thought, this big order should have been mine. The salespeople in the mall, who were bored, saw the lively group in the 4S shop and were curious, so they clicked in. Congratulations! Li successfully sold a 1.7 million euro MPV and got a bonus of 100,000 euros. I hope all my colleagues will continue to work hard like manager Wang. Damn it! This Li really managed to sell a car, and he did it right under our noses. I'm going to vomit blood. The commission I've earned in the past year at the Forest store doesn't even add up to this much, and I wasn't the one who received them. I'm going to laugh at myself for being so stupid. Just now, I was presented with a tidy sum of 100,000 yuan, and I just ignored it. I'm such a pig. We really are so judgmental. I really want to slap myself twice. It turns out that we are the ones who lack discernment. Inside the shopping mall, the salespeople, who were filled with regret, slumped over the table. Then, one after the other, they enthusiastically began to introduce the car to people they had previously not wanted to deal with. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Our manager and store manager want to take a photo with you for the handover ceremony. Please go to the rest area and wait a moment. Looking at the message the manager had sent to Li on his phone, he relayed it to Yi Chen with a happy face. Yi Chen, who had returned to the lounge alone, saw a heavily made-up young woman standing in front of Jiang Baiwei, embracing a middle-aged man with a big belly. Baiwei, what a coincidence, you're here to buy a car too. I said, why haven't I heard from you for a year? It turns out you've been having a baby. These two must be your uncle and aunt. Zhang Chuiyue covered her mouth, looking at Jiang Baiwei in surprise. Baiwei, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Xian Yue, manager of a listed company. My husband will introduce you. This is Jiang Baiwei, the most talented and beautiful girl in our class. Zhang Chuiyue, hello. When did you get married? Why didn't you notify us in the university group? The two people who had not been on good terms in university suddenly became very hostile. Our Jiang University beauty queen didn't notify everyone in the group that she had given birth to a child either. Do you want me to post it for you? Zhang Chuiyue said with a sneer. That's not necessary, I will tell you about my own affairs myself. Jiang Baiwei frowned and refused. Why don't I see the father of the child? It's not that the father of the child is this employee of the forest shop, right? Are you waiting for him to get off work? In that case, it happens that my husband is going to buy me a BMW, and since we are classmates, let's buy it from your husband. Zhang Chuiyue said with a seductive voice, smugly in front of Jiang Baiwei. Baiwei, this is your classmate. If you didn't know, you would think she came from that karaoke bar. Yi Chen, who had heard the entire conversation, slowly came to Jiang Baiwei's side. He said in a harsh tone of voice. Ah. Who did you say came from the karaoke bar? Apologize to me quickly. Zhang Chuyu, who was standing nearby, immediately became furious, as if she had been stepped on by a rat. She screamed. You're young and inexperienced, and all you know is to use your mouth. Honey, let's ignore these country bumpkins and come over here to see which BMW you like. The middle-aged man, who refused to admit defeat, led Zhang Chuiyue towards the BMW booth. He didn't forget to show off the Mercedes-Benz key around his waist. Just then, Li Xia waved his hand at Yi Chen and the others, signaling for everyone to come over. And the Forest Store's car delivery ceremony venue, prepared for Yi Chen and the others, was set up right next to the BMW booth. Chapter 36, Slapping the Face of the Green Tea Classmate, Killing the Heart. Husband, is that salesman waving at us? It seems that this salesman has good judgment. Zhang Chuiyue said coquettishly, embracing the short arm of the middle-aged man. I like young people with such awareness, so I bought from him. The middle-aged man, flattered by Zhang Chuiyue's flattery, immediately felt giddy. Feeling Zhang Chuiyue's buttocks, he walked all the way over. Yi Chen and the others, who were following closely behind, frowned at this scene, thinking about passing by their side. The manager and manager of the Forest store walked over from Li Xiaoyu's side towards Yi Chen and the others. Honey, that looks like the manager and manager of the Forest store. They must have known that you were here and came to greet us specially. Zhang Chuyu looked at them in surprise. Two men in suits walked straight towards them. I bought this Mercedes-Benz car, and the manager personally delivered it to me. It seems that he is also aware of my strength. Since they are being so sincere, I will not bargain with them this time. The self-confident middle-aged man then made an expression as if he hadn't noticed what was going on in front of him. He was preparing to put on a good show in front of Zhang Chuyu. Oh, this isn't the store. The original plan was to look up and accidentally recognize the manager. However, he found that the manager and the manager walked straight past him. The expressions of the middle-aged man and Zhang Chuyu suddenly froze. Then slowly turning his head, he discovered that the store manager and manager were shaking hands with Yi Chen and the others with great enthusiasm. What was going on? How could a bunch of country bumpkins make the store manager and manager entertain them so enthusiastically? After seeing this, Zhang Chuyu was so angry that he lost his appetite to buy a BMW. He just watched Yi Chen and the others from the side. Mr. Yi, thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. I have prepared a small car handover ceremony for you. Due to the short notice, I hope you don't mind. The manager with the pompadour and the manager with the crew cut smiled politely. They complimented Yi Chen and the others. Manager, you don't have to be so polite. Since your store is already ready, we can't refuse. Actually, I would also like to buy a mobility scooter. I wonder if you have any recommendations. Seeing that the store manager and manager were taking such good care of Yi Chen and the others, he simply bought the mobility scooter here as well. Yes. This is great. Our 4S store is not the one with the most complete range of vehicles in the country. But it is at least in the top 3. Let's finish the car handover ceremony first, and then sit down and chat. The store manager and manager were overjoyed. They didn't expect to get a bonus from a car handover ceremony, so they were even more attentive. I want to buy a car. No one is here to receive you. Is this how you treat your god in a 4S store? The middle-aged man noticed Zhang Chuyu next to him and ignored him. He hurriedly vented his anger on the salesman. Xiaolan, go and receive this customer, and the rest of you get ready for our handover ceremony. The store manager glanced at the other party and then handed the deal to Sister Lan. He then led Yi Chen and the others past Zhang Chuyu and the other man. Yi Chen and the others did not even look at Zhang Chuanyue and walked straight ahead. This made Zhang Chuanyue, who was glaring angrily, extremely angry. She said angrily in her heart, Zhang Baiwei, when we were at school, you were always on top of me, and you always had that attitude of not taking me seriously. As a result, after we graduated, you were living a better life than me, who has tried every means to get a better life. Thinking about this, Zhang Chuyu angrily grabbed the small leather bag in her hand. She made an imprint on it. Why is this so? Why can you find a husband who is both rich and good-looking? Why do you have a happy family? Why is this so? Zhang Chuyue's heart was unable to scream angrily. Her eyes suddenly reddened, and she trembled with anger. The middle-aged man beside her saw that a salesperson had finally come, and she was also so pretty. For a moment, he forgot and pulled Zhang Chuyue, who was staying in place. After the middle-aged man reacted, he saw Zhang Chuyu looking at him angrily. And holding the bag in his hand, he walked towards the outside. The middle-aged man also hurriedly added the contact information of a blue sister and hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Yi, here are your keys and vehicle information. Would it be convenient for you and your loved one to take a photo in front of the new car? The store manager and manager each took the information and a bouquet of flowers in their hands and gave them to Yi Chen. As Yi Chen and his wife slowly lifted the black cloth covering the car. Boom! The salespeople on the side simultaneously set off the fireworks in their hands. The photographer arranged by the store immediately began capturing the scene. Then everyone came in front of the car and took a group photo. It was a record of Yi Chen's family's first car. Store manager, I want to buy another car next time, and I still hope that Li can be our salesperson. Yi Chen said to the store manager after the simple handover ceremony. Of course, no problem. Li, come here. Mr. Yi has something to ask you. The store manager turned to Li, who was surrounded by a group of colleagues, asking for sales experience. Mr. Yi, may I ask if there is anything else I can help you with? After breaking free from the encirclement of his colleagues, he came running up to Yi Chen and the others. We plan to buy another mobility scooter from your store. I was wondering if you have any recommendations. Yi Chen said to Li with a smile. Gulob. Yes, Mr. Yi, would you like something more business-oriented or more youthful and sporty? Li, who had gulped, suddenly felt that he was no longer tired and was full of motivation. Something more youthful and sporty, I guess. If you want to do business, you wouldn't drive a mobility scooter. This way, Mr. Yi, we have sports cars on the second floor. Li quickly showed Yi Chen and the others the way. The colleagues standing behind him looked enviously at Li's departing figure. Mr. Yi, I suggest you buy this car, the Romeo. A very romantic and luxurious luxury car, with its unique side license plate, it will definitely become a beautiful sight on the road. After Lee arrived on the second floor, he led the group straight to a blue and purple vehicle. I have seen this car on the road before, and it really is eye-catching. I feel at ease with Lee's recommendation, so I'll take this car, and see if there is any top-of-the-line black car in stock. Finally, I will give it to my loved one and see if there is a top-of-the-line white BMW 5 Series. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the car in front of him. Then, after eyeing Jiang Baiwei, he made the decision and also bought Jiang Baiwei a car as a gift. Mr. Yi, you have given me a big surprise. I will check the inventory now, and I remember that these cars with these configurations are all available. Li Xia opened his mouth wide, stunned in place. Originally, he was just introducing Yi Chen to the vehicle he most wanted to buy. But then, without warning, he actually had to buy it. Mr. Yi, these configurations are indeed still available. But they are in a different warehouse, and the time schedule does not allow for you to drive it away today. How about we arrange for a cart tomorrow to deliver the vehicle to your residence? A worried-looking Li asked in a low voice. No problem. Just calculate the total price. I mainly came here today to buy this MPV. Yi Chen waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. Li immediately led everyone back to the car delivery location. Mr. Yi, I'll go confirm the price and get the car purchase contract for you. I've asked my colleague to come over and show you how to operate the car. Wait for me a moment. A grateful Li became the king of efficiency. While handling the transaction for the new car, he led Yi Chen to familiarize himself with the operation of the car. Chapter 37. Everyone returns home with a full load. Mr. Yi, the contract is typed out, and the total price is 9.7 million. This is the car purchase contract. Yi Chen, who had familiarized himself with the operation of the vehicle under the guidance of Li's colleague, saw Li running over with the contract. Then, just transfer the money directly. Yi Chen, who had roughly gone over the content of the contract, directly transferred the money to the 4S shop on the spot. Since Yi Chen's bank card had already raised the daily limit to 1 million, there was no need to go to the bank counter to handle it. Mr. Yi, we have received the vehicle from the 4S shop and have put on a temporary license plate. Subsequently, you can only put on a license plate for the outer suburbs of the capital and drive around the outskirts. After finishing these contracts, Li Xia added to Yi Chen. If you want to drive in the inner suburbs of the capital, what do you need to do? Thinking that he needs to go to school through the inner suburbs, he asked curiously. The only way is to shake the license plate number of the inner suburbs or buy a license plate from someone else. Yi Chen, who learned about the situation, was suddenly relieved. It's just a matter of spending money, and the last thing he's afraid of is spending money. He immediately took out his phone and called Brother Ma. Hello, Brother Ma, how's the child's check going? Xiao Yi, the child is recovering very well. We're almost done here, is it going well on your end? Brother Ma's happy voice came over. I've finished here, but I only found out after buying the car that you need to shake the license plate number in the inner capital of this capital. I want to ask Brother Ma, is there any way to get 3 license plate numbers? Yi Chen said apologetically. This is a small problem. I have some friends at the traffic management office, just pay them a little money to buy the internal license plate numbers. I'll give them a heads up later, and it will be done in a day or two. After a few more idle chats, and told Yi Chen, who did not need to come pick them up, to hang up the phone. Looking through the rearview mirror at the listless babies, it's obvious they're hungry. Immediately saying goodbye to Li and the others, he drove carefully all the way to the villa. Yi Chen, do you want me to drive? Jiang Baiwei looked worried as she watched Yi Chen, who was fully focused on driving. Don't worry, Baiwei. Although I haven't touched a car since I got my driver's license, but I'll get familiar with it, I won't joke with our safety. Yi Chen was driving on the elevated highway at a speed of up to 40 miles per hour. He replied without taking his eyes off the road. Due to the large body of Yi Chen's vehicle, it occupied nearly half of the road. The vehicles behind him kept honking their horns, which made Jiang Baiwei worry even more about Yi Chen's driving skills. Ding! Checking that the host's driving skills are too low, triggering the side mission of car skills. Task requirements: drive on the highway at 100 miles per hour for 2 kilometers. Completion reward: top-notch driving skills. After hearing the system's voice in her head, Yi Chen slowly turned back to the group and said, Fasten your seatbelts, parents, take care of the babies, I'm going to speed up. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen gulped, adjusted his breathing, and then floored it, speeding off. Woohoo! Yi Chen, feeling the speed and passion, suddenly howled. This made Zhang Baiwei, who was holding onto the safety handrail, pale with fear. She kept telling Yi Chen to slow down. Ye's parents, who were sitting in the back seat, were also taken aback by the sudden acceleration. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the side mission of car skills. Reward for top-level car skills has been issued. A knowledge that incorporates various car skills instantly entered Yi Chen's mind. This made Yi Chen, who had been physically tense, suddenly relax. There were no more sudden braking or accelerating. He felt as if he had become one with the car. Zhang Baiwei, who was feeling the car gradually come to a halt, reached out and gave Yi Chen's waist a twist. I told you not to drive recklessly. You scared the auntie and uncle. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Baiwei, who was huffing and holding her chest. He quickly explained that he had been too excited and promised that he would behave next time. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen's now masterful driving skills took half an hour to arrive at the villa gate. Mr. Yi, we have received some express deliveries for you. We have already delivered them to the courtyard of your villa. The property staff, who was saluting, reminded after seeing that it was Yi Chen. Upon returning to the villa, he saw 2 huge packages placed in the courtyard. Chen Hong in the courtyard was on the phone while curiously checking whose express delivery it was. Chen, why don't you take a few days off and relax, and you're already back to work? Yi Chen and the others said teasingly as they slowly got out of the car. Yi, this is your new car, it's very tasteful. It's just as well that you're back, a director wants me to introduce him to an actor who knows martial arts. Chen, beaming with joy, said after seeing Yi Chen. And she took out the video you posted online and said that if I was to judge by that standard, I would just ask you directly. After Chen Hong hung up the phone, she looked at Yi Chen with interest and said, Sister Chen, don't tease me anymore. Playing basketball is okay. I don't know anything about acting. Yi Chen immediately waved his hands to refuse. With your appearance and physical condition, it's a pity to just play basketball. Sister Chen is broadening your horizons and paving the way for you in the entertainment industry. Chen Hong pleaded, looking at Yi Chen. Sister Chen, I'd rather you didn't. I haven't made a name for myself in basketball yet. The entertainment industry is really not for me. Seeing that Chen Hong didn't seem to be joking, Yi Chen immediately explained. Okay then, the entertainment industry will be one Yi Chen less. The basketball world will have one more great god. Seeing Yi Chen, who was in a difficult situation, Chen Hong gave up on continuing to persuade him. Yi Chen and the others then opened the package from the courier. They also notified the nursing aunts to help sort through the things. Zhang Baiwei went to the nursery room to give the babies a mouthful of milk. Yi Chen was leisurely lying on the table and chairs in the courtyard, enjoying the tranquility of the evening. An unknown number came in. Hello, who is this? Comrade Yi, it's me, Director Wu. I'm calling to tell you that the results of the handling of the 2 Lin brothers and their nephew have come out. They have been causing trouble in the 5th People's Hospital area for a long time, and the prosecution authorities have collected evidence from all parties and punished them for multiple crimes. They will spend their later years in prison, but his nephew's crime was not serious and he was only sentenced to 5 years. He heard the loud and powerful voice on the other end of the phone. It dispelled the darkness in Yi Chen's heart. Yi Chen also hurriedly thanked Wu Ju for everything he had done. With the phone hanging up, another matter in his heart was settled. With the roar of the car, it got closer and closer. Yi Chen looked at Ma Qingye and the others, happily getting out of the car with the baby in his arms. Brother Ma, you're so happy today, do you want the 2 of us to drink some more? Sure, we're all sleeping here anyway, so we don't mind delaying things. There's just some wine in the back of the car, I'll get it for you. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Chengye immediately opened the trunk of the commercial vehicle and carried several bottles of wine wrapped in tight packaging. Brother Ma, the way you're acting, I'm afraid you're going to drink until the wee hours of the morning. Ha ha ha, I'm not going home until I'm drunk. Yi Chen said, scratching his head. Then I'll stay behind and make us some decent snacks to go with the wine. I've been waiting to hear you say that. Good wine needs good food. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Ma Chengye was happy and beamed, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder as they walked towards the villa. Chapter 38 Yi Chen's Homecoming Storm. In the evening, Yi Chen prepared a large table of delicious food. It was completely edible and gourmet food that Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu could enjoy. It made up for the previous regrets. Yi Chen and Ma Qingye, after 3 rounds of drinking, took advantage of the alcohol and came to Ye's parents and said, "Parents, my boss got me a ranch. I think you should stay in the capital and help me manage it." Facing a ranch with so many black technologies, Yi Chen was really a little uneasy about handing it over to someone else to manage. After thinking it over, he decided that the best solution was for Ye's parents to stay. "But we just raise chickens and ducks back home. We've never done any ranching, let alone let us manage it." The 2 full-bellied elderly people were playing with their young children. Yi Chen's unexpected task made the 2 elderly people frown in shock. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I'll find someone to take care of the management for now, and you can just follow and learn. The main purpose of this ranch is to produce milk powder for your precious grandchildren, which means you just need to pay attention to the quality. I'll take care of everything else." Yi Chen explained to the 2 elderly people with all his heart. After hearing that this ranch was related to their grandchildren, the 2 elderly people felt obliged to take on this burden. "Xiaoyi, at noon, you made sure that the 2 teams from the dairy farm and the construction team will start construction tomorrow. I've already negotiated the price for you, I'll show you the contract in a moment, if there are no problems, you can sign it." Ma Chengye, who was drunk, also reported on the work that Yi Chen had assigned him. "I trust Brother Ma to get things done, let's continue drinking, but we can't be fish farmers." Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu watched these 2 happy lovers, rolled up their sleeves and drank. They also shook their heads helplessly. In the end, they called Ye's parents to slowly carry the 2 unsteady drinkers back to their respective rooms. "Hu Baiwei. This Brother Ma really can hold his alcohol, and I'm not just saying that. I'm also someone who kills it at the basketball team drinking sessions, and he's actually on equal footing with me." Yi Chen, who was barely holding onto the bedside table as he stood up, muttered to himself, "Don't be so arrogant. You're still a student, and you drink this much every day. In the future, don't drink like this anymore." Jiang Baiwei smelled Yi Chen's strong alcohol breath and pinched her nose in disgust. Hearing this, Yi Chen staggered towards the bathroom. He started washing up. Yi Chen, who had been washed with cold water, gradually came to his senses. After drying himself and putting on his pajamas, he shook his head and walked out. "Baiwei, the body recovery cream I used on you last night, you must insist on using it, the results will not disappoint you." Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who was already lying in bed with the covers pulled up, Yi Chen slowly found the bottle of urine cream from the nightstand and actively applied it to Jiang Baiwei. "Yi Chen, is this my illusion? Why do I feel that after using this body recovery cream, the marks from the cesarean section have improved a lot?" Jiang Baiwei, who was being carefully wiped by Yi Chen with the body recovery cream, suddenly noticed a difference. "Hurry up and put the body recovery cream aside, pick it up and take a closer look. This stuff is very effective, and no one else can buy it even if they want to," Yi Chen said fondly, stroking Jiang Baiwei's hair. Time also passed quickly in this sweetness. In the next 1 or 2 days, Yi Chen checked the contract for the renovation and operation of the ranch, and the workers entered the site the day after buying the ranch. The license plate number contacted by Ma Qingye was also in place as promised. After watching his plan proceed methodically, Yi Chen could finally return to campus with peace of mind. "Baiwei, are you really not going to come to my school for a while?" Yi Chen, after lunch, took Jiang Baiwei's hand and asked sincerely. "My best friend can come and visit me in the next 2 days. After I see her, I'll accompany you to school." Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with a face full of apologies. "Then tell me when your best friend comes to the house, so I can thank her properly for everything she's done for you." Yi Chen slowly got into the Romeo, which already had the capital's inner license plate number hanging on it. After saying goodbye to the people in the courtyard, he didn't forget to take out his phone to notify his adopted sons in the dormitory to come out and greet their adoptive father. Woohoo! Yi Chen, who was driving alone in the suburbs, couldn't help but lower the window and let out a shout, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness. After a not short drive, Yi Chen's vehicle appeared steadily at the gate of Tsinghua University. "Elder, I'm not used to smoking this kind of cigarette, so I'll leave it to you. Look, can you open the school gate for me?" Yi Chen carefully handed the cigarette to the elderly man. He asked with a guilty conscience. "Little brat, cars that are not part of the school system are not allowed in. Take the cigarette back." The old man was still resolute, not giving permission for vehicles not recorded in the system to pass. Yi Chen was at a loss for words. He had forgotten that the school had this rule. So, reluctantly, he picked up his phone and called the instructor. "Hello, instructor. How's your recovery going? I've encountered a bit of a situation at the gatehouse." The instructor, who was at the office with an injury, asked with doubt. "What's the problem with the doorman? Taking leave does not affect the recognition of the student ID to enter." "It's like this, instructor. The place where I live is a distance from the school, so I bought a car. The doorman said that my car is not entered into the system and would not let me in. Can you solve this problem for me?" Yi Chen said obediently with pursed lips. "You little brat are causing trouble again, aren't you? Only the vehicles of faculty and staff can enter the school. Hey, forget it. I'll think of a way to solve it for you." The voice of the instructor came from the phone, sounding annoyed. Then he hung up. The guard instructed Yi Chen to park the car on the roadside first, so as not to affect normal traffic at the school gate. Helplessly, he sent a message to the dormitory and others. "One piece of good news, one piece of bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Yi Chen. "Bad news. Lin Fan. The bad news is, I can't get into the school anymore." Yi Chen. "Who dares to stop me?" Yi Dachao, didn't you show the doorman some human kindness? Chen Bin. "If human kindness was useful, I wouldn't have let the instructor handle this for me." Yi Chen. "What about the good news?" Chu He. "I drove to school, that's why I can't get in." Yi Chen. "Holy crap. Wait for us at the gate. You have a car, why go back to school first? Of course you should take us for a spin first." Chu He. Watching his roommates in the dormitory group who chose to skip class directly, Yi Chen was again left speechless. At this time, Shui also uttered his wise saying, "If you choose to skip compulsory classes, you will definitely skip elective classes." Yi Chen, who was sitting in the car and bored out of his mind, was surprised to see in the rearview mirror that Wang Xiyu was bowing her head and playing with her phone. She didn't notice her vehicle at all and crashed straight into the rear bumper. Chapter 39, The Exasperated Wang Xiyu. "Ah! Why is there a car parked here?" Wang Xiyu hastily picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground and looked down at her bruised knee. She was furious. At this time, Yi Chen walked out of the driver's seat with a frown. "Yi Chen, why is it you? Is this your car?" Wang Xiyu, who had been fuming with anger, suddenly changed to an expression of surprise. She forgot for a moment about her bruised knee. "I hate people who don't look where they're going. Did you damage my car?" Yi Chen ignored Wang Xiyu's question and went straight to check the rear of the car. "I'm asking you a question." After seeing Yi Chen's attitude, Wang Xiyu questioned him in the same tone as before. "This doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Why are you hanging around the entrance instead of looking for your instructor Huang? Are you trying to pick up customers?" After seeing that the safe was fine, full of disgust, looking at the other person and said, I'm not going to argue with you, my boyfriend is here to pick me up in a Wrangler. Who cares about you, this broken car?" Thinking about his new boyfriend, who drove a Wrangler, he looked at Yi Chen with disdain. "Indeed, who cares about your broken car?" Yi Chen also responded with a sneer. Just then, a roar of the engine entered the ears of the two. Wang Xiyu heard the noise and suddenly felt happy. "Excuse me, please, my boyfriend is here to pick me up." Then a black Wrangler stopped next to Yi Chen. A strong man with sunglasses got out of the car. "Honey, why are you so late?" "I've been bullied." Wang Xiyu immediately put on a pitiful look. Leaning on the man's chest, she said, "Kid, you hit my girlfriend. You should apologize and pay compensation." Instructor Huan looked at Wang Xiyu, whose knee was turning blue, with a heartbreaking expression. He immediately took off his glasses and glared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen just sneered and said disdainfully, "She was the one who blindly hit my car. I'm not asking her for compensation because I've already taken into account the fact that she has been serving me diligently for the past 6 months. So you're Yi Chen. In the past, Xiyu was blind and fell for you. If you continue to be so arrogant, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." Huang Junshi narrowed his eyes and said in a bad-tempered tone. Ha ha. I'm just stating a fact. Hurry up and get out of here before I change my mind. Yi Chen said in a tone full of disgust. This made Wang Xiyu, who was in his arms, suddenly furious. Then she looked at the angry Huang Junshi, who had smashed his sunglasses, and said, Honey, he's been really rude. You have to help me get back at him. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, who looked so pitiful, Instructor Huang's self-confidence suddenly soared, and he wanted to get back at him by saying, If you're a man, then fight me one-on-one. What's a woman's business? Cut it out. You're not qualified. Yi Chen remained calm, with his hands in his pockets. He didn't even look at the other person and said, You want to die. In a complete rage, Instructor Huang ignored the disdainful stares of the surrounding students and strode towards Yi Chen. Just then. Ha ha. Dare to touch someone from our dormitory under my nose? I'm afraid you've never been beaten before. The roommates, who had hurriedly arrived, appeared in front of the school gate. They saw the aggressive officer Huang. Without thinking too much, the roommates went directly to Yi Chen's side. Honey, let him go for now, we still have a long time at school in the future. Seeing that things were gradually getting out of hand, Wang Xiyu immediately spoke up to stop it. Humph. Kid, don't let me hear you say a word that isn't see you again. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky today. Officer Huang looked at the physique of Chu He and the others, who were not inferior to him. He also immediately stopped the action in his hand. What are you pretending to be a donkey for? Either you make things clear today, or no one will be able to leave today. After seeing Wang Xiyu, the crowd got a general idea of what happened. Chua and the others directly surrounded the two Huang instructors. Don't do anything rash, this is the school gate, there are security guards. Wang Xiyu, who saw that the situation was gradually getting out of control, suddenly became very anxious. Ha ha. When I was about to move Lao Yi just now, why didn't I think that I was at the school gate? Chua's sturdy physique was like a mountain. He pressed Wang Xiyu and the other two so hard that they couldn't breathe. Chu Zi, forget it. There's no need to damage the school's image over such a broken-down car. Yi Chen, who had his hands in his pockets, said indifferently. Since Old Yi has spoken, just get lost. Wang Xiyu and Wang Xiyu, who dared not speak out, had no choice but to sheepishly get back into the Wrangler. Yi Chen, you just wait. Huang, the instructor, who had started the car, did not forget to leave a harsh remark before leaving. Cut it out. What the hell, just driving a broken-down car is fine, but you're also being a bully. Chua and the others spat disdainfully. They got into Yi Chen's car. Boom. Yi Chen sat straight back in the driver's seat and ignited the Romeo, the restless engine. Old Yi, what's the situation? What did Wang Xiyu do this time? Chua, sitting in the passenger seat, casually asked Yi Chen. What could it be? She walked without looking at the road and hit my car, only to find out that it was mine. Just tell someone to come over and find a place to settle it. Yi Chen replied listlessly. That's fine, don't let the brothers see them at school, and beat them up every time they see them. After hearing this, Chui also strongly supported Yi Chen. But then again, this car is really awesome, full of the smell of money. Yi, don't let it get to your head. While your wife is away, you should take your brothers out and have some fun. After consoling Yi Chen a bit, Shu He and the others. And immediately put the previous incident behind them. We'll just go straight to the mix and have a good time for the afternoon. I don't think he will make us pay. Lin Fan in the back seat immediately came up with a crazy idea. This is a small expense, let's go. A black car was speeding along the capital's roads, and it seemed as if there were 4 gorillas in the car. They were screaming and yelling the whole way. The group parked steadily in the basement of the Mixc. Today's spending will be paid for by Yi Gongzi, and the brothers will spend it. Chua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was the first to jump out of the car. He said excitedly, causing the others in the underground garage to look over. It's embarrassing, so let's go. Yi Chen and the others, who felt uncomfortable being watched by the crowd, immediately ran into the elevator next to them. They began their happy afternoon. The crowd walked and stopped, not interested in most of the shops in the mall. Except at the entrance to the arcade, where they couldn't walk past. Scraping. Yi Chen and the others were each holding a small basket of gold coins. It was full of golden game tokens. Chua took the lead and went to the violent motorcycle playing area. The tourists on the side, seeing Chua's body frame practicing weightlifting, kept avoiding him. "I'll meet you." Yi Chen and the others couldn't stand the sight of Chua acting like a bully. They started throwing in coins to take on the challenge. Yi Chen's top-level driving skills also include motorcycle skills. Unsurprisingly, he picked 3 opponents and completed the triple kill. Chua and the others were also in a temper, and continued to challenge by inserting coins. Just as everyone was having a great time. Chapter 40, An entertaining anchor who seeks trouble. A middle-aged man holding a cell phone came up behind Yi Chen and the others. He looked silently and said, "Family members, look at what I found. This young man's motorcycle skills look okay, so I'll go have a look after they're done." Unrequited love, anchor, don't mess around. You've been a veteran in the arcade for 10 years, so what are you bullying newcomers for? Thunder Gabba, that's right, it's no fun winning against newcomers, but it's fun losing to them funny face. Eta Dantuan Ace Anchor, go ahead and poke these young people's spirit. Watching the live broadcast room as the comments exploded, this outdoor anchor, who was not originally popular, suddenly came with energy. Family members, I'll show you the god of motorcycles. What a positioning! Watching it again, Yi Chen easily defeated Chu He and the others. The center-parted anchor hurriedly said, "Brother, I'll also take a challenge, don't mind, right?" Yi Chen and the others turned around and discovered the middle-aged man holding up his phone. Chua asked in surprise, "Buddy, are you broadcasting live?" After getting a positive answer, Chua and the others were suddenly ignited, their show-off genes. As the center-parted anchor sat down, he handed the phone in his hand to the eager to try Chua next to him to help broadcast it. The very resourceful Chu He immediately took the phone. Using the time when the interface was being selected, he aimed the phone's camera at Yi Chen and the man with the center parting. A big group, anchor, stop it, you are not allowed to bully such a handsome young man, right? I'm coming over now, wait for me. Sweet and spicy, family, I really like this one, I won't let you off this time, handsome guy, get married. Big knife, no, there can still be girls in this live broadcast room. Shouldn't it be all of us old guys with arcade game nostalgia? Purple sauce, needless to say, this young man is really handsome, and his figure is also top-notch. Auntie, I just happen to have a little money. Can I have your contact information? Long out yin, Auntie, can I take a look? I'm a good guy who doesn't cling to others. There's a personal video of me on the homepage crying face. Juju bang, another young man has chosen to take the easy way out, and really doesn't make any detours. Shui looked at the live broadcast room, where the comments were flying all over the place, and couldn't stop smiling. The competition had just begun. Yi Chen, driving a black motorcycle, took the lead and charged out. The anchorman, who was right behind him, driving a yellow motorcycle, was glued to Yi Chen's back. After the two had passed a corner, they both sensed that the other was no ordinary person. If Chu He and the others were faced with a corner, they would choose to slow down and pass on the outside. Unlike Yi Chen and the middle-faded anchor, they used extreme cornering and not only did not slow down, they went straight through the corner on the inside. This also inspired Yi Chen's desire to win. He immediately decided to take the competition seriously. Woohoo! Young man, you have good skills, but how are you going to face an old pro like me? The middle-aged man quickly passed Yi Chen after fully understanding the map. He said with a smug look on his face. Yi Chen, on the other hand, used his superb driving skills to frequently use the corners to close the distance. At the last corner before the finish line, he even used a bend that almost touched the ground to successfully take first place. I was careless. I didn't accelerate. But you kid, you really do have some skills. The embarrassed anchorman sitting awkwardly on the motorcycle said stubbornly. You're welcome, you're also very skilled. But I'm sorry, I ran into me. Yi Chen also did not give in, fighting back. The anchorman turned around and took back the phone in Shui's hand. With a face full of disbelief, he said, "Family members, this is the anchorman deliberately letting him win. Young people nowadays are really arrogant. So I decided to challenge him again with my specialty, shooting hoops. Love is not iced tea, embarrassing. If you can't beat a young person on a motorcycle, you should prepare to use your own skills to regain your reputation. You can't get my approval. Super strong, if the anchorman can't do it, we'll just bow our heads. You can't handle this young man. Sweet and spicy, anchor, I'm warning you, if you bully my little brother again, I'll unfollow you immediately." The center-parted anchor looked at the barrage of sarcastic comments. His heart immediately became unhappy. He turned his head to look at Yi Chen, who had already dismounted from the motorcycle. He issued a challenge. "Young man, dare you compete with me again? This time, we'll compete in shooting." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Big brother, why don't we just compete in motorcycle racing? At least that way, you still have a slight chance of winning." Shu He, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but remind him. "Motorcycle racing is just a trivial skill of mine, shooting is my forte. I'm asking you, kid, do you dare to take it?" The center anchor, who looked indifferent, insisted on playing basketball. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a stubborn person. Yi Chen and the others looked at each other with a smile. Lin Fan, who was behind them, thought of another idea and said, "Since you want to compete so much, how about we make it a little more interesting?" The center anchor immediately said with a smile, "No problem, I'm just afraid you won't dare to accept the challenge. How about the loser of our game of shooting hoops pays for the other person's consumption at the video game arcade today?" Lin Fan revealed a happy smile after his goal was achieved. "What's the big deal? Even if you lose, I don't want you to pay for me, just pay me a little attention," the center-parted anchor said confidently in the live broadcast room. As everyone moved to the shooting area, the center-parted anchor did not forget to assure himself in front of the mobile phone lens that he would be gentle. "Kid, you're not afraid, are you? In that case, I'll let you shoot for 30 seconds. Looking at Yi Chen standing behind him, the center-parted anchor raised an eyebrow and said, "Big brother, I really don't care about bullying you." Yi Chen, who was rubbing his chin, said with a flash of inspiration, "How about this, don't let me shoot for 30 seconds either. I'll just step back 3 meters and compete with you in shooting, and my roommate will pass the ball to me." Yi Chen said with a smile to the center-parting anchor, in order to add some interest to the shot competition that was without a doubt. "Ha, this is the first time I've heard such an arrogant statement. Just do as you say, and today I'll show you how the title of Capital's scoring champion came about." The center-parting anchor, who was thoroughly angered by Yi Chen's words, also let go of his pride and accepted this seemingly unfair competition. Chapter 41, just like Jackie Chan in a furniture store. The live broadcast room with the center-parting anchor. The heat began to rise. Some confused spectators, who didn't understand what was going on, kept coming in. After hearing the shameless rules of the competition, they also cursed the anchor for being shameless. The center-parting anchor saw these comments, but he didn't pay much attention to them. He randomly picked a spectator and asked him to help broadcast the next game. With that, Yi Chen walked 3 meters away from the basketball shooting machine. Chua went to the coin machine for Yi Chen and, at the same time as the center-split anchor, dropped the game coin in his hand. He saw the basketball slowly fall, and the center-split anchor picked it up and threw it, scoring the first point. Just as he was gloating, boom! A dull sound came from the side. Immediately afterwards, Chua and the others passed the basketball back and forth in an orderly manner. As soon as he got the ball, Yi Chen threw it towards the basket without aiming. Without exception, it went in the hoop. Yi Chen was like a possessed LeBron James, throwing baskets without a single mistake. The center-split anchorman next to him was already stunned by the sight. This is no longer the strength that a normal person can contend with. Blooming flowers in summer, ah! This young man is so handsome and awesome, please tell the monkey in the front to turn around, it's affecting my viewing of the handsome guy. Masturbation, sigh, this guy's skills are terrifying, it's too easy to shoot like that. Pretty dull, I can't watch anymore, if I watch any longer, the baby in my stomach will want to claim a father. Blooming wealth, this young man really has some shooting power. There's a basketball court at my villa, so we can exchange ideas face to face. Drooling. A leaf knows autumn, auntie, I can hear you from the magic city. Sweet and spicy, I told the host not to challenge my brother again, but he just humiliates himself. But my brother is really handsome when he shoots, I'll give you a monkey. Student from a humble family, hey, isn't the Yi Chen from our Tsinghua school basketball team? Why are you bullying an honest person here in the arcade? Sweet and spicy, thanks for letting me know my brother's identity, little brother. I'm online looking for my brother's contact information. Real person, I said how could such amazing skills be from a passerby? It turns out he's on the school basketball team. It looks like this year's National University basketball tournament is going to be interesting. With the last basketball, he steadily threw it into the basket. The score was also amazing, 164-1. The anchorman, who had recovered from the shock, was the first to come to Yi Chen's side. "Kid brother, if you had this skill, you should have said so earlier, and I would have challenged you myself." Yi Chen was also full of excitement as he looked at the anchorman, who was about to burst into tears. He hadn't touched a basketball for several days. "It's just the warm-up for today. I told you a long time ago, if you continue to compete in violent motorbike racing, you might have a slight chance of winning." Yi Chen shrugged innocently. "Big brother, you've been playing in this arcade for so long. You must know which games are fun and which aren't, so take us to play something else." Yi Chen patted the anchor's shoulder and said excitedly, "Okay. I'll arrange it for you, no problem. Retrieve the phone you used to broadcast live, and after checking the heat, which is much higher than before." He is even more full of energy and took Yi Chen and the others on a tour. So everyone started a cheerful trip to the arcade. Until it was close to dinner time. The group slowly arrived at the entrance of the arcade, looking at the only 10 game tokens left and the punching machine next to it. "Leoi, how about one for each of the 5 of us?" Shuha, who saw the punching machine, said excitedly. "I think it's you who wants to prove yourself." Lin Fan, who could see through Chui's thoughts, ruthlessly exposed him. "Just say it, do you want to play or not?" Shu He immediately said stubbornly. The group then formed a queue. The anchor in the middle took the lead and came to the front of the line. "Guys, I'm not built for this. Why don't I start, so that it won't be so embarrassing later?" The anchor with a center parting scratched his head and said awkwardly. After a whole afternoon of contact, everyone also realized that the anchor with a center parting didn't have bad intentions. He just simply wanted to show off. So he soon got along with Yi Chen and the others. He also gave him a follow, and then everyone gave up their places on the punching machine. They saw the anchor with a center parting. After putting on his gloves, he smashed hard at the red sandbag hanging in midair. As the number at the top of the display screen soared, it finally stopped at 463. He slowly took off his gloves, with an expression that said, "Just as expected." Lin Fan and Chen Bin, who were next to go on, scored 576 and 581 points respectively. Since Lin Fan was a badminton player and Chen Bin was a 1,000-meter long-distance runner, they did not do too much strength training. At this time, Shui, full of confidence, put on his gloves. He didn't forget to pose for the live camera of the center split anchor. Then he smashed the machine with all his strength. Boom! There was a loud bang. The machine's numbers quickly broke past the 700 mark, and finally stopped at the terrifying number 796. Hot clothing, it's terrifying. This guy looks like a power player. This is his domain. Hot and boiling. Choo-choo baby, auntie, although I know the flower language of a steel wool ball is patience, I still want to try it. The jealous fish, it's over. There are still young people who don't listen to advice and take this shortcut. Shui took off his gloves and handed them to Yi Chen. Looking like a master who doesn't say a word, he went over to the center of the screen, watching the barrage of praise for him. At this time, Yi Chen also put on his boxing gloves and tightened his fists. Ever since obtaining the military boxing set in the Shu Sui Dan, he could clearly feel his body becoming stronger and stronger. He also wanted to try and see where his current limit of strength was. He slowly walked up to the machine. He took a stance, lowered his center of gravity and then quickly threw a punch. Once again, a dull sound came from the machine, which made Chu He, who was watching the pop-up comments, curiously look up at Yi Chen. He saw the scene from the previous scene appear again. It broke through the 700 barrier very smoothly and finally stopped at the number 777. Damn it! Leoi, are you practicing basketball or boxing? You've made me a little bit not confident. After staring blankly at the number displayed on the machine, Chua opened his mouth and said to Yi Chen. This also made Lin Fan and the others gasp in shock. This is not some basketball forward, this is the ancestor on the other side. It's okay, I've been eating well these days and have gained muscle. Yi Chen immediately found some excuse and got away with it. In his heart, he silently nodded to this blow of 50% of his strength. However, the live broadcast room of the central host completely exploded. Pink girl, this young man is too comprehensive. I have been in the broadcast room since the beginning on the motorcycle. During the period, the other projects I have visited have at least placed third. Is this still something a normal human being can do? N78 Nebula, it seems that we aliens can no longer hide. Appear, my people. If Juantian, I haven't been able to shut up since this young man appeared. He keeps surprising me again and again. I suggest docking his salary because this assistant keeps filming himself. Sweet and spicy, yes, we are all here to see my brother, who wants to see your assistant? My brother is awesome. Braised beef, this young man has a bit of a martial arts background, the way he exerts his strength is very similar to the way they do it in the army. 2nd Battalion Commander, I finally know someone in the same boat as me. I think I've discovered that this punch is based on military boxing, but it's impossible for the average person to reach this number. Chapter 42, Worrying About Roommates. Looking at the live broadcast room, the audience was intensely communicating. Young man, you are really not ordinary. I am very happy to meet you all today, otherwise I will take you all out to dinner. The center parting anchor wanted to continue to stay with Yi Chen and the others. Ride the wave of traffic. Sorry, big brother, we want to play alone next. Yi Chen kindly refused the anchor's request. Mainly because Yi Chen and the others felt very uncomfortable being under the camera all the time. So they took Chu He and the others and left the arcade, leaving the messy center parting anchor in the wind, and the audience who didn't have any fun to see. Old G, you've been a bit perverted lately, what did you eat to grow so fast? Chu He had not yet come out of the shock from earlier. He kept asking Yi Chen what was going on. If you keep eating and training, you can grow at this rate too. Yi Chen calmly said as he led Chu He and the others wandering around the mall. Just then, Lin Fan had another idea. Why don't we go to the supermarket to buy ingredients and then hand them over to Yi Chen to process, and we can all eat meat and drink wine with a big appetite. Lin Zi, this is a great suggestion. I've been craving Lao Ye's cooking for a long time. As soon as Chu He heard about food, his eyes started to shine. That's fine, but I need to ask the instructor about the vehicle pass first. I need to go to the training ground early tomorrow morning to train with the coach. After a brief discussion, Yi Chen also agreed with the idea. So the group went non-stop to the huge supermarket at the bottom of the shopping mall. Before, when we came to this supermarket, we were all attracted by the snacks, but this time I want to buy all the food that I have scanned on my phone. Let Lao Yi make it all over again for me. Shui, pushing a shopping cart, couldn't wait to run towards the seafood section. Yi Chen was also helpless, looking at his roommates having fun. Taking out his phone, he looked embarrassed and called the guide. Hey, guide, did you get a result on the vehicle pass I mentioned this afternoon? I was going to call you, but I had a meeting earlier and it took a bit of time. The instructor's helpless voice came through. I'll record the license plate number for you now. Your car is not allowed to be parked in a conspicuous location. If I find it, I'll blacklist your license plate. Definitely, the instructor has a hard job. After learning that the instructor had solved the problem, Yi Chen was overjoyed. We'll go back to school later and make something to eat in the school cafeteria. The instructor must come over and try it. After telling the instructor the license plate number, Yi Chen suddenly beamed and said to the instructor, Old Yi, hurry up and follow me. And, bring another cart. Shu He, who was already in the seafood section, holding a large net to catch fish and shrimp, did not forget to tell Yi Chen to push another cart. Here it comes. Yi Chen walked towards the crowd after chatting with Jiang Baiwei on the phone for a while. I said we'll only eat this meal, as for buying 20,000 yuan worth of ingredients. Yi Chen supported his head and looked at the trunk, which was stuffed full. This is not a rare occasion for you to cook, so let's try to eat well this time. We'll take care of it for you. Shuhua patted his chest, an expression of handing it over to him. I'll call my girlfriend over and ask her roommates if they're coming. Really? Godfather. Lin Fan and Shen Bin, who were sitting in the back seat, suddenly came to life. They grabbed Chui's arm and asked, This is not for you two kids. Create opportunities? When you meet a girl, be smart with your words, and don't be like the last time I introduced you. When it comes to this matter, Shuhi is angry. When someone asks you what sign you are, and you say you are made of flesh, I am really speechless. Even Yi Chen, who was driving, couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fan and Shen Bin were unhappy. What kind of words are these? Shen Bin and Lin Fan both started arguing. They were having a good chat, but then the girl suddenly asked that question. How was I supposed to know she was asking about the constellations? Who among the men studies that? Chua rolled his eyes and said. So this time, you guys better be smart. Fanyu only has a few friends left, and they're all going to be yours soon. With that, the group arrived at the school gate, chatting and laughing all the way. Yi Chen, who was slightly nervous, slowly drove towards the gate. Fortunately, the instructor was efficient and the system automatically let them through because it showed that they were an internal vehicle. Woohoo! They drove into the school and asked who else was there. An excited Chu he immediately took out his phone, shot a video, and sent it to his girlfriend like a show-off. Chu Zi, don't post this video recklessly. The instructor repeatedly told me to act low-key and quickly close the windows. He was just waiting to grab a megaphone to tell the whole school that he had driven into the campus, but Chu he immediately fell silent. But he still typed and shared it with his partner. One person is carrying some things, I'll come over after I park the car. When he arrived at the canteen closest to the dormitory, Yi Chen told everyone to carry the ingredients. He himself went to find a hidden parking space. After Yi Chen parked the car, he saw Chu He and the others already negotiating with the canteen. Since it was dinner time, students had already started arriving for dinner. So they could only lend the kitchen, which was normally used for making noodles, for the group to use. When they saw Yi Chen coming, Chu He immediately told him the situation. Yi Chen said it was fine as long as there was a place. So the group of people swarmed to the kitchen of the canteen and put on their masks and head covers. Brothers, move it! For our food! Chu Hajong, the second year, cheered everyone up. He himself began to handle his favorite pork knuckle. As Yi Chen and the others began to get busy, Chen Fanyu also brought the remaining 3 roommates to the cafeteria where Yi Chen was. After learning that they were already busy in the kitchen, they were also curious and walked in. Yi Chen, who had already started cooking, did not notice the movement behind him for a while. It was only when he looked up carelessly that he saw Chen Fanyu, Lin Fan and Shen Bin, who had just entered with their 3 sisters. It was as if they had pressed the fast button, putting in a great performance. Brother Yi, it's hard to fry so many dishes by yourself. Oh, then let's go outside and wait for the food to be done. Chen Fanyu looked behind her and saw that the kitchen was not big. She consciously led the others out. Just wait, the food is almost done. Yi Chen, who heard the voice from behind, hurriedly turned back and responded. Then he urged Chu He and the others to hurry up with the ingredients. Old Yi, the kitchen knife in my hand is about to cut sparks, it's really not fast enough. Lin Fan said, shaking his stiff arm. Then think about the girls outside, they are waiting for this meal. You are still sparking, the spatula I'm swinging is really starting to smoke. Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel before powerlessly complaining. With everyone working hard, a sumptuous meal was finally ready. Meanwhile, the instructor had finally finished his work and appeared in the cafeteria. Sorry to keep you waiting, ladies. Yi Chen slowly came to the front of the group pushing the cafeteria cart used to place the rice buckets. Since it was past mealtime, there were only a few people left in the large cafeteria. We have been listening to Fanyu bragging about how delicious Yizhen's cooking is. Now that we finally have a chance to eat it, how could we feel like it's been a long time? A girl with big waves in her hair responded enthusiastically. Well. Yizhen also heard the hint of tea in these words and responded lightly. It smells good, Yi Chen. It seems you weren't lying. The instructor nodded slightly at Yi Chen and also gave him a thumbs up. Then the instructor should eat a lot later. Shui immediately signaled with his eyes, and Lin Fan and Shen Bin distributed bowls, chopsticks, and drinks to everyone. After everyone had taken their utensils, Yi Chen raised his beer in celebration of this wonderful dinner. The scene immediately became lively. Chapter 43, Instructor Huang's Continuous Provocations. Let's eat. As everyone started eating, their expressions became more and more satisfied. Yi Chen, this is really delicious. Could it be that you are the legendary Chinese boy who has cooked us a whole table of golden cuisine? The big wave girl spoke to Yi Chen again. Yi Chen ignored her. Everyone continued to revel in the sea of delicious food. The instructor was also looking at Yi Chen, who she had watched grow up step by step, in shock. This had shattered her knowledge of cooking techniques. Lin Fan and Chen Bin, on the other hand, enthusiastically helped Chen Fanyu's roommates to take food. They were not at all timid in the presence of the instructor. Old Yi, he. When it comes to drinking, I'm still the best. Chua, who had hiccups, looked at Yi Chen, who was lying on the table, like a victor. Halfway through dinner, the instructor was called away by a school phone call. Without the presence of the instructor, Lin Fan and Chen Bin also plucked up their courage and sat directly next to the girls. This made Chu He and the others nod with relief. In the end, Chen Fanyu interrupted the big wave roommates' attempt to help Yi Chen back to the dormitory. Only then did everyone stagger back to their own dormitory. Lying in the dormitory quilt, Yi Chen was dizzy. He did not forget to send a message to Jiang Baiwei, asking about the children and her situation. Then the dormitory rang with the sound of snoring. Assemble! With the coach's order. The players, who were originally scattered around the basketball court, came to the coach one after another. To the surprise of everyone, Yi Chen appeared on the morning training ground, wearing his jersey. Let's welcome Yi Chen back with the warmest applause. Yi Chen greeted the coach while making eye contact with his teammates. Seeing this, everyone else also temporarily suppressed their curiosity. After the warm-up was over. Yi, what's going on? You just joined the school team and already you're taking time off. Everyone swarmed over Yi Chen to ask what was going on. Wait a minute, I'll get something. Yi Chen gave a mysterious smile. He went to his backpack and took out a large bag of wedding candy, which he began to distribute to everyone. Yi Chen, what's going on? Wedding candy. Li Chen, the captain of the school basketball team, asked in surprise. Be more daring. These are my children's wedding candy. I'm a father. Yi Chen said proudly, tilting his head. Holy shit! The crowd, who had been holding the candy in their hands and looking confused, suddenly let out a wail. Dude, you're only a sophomore. How can you have a kid? This is going to make it hard for me, a senior, to stay single. Yi Chen, you've had a better sophomore year than I've had the whole university. Tearfully, his teammates ate the candy that Yi Chen had distributed. Yi Chen also went to the coaching staff to distribute some. He promised everyone that he would find an opportunity to bring Jiang Baiwei over to meet everyone. Introduce me to her too. Yi Chen turned his head and saw a group of bald men walking straight towards him. The figure of instructor Huang, he ran, was in the group. What are you people doing? Don't you know this is the training ground of our school basketball team? Hurry up and leave. As the team captain, Li Chen immediately came to instructor Huang and said sternly. Ha ha. Today we are here to find Yi Chen. If anyone else wants to join the fun, then we'll teach them a lesson together. Huang looked at Li Chen fiercely. His words were not kind. Stop it. The coaches, noticing the situation, immediately came over to stop the other party's actions. One of the crew cut men arrogantly took out a mobile phone and handed it to the coaches. Director Huang from the logistics department wants to talk to you. One of the coaches, with a puzzled look on his face, answered the phone. Hello? But? Yes, director. Yin Qing handed the phone back to the other person with a frown. And said to the other coaches, this is between classmates, let's not get involved. As the head coach of the basketball team, Coach Pete happened to be away today. Now faced with Director Huang, who controls the basketball team and all its finances, the other coaches could only reluctantly compromise. Yi Chen had an expression of expectation. He patted his chest and said to the coaches, who had complicated expressions on their faces, Coaches, I understand that you are in a difficult situation. But this little scene is no match for me. He then patted Li Chen, who was standing in front of him, with an expression that said he could solve the problem himself. But Li Chen frowned, and before he could finish speaking, Sergeant Huang shouted. All non-essential personnel, disperse. The teammates who were originally thought to flee in all directions, instead stood together with Yi Chen. Even the coaches who had retreated to the side before, showed no intention of leaving. You guys? Yi Chen looked at his teammates with a complex expression in his eyes. We are teammates who can trust each other at any time. At this moment, Li Chen patted the other person's shoulder in the same way Yi Chen had just done. Interesting, since everyone is so loyal. Let's clean it up together. Instructor Huang looked at Yi Chen and the others with disdain. Although he had only been in the army for 2 years, he had quickly made a name for himself thanks to his wealthy family background and his father, who was the logistics chief. After leaving the army, he called on soldiers who had left at the same time as him, and with instructor Huang's help, they successfully became military training instructors at the university. As long as he gave the order, these instructors would all work for him. That was why instructor Huang dared to take action at the school. Morning, everyone. This incident started with me, so let me be the one to resolve it. Yi Chen looked at the crowd with emotion. Bah! Huang Wei, don't think that just because you have a father who is the director of the logistics department, you can do whatever you want at school. With me, Li Chen, here today, no one can touch Yi Chen. Li Chen, who had completely lost his temper, immediately pointed at Huang Wei's nose and said. Looking at the angry Li Chen in front of him, Huang Wei also suddenly felt a burst of pressure. This Li Chen's father is a very influential figure on the school board, and if it really comes to a showdown, it really won't end well. For Li Chen's sake, let's draw a line and fight it out today. The loser has to fulfill one condition for the other party. What do you say? Officer Huang steadied his nerves and said with a cold smile. Li Chen turned his head and looked at Yi Chen, only to see Yi Chen nod calmly. It's about time to put an end to this. Chapter 44, The Defenseless Instructor Huang. Soon, two groups of people surrounded Yi Chen and Instructor Huang in the middle. Instructor Huang crossed his arms and looked at Yi Chen with disdain. I've got the video, and I'll show it to see you and watch it over and over again. Yi Chen looked at the arrogant Instructor Huang with a sneer. Then he quickly charged at the other party. Instructor Huang saw the other party come to him in the blink of an eye. His eyes immediately panicked. He hurriedly put his hands in front of himself to block. Immediately afterwards, a heavy straight punch came, accompanied by a huge force that knocked him back half a meter. Hiss! Instructor Huang and the people around him gasped in shock. Instructor Huang, who was not daring at all, quickly adjusted his position. He stared at Yi Chen without blinking. Ha! I thought he was really something, but this is all he's got. Yi Chen said, looking at the other person with disgust. You want to die. He saw that the other person was also using a quick attack, and his huge fist came straight at Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen, however, took the blow without flinching. Just as the other person was about to withdraw his fist, he exerted a little strength. Instructor Huang suddenly felt like his hand was going to fall apart. He was shocked by the other person's strength. Why was it so great? Boring. Yi Chen looked at Instructor Huang, whose eyes were filled with terror. He shook his head and kicked him hard in the stomach. Ah! Instructor Huang covered his stomach, curled up on the ground and kept rolling. In a short while, he passed out. If I see you and that bitch Wang see you again, it won't be as simple as today. Yi Chen calmly patted his own clothes and said. The onlookers stared at Yi Chen with looks of awe. Gulob. Yi Chen, you're not even worthy of being a striker, you should go fight in the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship. Li Chen felt numb. His own attempts to stop the fight felt redundant, and even if the opponent came at him all at once, Yi Chen could easily handle it. Huang Ge, call an ambulance quickly. Yi Chen, you're finished. Director Huang won't let you off the hook. The young man is good at martial arts, but you have provoked the wrong person. It was at this time that Huang's people finally remembered to call for an ambulance. They did not forget to continue shouting. I, Yi Mao, will take on whatever else you have. And tell your so-called director Huang that if he doesn't want to be the last of his kind, he should talk to me properly. Yi Chen also did not indulge the other party, and responded seriously and directly. Then, in the disdainful eyes of the crowd, Instructor Huang was carried out like a shrimp curled up in a ball. Thank you all for everything you have done for me. I will definitely not get drunk at the baby's 1-month celebration. Yi Chen quickly turned around. He bowed deeply to the crowd. The crowd then continued with the unfinished training, but their eyes on Yi Chen obviously became more respectful. Soon the morning training was over. The coach and teammates all thought that Yi Chen's condition would have declined after being away from the basketball court for a week. But from the training, it seemed that his condition had improved. Yi Chen had to say that he had been practicing at the hospital basketball court. This convinced his teammates. Looking at the afternoon schedule, which was full of classes, Yi Chen called Jiang Baiwei and said that he might not be able to come back until tonight. Jiang Baiwei sat in the courtyard, pouting, and slowly put down the phone and said, Sister Su Muyu, Yi Chen has classes in the afternoon, so he can only see me in the evening. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, she had a small expression of grievance. Su Muyu immediately pulled her over and said, Baiwei, this man is busy with his own things. We women have to learn to entertain ourselves. We can't just revolve around men every day. Sister Muyu, but I still really miss Yi Chen. Su Muyu immediately put a hand to her forehead and said, Baiwei, why did I only just realize your love-struck nature? Let's watch variety shows and entertain the children. Life is so full. After being encouraged by the cheerful Su Muyu, Jiang Baiwei's mood gradually improved. Yi Chen, who had returned to class, was soon noticed by his classmates. Since Yi Chen had a very good reputation in the class, his classmates were also curious and asked what Yi Chen had been doing this week. Class monitor, you're just in time. I've prepared some candy for the students, could you help me distribute it? The class monitor, who had an expression of surprise on his face, was suddenly taken advantage of by Yi Chen, who took a large bag of candy out of his bag and handed it to him. Yi Chen, the video of you beating up the suit-wearing bodyguard that's been going viral online. Is the protagonist in it you? After receiving the candy Yi Chen handed him, the monitor, who was like a class president who wouldn't do anything unless you told him, stared at Yi Chen and asked. Although I didn't really want to admit it, I was indeed the protagonist in that video. Hearing this, the monitor and the surrounding students all had an expression like they were about to be surprised. Monitor, go distribute the candy to the students first. Why I appeared in the hospital is related to the reason for my leave this time. Yi Chen shrugged and said. Yi Chen, don't keep us in suspense, we're all itching to know. Yes, it's hard to get a close look at melons, so give us a good one. Looking at the unusually excited classmates, Yi Chen had no choice but to stand up. This candy is the candy for me becoming a father. Now you understand why I appeared in the hospital, right? Cut it off. Just then, Chua and the others arrived in the classroom absent-mindedly. They were suddenly stared at by their classmates with a uniform gaze. Chua, Yi Chen said that he gave birth to you and even gave us wedding candy. None of the classmates believed Yi Chen's nonsense, so they made fun of Chua and the others. You have to know that as classmates, they have witnessed how many girls Yi Chen has rejected. He was finally softened up by Wang Xiyu and ended his single life. A few days ago, he was betrayed by Wang Xiyu again, which made it hard for his classmates not to think that this was a means of revenge against Wang Xiyu. Hey. Just think of it as having a baby, and we three are the big brothers. Since Yi Chen had to go to training in the morning and Chu He and the others, who did not need to practice, had just left the dormitory and arrived in the classroom, they did not see their classmates after they did not believe in this matter. They didn't explain much. But Yi Chen, the candy you bought really looks like the real thing. It's from Joy Luck, and it's not cheap. The sharp-eyed students quickly noticed the difference. So they happily took 2 more. The bell rang for class to start, and everyone obediently waited for the teacher to arrive. Time always flies when you're studying. Before long, it was evening. Yi Chen, who was eager to return home, immediately started the car parked in the corner. He sped home. Baby Baiwei, I'm on my way back, do you miss me? Yi Chen, who was driving, did not forget to send a message to Jiang Baiwei on his phone. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu were staying with others, eating all kinds of melons from the entertainment industry, and did not notice the message sent by Yi Chen at all. This made Yi Chen drive as fast as he could towards the villa. Chapter 45 Baiwei's Tsundere best friend. Just as Yi Chen was about to approach the gate, he saw a young woman in professional attire dragging a suitcase and just getting off a taxi. She was communicating with the property staff about something. Yi Chen, who had driven up, vaguely heard the words Villa Number 1. The property staff nearby also noticed Yi Chen's vehicle. Just as he was about to go and confirm his identity, Yi Chen lowered the window. Welcome home, owner. I think I heard you say you were going to Villa Number 1. I can take you there. Yi Chen looked curiously at the young working woman and said, This is the owner of Villa Number 1. You can explain your situation to him. The property management staff next to him also confirmed Yi Chen's identity. This made Gu Lingyu, who was originally a little suspicious, wondering how there could be such a coincidence, let down her guard and said, Hello, do you know Jiang Baiwei? Of course. Get in the car. I roughly know who you are. After hearing the other person say Jiang Baiwei's name, she was basically certain that she was Jiang Baiwei's lawyer best friend. Gu Lingyu was not pretentious, and she brought her suitcase and got into the back seat. Yi Chen kindly said when he saw this, "There is mineral water in the back seat, you can bring it." Gu Lingyu just nodded slightly, without making any move. Instead, she kept looking at Yi Chen's every move through the rearview mirror. This made Yi Chen have to straighten his driving posture. He was afraid that the other party would find something wrong. Yi Chen, who was sitting upright, finally stopped in front of the villa. Without waiting for Yi Chen to open the door for Gu Lingyu in the back seat, the other party took the lead and got off. "You go to the courtyard and sit for a while, I'll go call Baiwei." Yi Chen, who saw that the courtyard was empty, hurriedly entered the villa to call Jiang Baiwei. It wasn't until Yi Chen stood by the sofa in the living room on the first floor that Jiang Baiwei and the others, who were enthusiastically eating melons, saw Yi Chen's figure. "Yi Chen, you're back. Come over and eat this melon together." Jiang Baiwei hurriedly asked Yi Chen to sit down, continuing to look seriously at Su Muyu's moments in his phone. "Baiwei, if there are no surprises, I should have arrived with your best friend. Why don't we go downstairs and meet the people?" Yi Chen said helplessly. "Ah. I'm done for, I was so engrossed in eating melons that I forgot to check my phone." Jiang Baiwei hurriedly got up, put on her cotton slippers and walked towards the courtyard. Yi Chen carefully watched over her the whole way. "Lingyu, I'm sorry. I was just chatting with Sister Muyu about the entertainment industry and didn't pay attention to my phone," Jiang Baiwei said, pulling a displeased Gu Lingyu along, looking pitiful. "Oof. I wasted no time rushing here after getting off the plane." Gu Lingyu slowly withdrew her hand. "But you didn't even reply to my message. If your boyfriend hadn't driven me here, I would have turned around and gone home." Gu Lingyu pretended to be angry, holding her chest and tilting her head. "I'm sorry, I'll apologize. If I ask Yi Chen to make your favorite tiramisu, will you stop being angry?" Jiang Baiwei, who was holding Gu Lingyu's hand, gave Yi Chen a crazy look. Yi Chen also hurriedly stepped forward. He had to salvage his image in front of Jiang Baiwei's best friend. "I don't think Lingyu will mind if I call you that." Baiwei was just overjoyed. "Whatever you want, I'll agree to it for Baiwei." Without waiting for Gu Lingyu to say anything, Su Muyu, who was right behind her, also came to the courtyard and said something nice on the side. "Sister Lingyu, it's all my fault. I insisted on dragging Baiwei to eat melons, and I apologize to you on Baiwei's behalf." Su Muyu, who only appeared on mobile phones and TVs, suddenly appeared in front of Gu Lingyu. She had already put Jiang Baiwei's failure to reply to her messages behind her. With a face full of excitement, she looked at Su Muyu. She didn't dare to speak. "It's quite cold outside, let's go inside and chat." Su Muyu, who was holding Gu Lingyu's hand, also gave Jiang Baiwei a look that said, "I'll take care of it." Gu Lingyu, who was being led by Su Muyu, was at a loss for words. Not knowing what was going on, she just sat down on the sofa in the living room. "You guys chat first, I'll go prepare dinner." Yi Chen saw the atmosphere, and after it was eased by Su Muyu, he immediately hid in the kitchen and let them finish chatting first. Gu Lingyu only came back to her senses when she saw Yi Chen's figure receding into the distance. Looking at Su Muyu, who was close at hand, although Jiang Baiwei had informed her of this in advance, she still felt that it was all a bit unreal. "Oof. Stinking Lingyu, are you here to see me or Sister Muyu?" Jiang Baiwei, pretending to be angry, took the initiative to speak first. This made Gu Lingyu, who was not angry in the first place, lose her momentum. After seeing that Gu Lingyu was no longer angry, Su Muyu hurriedly came out and played the white face and said, "Baiwei, Lingyu is just nervous. She came over here because she definitely cares about you. How about this, let's finish watching the rest of our friends' circle." Soon, with Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu singing in unison, Gu Lingyu quickly became familiar with everyone, and they all joined the melon-eating army. Before long, dinner is served. "Ladies, please take your seats." Yi Chen placed the cooked delicacies on the table and immediately took out his phone to ask Ye's parents, who were supervising the construction progress at the ranch, how long it would take them to arrive home. "Let's stop eating melons for today and eat dinner first," Su Muyu, who had slowly closed her phone, said playfully. "Sister Muyu, if you start a live broadcast to share all this entertainment gossip, your popularity will definitely skyrocket." Gu Lingyu, who was still full of enthusiasm, suddenly turned into a little fangirl. She didn't care at all that her stomach was growling with hunger. The group of people laughed and joked as they arrived on the second floor. When they saw a table full of delicious food, Jiang Baiwei couldn't wait and sat down in her seat. Yesterday, Yi Chen wasn't home, so she had to call Xianju Pavilion to order food. When they actually ate the Xianju Pavilion dishes that they had previously thought were delicious, the group of people, whose taste buds had been spoiled by Yi Chen, only found them barely edible. Lingyu, come quickly. Yi Chen made your favorite tiramisu, or durian flavored. Jiang Baiwei looked at the beautifully decorated dessert on the table and said. As everyone took their seats one after the other, Jiang Baiwei, who had been hungry for a long time, took the first prawn and put it in her mouth. She didn't care about the hot prawns. Sumuyu and Shen Hong couldn't wait either, and picked up their delicious food and put it in their mouths, without the slightest regard for image. A puzzled Gu Lingyu, after doubtfully putting a piece of beef into her mouth, understood why everyone was behaving in such a way, looking at everyone as if they hadn't eaten for days. Yi Chen, who had originally wanted to raise a glass to celebrate, now had to slowly put down the teacup in his hand. He went to check on the babies, who had fallen asleep. Yi Chen, who had entered the baby room, tiptoed around to check on the baby's condition. The nursing aunts, who heard the noise, also whispered hello to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at his three daughters, who were sleeping soundly, and smiled with relief. But when he saw his youngest son, he was still biting his palm in his sleep. He was so angry that his daughter was really obedient. This kid was born with a rebellious streak. Yi Chen, who had confirmed the children, returned to the dining room. He saw Jiang Baiwei and the others, touching their round bellies. They did not forget to take a piece of tiramisu each. Upon seeing Yi Chen return, Jiang Baiwei said with a happy face, Yi Chen, next time you can't make so much delicious food. If we keep eating like this, we'll really gain weight. It's not that you're a little glutton who can't control your mouth, but this meal was prepared for 7 servings. As a result, you 4 finished it all, not even leaving any dessert. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who was sitting on the stool, too full to move, Yi Chen said with a smile. Yi Chen, the food you cooked was really delicious, no wonder Baiwei keeps praising you. It seems that you have the prerequisite to be a good husband. Gu Lingyu, who was standing nearby, also did not hold back her praise, and had initially approved of Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also bashful after being praised by everyone. Then, outside the house, there was the sound of a vehicle's engine. Yi Chen returned to the kitchen after exchanging a few words with the developer and went back to the kitchen. He quickly made a simple dish of beef fried rice for Yi's parents. Xiao Chen, that construction team is really quite efficient. The ranch has really changed a lot. I'll call them up and go check it out when it's all done. Yi's father, who was sitting in the courtyard with a bowl in one hand, said excitedly as he ate his rice. We even asked about the method of raising cows. It turns out that it's just like raising chicks, just feed them regularly. They can learn how to milk cows later. Yi's mother, who finally had something to do, also described vividly what she had learned at the ranch today. Where are my good grandchildren? In no time at all, they finished eating. Yi's father then asked about the children, and when he learned that they had already fallen asleep, he slowly lit a cigarette in the courtyard. Chen, come here for a second. Chapter 46, The baby's custom toys are here. Last time Baiwei's parents came to the house, we didn't mention the wedding. I think we should take the initiative to mention it to them. Yi Chen, who was smoking, said to Yi Zhen, who was pulling him aside. I was thinking the same thing. After I finish the current task, I will find Baiwei's parents and set up a time to visit their home. You think so too? Then I'm relieved. Don't forget the gifts. Yi Chen's father patted Yi Chen reassuringly before smoking a cigarette in the courtyard by himself. Since Yi Chen only had a training match tomorrow afternoon, he could stay at home for a while. He watched the group of people chatting from the dining room to the living room. Yi Chen sensibly went back to his room first and took a shower. Afterwards, the sleeping and waking up babies came to Yi Chen's embrace. Yi's parents, who were in the courtyard, finally got to see their precious grandchildren all day long. They couldn't wait and took them from Yi Chen's hands. Ding! An abnormally active host descendant has been detected. The system has issued a side quest for toys. Quest requirements: the descendants will independently choose their favorite toys, and the host will develop the toys in depth based on their own understanding. Reward for completion, maximum learning ability. The system suddenly issued a quest. Yi Chen, who had wanted to quietly spend time with his children, had to leave them with Ye's mother. He went out to the courtyard alone and moved all the toys from the house there. Goodness me! Chua has bought so many toys, I've already made 2 trips. Looking at the 4 large boxes of toys, Yi Chen couldn't help but complain about Chua and the others, who were still in the dormitory. He quickly called the nursing aunts to take out the toys. He placed them on the tarpaulin laid out in the center of the courtyard. Xiaochen, what's this for? It's not time to let the kids draw lots yet. Yi Dad looked at Yi Chen doubtfully and asked. Dad, I'm just seeing that the babies have a lot of energy every day. I want them to find some toys they like, and I'll order some high-end ones. That way, the kids won't be so restless. Yi Chen patiently explained. Combining the fact that before, the kids would eat and sleep, and after waking up, they would lie in the arms of the adults and wriggle around wildly. If you're not careful, there's a risk of falling. Ye's father also had a sudden realization and nodded. Indeed, high-end goods should be ordered for the grandchildren. These plastics are made of plastic, and I'm afraid they're not hygienic. After arranging all the toys, Jiang Baiwei and the others also noticed the commotion in the courtyard. They came out one after another. Since the children could not yet crawl, Ye's parents carefully held the children and held each toy in front of them for a moment. After not getting a response from their grandchildren, they left the toys behind. After learning that Yi Chen wanted to select toys for the energetic children and then order high-end goods, Jiang Baiwei and the others quickly joined the group. Gu Lingyu, who was meeting her child for the first time, was also content to hold her child. Su Muyu also brought out her child at this time. Xiao Yi, this godson is also a son, how can you buy toys without his share? Ha ha ha. It's not that I didn't hold him when he was still asleep, I just didn't hold him out together. Now that he's awake, I'll pick them out together. Yi Chen scratched the back of his head and explained. After looking at most of the toys, the eldest daughter was the first to make a he sound at a building block. She grabbed it in her hands. Good Ro, you're really a good granddaughter. This building block is the best for exercising the brain, and in the future, Ro will definitely be a talented young lady. Yi Ba, who was holding his granddaughter, couldn't stop smiling at this scene. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, also gave her a kiss with a face full of adoration. This scene seemed to have flipped a switch, and in the next 3 minutes, the other babies successively chose their favorite toys. The eldest, Yi Sairu, chose the building blocks, the second, Yi Zi, chose the doll, the third, Yi Qihan, chose the harmonica, and the fourth, Yi Jiqiu, chose the baseball. Su Muyu's child chose a Rubik's Cube. My eldest son really has inherited my athletic genes, choosing a baseball as a toy since he was little. Seeing that all 3 of his daughters chose quiet toys, it's a shame that his youngest son prefers an athletic style. This also made Yi Chen look at him with relief. If his youngest son builds up a body of muscles, he can also protect his 3 frail sisters. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the side quest toys. The reward has been issued, please check. Suddenly Yi Chen's mind felt as if it had suddenly opened up again. As an art student, he immediately understood the structure and gameplay of each toy. The scariest thing was, he was actually mentally supplementing the various inadequate movements he did at the training ground yesterday, and correcting the dribbling and passing movements that had been criticized by the coach. You little guys are really my lucky stars. Yi Chen, who had finished absorbing the knowledge in his head, excitedly picked up his youngest son. He lifted him high in the air, causing his young son to make a hee-hee sound. Next, I plan to make some toys myself to create a one-of-a-kind toy for the kids. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the group also felt that this made more sense. So they wanted to get involved. I'll go buy some materials now. Sister Su Muyu, do you know of any similar craftspeople? Yi Chen took out his phone and looked it over, but didn't see anything satisfactory. He looked at Su Muyu and asked. I need to take a good look at this, the contacts. Su Muyu took out her phone to look it over while turning her head to look at Chen Hong and said. Sister Chen, there are all kinds of contacts on your phone, let's take a look. So everyone took advantage of the people around them and started looking for people who sold handicraft tools and raw materials. Just then, Chen Hong held up her phone and came over to Yi Chen. Yi, look, this is the popular handmade guy on the internet. He has a lot of tools, so let's ask him. Yi Chen shook his head and said. Xinjia, I know this person you're talking about. Although he makes all kinds of things, his tools and raw materials are all ordinary. We need high-end ones. I found one. A friend of mine living abroad happens to know a senior wood carving master. He probably has no problem with the tools and raw materials. Gu Lingyu, who was standing nearby, excitedly handed her phone to Jiang Baiwei. She then began to explain the general situation, saying that she had heard that many national-level artworks were created by this wood carving master. Then he's the one. Lingyu, help us find out how much a complete set of wood carving tools costs, and I'll go get some agarwood. Yi Chen came over to take a look. He immediately made a decision. In one night's time, he found all the various tools and some of the raw materials needed. The only thing missing was high-quality wood. Yi Chen, let's ask your brother to take care of this. He might know some collectors in this field. After Su Muyu finished speaking, he immediately called Ma Qingye to inform him of the situation here. After hearing what Su Muyu said, Yi Chen could only pin his hopes on his brother. This matter cannot be rushed. I'm not at ease using ordinary wood for my grandchildren. The golden nanmu tree planted in the family garden, I'll have it chopped down and make toys for my precious grandchildren. Yes, parents, who could do nothing to help, were attentively keeping their children company and didn't say a word. Seeing Yi Chen encounter a problem, they immediately thought of a solution. Dad, that golden nanmu tree was planted by your great-grandfather. Yi Chen said to his father. It's not a pity. It's a blessing to be used on my grandchildren. Our Yi family has served it for 5 or 6 generations, and now it's time for it to contribute. Yi Chen's father, who was not at all distressed, told Yi Chen to go ahead and do it. Chapter 47, Visiting the Military Region. Zhang's parents. Immediately, Ye's father took out his phone and called his aunt, who was far away in the south. He arranged to have the entire golden phoebe tree in his yard cut down. But after Yi Chen's persuasion, the branches were collected and sent to the capital instead. Seeing Ye's father's resolute actions, Yi Chen didn't insist on anything. Instead, he felt a little more respect for parents who were willing to sacrifice everything for their grandchildren. Then let's go find wood at both places. We adults have the strength to do more. We can also make some knickknacks. Yi Chen finished speaking. Then he took the children and continued strolling in the courtyard. Later, he found Jiang Baiwei and asked about Zhang's parents' schedule. My parents' schedule is confidential. They will only reply after they are done with their work. I'll send a message to ask about them first. Jiang Baiwei took out her phone, edited a message, and sent it. Unexpectedly, Zhang's father almost immediately replied. Baiwei, I'm on leave from the army these few days, you can bring the kids and Yi Chen to visit me. Zhang's father. Yi Chen, my father has time these few days. Why don't we go tomorrow? With a surprised face, she tilted her head and asked Yi Chen after seeing the message on her phone. Jiang Baiwei had previously sent messages to Zhang's parents, but they only replied after a day or two. I didn't expect Zhang's father to reply so promptly this time. No problem. I'll go prepare some gifts for uncle and ask the coach for some time off. Yi Chen immediately agreed after hearing that Zhang's father was available these few days. Explaining to the head coach on the phone that he was going to visit his future father-in-law. The head coach very generously granted Yi Chen 3 days off, and also reminded Yi Chen to do a good job in the area of human relations. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile when he read the message on his phone. As a foreign coach, he has already learned the true way of life in China. After explaining the situation to the guide, he also gave the 3-day leave of absence with a wave of his hand. Thank you so much, guide. By the way, when is the guide coming to my house to visit? You've helped me so much, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. Don't be cheeky. I'm only doing this because of your special circumstances, not because I see you as Yi Chen. When I'm done with what I'm doing, remember to cook a big meal for me. The stubborn instructor said arrogantly. Yi Chen kept saying yes. In the evening, after everyone returned to their rooms, Jiang Baiwei pulled Yi Chen into her room and asked seriously. Yi Chen, honestly, did you really beg the old man for that body recovery ointment? Of course. This old gentleman is an old Chinese medicine practitioner passed down from his ancestors, and this body recovery ointment was also passed down from his ancestors. I had to work really hard to beg him for it. Yi Chen, who was not blushing, replied to Jiang Baiwei seriously. But the efficacy of this medicine is a bit too good. I have only used it for 2 or 3 days, and the wound on my stomach has already scabbed over and started to grow new flesh. Jiang Baiwei said as she slowly lifted the corner of her pajamas. That proves that the old man didn't lie to me, otherwise I would have to settle the score with him. It's good to have you. Jiang Baiwei, who was slowly leaning in Yi Chen's arms, had love in her eyes. Looking at the charming Jiang Baiwei in his arms, Yi Chen still suppressed the urge in his heart. After a brief wash, the two entered a dreamless sleep. Yi, you delivered all the things I asked you to buy to the villa. I'll be gone for a few days, so please take care of Muyu. Yi Chen, who had been woken up by Ma Qingye's call early in the morning, went to the balcony on the second floor and answered the phone. He didn't dare to disturb Jiang Baiwei's sleep at all. Thank you so much, Brother Ma. Sister Muyu is having a good time here. But then again, Sister Muyu still misses you quite a bit. Yi Chen kindly reminded him. Hey. I also want to be by Muyu's side every day. It's not that the international situation has been unstable recently, the overseas business that was previously negotiated may have to fail. That's why I was urgently called back to preside over the situation. Ma Chengye sat helplessly in his office, looking at the foreign party in front of him who would rather pay the liquidated damages than continue to fulfill the contract. Suddenly, his head was spinning. Then, Brother Ma, you take care of your business first. Sister Muyu, don't worry about me. I'm in good hands with Baiwei and Chen. After a few brief words of exchange, they hung up. Yi Chen turned around and saw Jiang Baiwei in her pajamas appear behind him. I woke you up when I called, didn't I? Yi Chen, who was petting Jiang Baiwei's head, said apologetically. No, the biological clock in my head woke me up. My dad sent me your location, so we can head there as soon as we're ready. Then he handed Yi Chen his phone. In addition to the gifts I bought, I'm going to make some pastries myself to bring to Uncle Jiang. We can also eat them for breakfast. Yi Chen had a brainstorm and immediately came up with an idea to show his appreciation. That's a good idea. Then I'll have a durian-flavored tiramisu, and I'll make one for Sister Muyu and the others too. Upon hearing that there would be more food, Jiang Baiwei's eyes also lit up. At this time, the nursing aunt gently knocked on the door of the room, informing the children that it was time to breastfeed. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei then split up. Yi Chen, who was firing on all cylinders, quickly baked pastries for everyone. He took out the packaging bags left behind by the previous executive chef, packed 5 or 6 servings, and served the rest on the table for everyone. At this time, Yi Chen's gifts, which Ma Qingye had been asked to buy, were also placed in the living room on the first floor. Jiang Baiwei and the others were seen gathered on the sofa, fully dressed, watching something. Ye's parents were seen teasing the babies, who had drunk their fill. It's breakfast time, what are you looking at over there? I've simply made some pastries and some fruit juice, come and eat. After hearing Yi Chen shout, Jiang Baiwei and the others reluctantly came to the table. Su Muyu was holding her phone with a look of excitement on her face, shouting nice. What is Muyu playing that she is so engrossed in? Yi Chen saw that he could keep Jiang Baiwei and the others next to Su Muyu, so he asked curiously. It's not that I accepted the endorsement of a game called King Nongyao before. Now that the game skin I endorsed has gone live, I just wanted to try it out, and it's just gotten out of hand. Su Muyu, who had won the game, responded with a face full of excitement. This game looks so good, I want to play it too. The Wu Zetian skin that Muyu endorsed is just too good looking. I'm going to go download one right now. Even Jiang Baiwei, a newbie to the game, couldn't help but want to get into the game. Hey. Baiwei, I didn't think I'd already downloaded it, did you? After dinner, I'll go with Sister Muyu to play in a double row. Gu Lingyu picked up her phone like she was showing off and waved it at Jiang Baiwei. Great. Lingyu, you got there first, I'll wait until I get back to play with you in the game. Jiang Baiwei, who looked annoyed, looked at the other person with contempt in her eyes. I've heard of this game before, it's very popular right now, and it's the perfect way to pass the time. Yi Chen also said with a sudden realization. The group then discussed the various details of King S at the table. Statements such as Han Xayan's double overlord outfit allows him to go to the anti-jungle directly, and Li Bai's lack of ultimate skills makes him a super soldier, left Yi Chen, a novice gamer, confused. After a while, Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei arrived at the nanny car and did a final pre-departure inspection. It was also fortunate that baby seats could be installed in the back row of the nanny car. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Jiang Baiwei alone to take 4 children in the car. Along the way, be careful. The grandchildren are hungry, so first brew a bottle of milk powder to tide them over. Yes, parents repeatedly told Yi Chen, afraid that their precious grandchildren would get hungry. Chapter 48, The Mysterious Military Region and the Maverick Jiang Bai. The air in the countryside is still the best. Yi Chen, it seems like the first time we've brought the kids out alone. Jiang Baiwei, who was sitting in the passenger seat eating grapes, said with a happy face. From time to time, she would look at the kids through the rearview mirror. Yes, it's our time alone. Looking at a grape Jiang Baiwei handed over, Yi Chen stretched his head over with a happy face. In the face of Yi Chen's superb driving skills, the children fell asleep as if they were in a crib, clutching their hands. Baiwei, the journey is still a bit far, do you want to take a nap first? No need, I don't want our time alone to be wasted sleeping. Yi Chen felt warm in his heart when he heard this. Immediately, the two of them talked about their lives from birth to college, almost telling their whole lives on the way. After listening to Jiang Baiwei, she had studied and lived alone since high school. Yi Chen looked heartbroken and took Jiang Baiwei's hand. It's all in the past, and now you're here with me. Just then, a checkpoint suddenly appeared on the otherwise wide road, with two men in plain clothes slowly walking towards Yi Chen's car. Hello, comrade. The area ahead has been cordoned off, please detour. This was the first time Yi Chen had encountered such a situation, so he hurriedly explained. We are here to visit my father-in-law at the military barracks. He told us where to go and we came this way. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing next to Yi Chen, also took out her chat history and showed it to the two plainclothes men. The plainclothes man looked at the location on his phone and saw that it was behind a transfer station. One of the men went to the other side of the road and confirmed something over the walkie-talkie. The stern-looking plainclothes men stared straight at Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei. Suddenly, some of them became restless. Jiang Baiwei had never been to the place where her father worked, which made her extra cautious. Hello, comrade. We have confirmed with the transit station, please tell us your names. My name is Yi Chen, and this is my wife Jiang Baiwei. Hearing Yi Chen say outside that she was his wife, Jiang Baiwei blushed. There is no problem with the names, please Comrade Yi and Comrade Jiang, follow our special vehicle to the transit station. And hand over your personal communication equipment. Just then, the plainclothes man learned over the walkie-talkie that a couple was visiting the troops with 4 children, and when he saw the children's figures in the back seat, he was basically certain that the visitors were Yi Chen and the others. But as a matter of routine, he still asked for their real names. What surprised him most was not just the quadruplets, but the fact that the military district had allowed personal vehicles to enter directly. Instead of transferring to a special vehicle, this made the plainclothes man begin to speculate as to which relative of a major leader it was. Yi Chen carefully followed the military jeep in front of him. Along the way, Yi Chen saw 5 or 6 checkpoints of varying sizes, which kept him on edge. Jiang Baiwei, who saw this, held Yi Chen's hand and kept reassuring him. As the vehicle continued to move forward, Yi Chen arrived at an open space full of parked vehicles. This might be the transfer station the plainclothes man had mentioned. With puzzled looks on their faces, they saw the plainclothes man get out of the car and hand Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei's phones to a man in military uniform. When the uniformed man approached, Yi Chen remembered. It was him who drove the jeep when Jiang's father came to the house that time. Comrade Yi, Comrade Jiang, we meet again. I will lead you on the rest of the journey. The man saluted Yi Chen. Yi Chen was in an unfamiliar environment, but after seeing an acquaintance, was also beaming with joy and felt a little more relaxed. As the vehicle started up, another unknown journey began. After half an hour of driving around, Yi Chen finally saw the outline of the military camp. Yi Chen, who had driven into the gate, was directly taken to the back of the military camp by the military jeep in front of him. The soldiers passing by along the way looked sideways at the civilian nanny vehicle. They were curious as to why this car appeared in the core camp of their special forces unit. Ha ha ha. Vivi, Yi, you finally arrived. Yi Chen, who had just parked the car, saw Jiang's father enthusiastically approaching the car. Uncle Jiang, Dad. Yi Chen, who had gotten out of the car and was carrying large and small packages in the trunk, greeted Jiang's father slightly awkwardly. Where are my 4 good grandchildren? Did they sleep comfortably on the way? Jiang's father, who had originally wanted to help Yi Chen carry some things, when he saw the little babies in the back seat, he immediately opened the door carefully. He picked up his little grandson, who had already woken up. The sharp-eyed driver of the car immediately came over to help Uncle Jiang carry the things. Jiang Bai and Jiang Baiwei, each holding 2 children, walked towards a tent. This is my dormitory, you can sit anywhere you like. We are training in the wild now, so there are no such formalities. Jiang Bai, who was happily holding his grandson, said casually to Yi Chen and his wife. Dad, Yi Chen brought you some gifts. He also made some pastries especially for you before we left. Come and try them. Jiang Baiwei pointed at the gifts and said. Yi, you're so thoughtful. This really is a nice flavor. It's your boy's handiwork. Xia, you come and try it too. After placing the children in the beds where they would sleep, Jiang Bai took a cookie and tasted it, and quickly asked the guard standing at the tent door to try it as well. Yes. The guard picked one out and put the small cookie in his mouth. His eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly praised Yi Chen's cooking skills. I'm in the army and really can't leave, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to come to me. I haven't seen my granddaughter in a few days, and I've missed her so much. Yi Chen came to visit me this time because of Bai Wei, right? Jiang Ba, as a military man, spoke quickly and to the point. But as Jiang Baiwei's father, Jiang Ba also thought about the purpose of Yi Chen's visit this time. Yes, Uncle Jiang, I came this time to ask you to set a time. The 2 families can sit down and talk about me marrying Bai Wei. Yi Chen sat upright on the small bench, speaking with restraint. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing next to him, also held Yi Chen's hand and looked at Jiang's father with anticipation. I will definitely support you and Wei in everything. But, we still need to see what the mother's attitude is first. After hearing Jiang's father's approving tone, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Jiang Baiwei. Not to mention this, it's just as well that you're here. Last time I saw you doing the military boxing, it had a bit of verve to it. Are you interested in practicing with the soldiers in the military region? Jiang's father looked at the children wriggling frantically on his bed, and looked at them with a face full of affection. Then, he looked at Yi Chen and said with a smile. Dad, not again. We're here this time to discuss things with you, not to find someone to fight. Jiang Baiwei was instantly unhappy. What kind of father-in-law is there who, as soon as he sees his son-in-law, wants to fight? Wei, haven't we already discussed this matter? I don't have anything interesting to do either, so I just want to see how good Yi Chen's skills are. Jiang Bai, who realized that he had indeed gone too far, suddenly scratched his head. No problem, Uncle Jiang, I also want to see what I am still lacking. In order not to embarrass his future father-in-law, Yi Chen agreed with a gritted teeth. Good. As expected, my son-in-law Yi Chen is just the kind of person I want to be confident in. Xia, notify the Dragon's Tooth Squad to assemble in front of my tent. After hearing Yi Chen's reply, Jiang's father suddenly beamed with joy, and then gave instructions to the guards. Chapter 49, A Powerful 1-on-3. Yi Chen was still brewing milk for the children when he received the imported milk powder from Su Muyu. He heard a sound of neat footsteps outside. Standing fast, the long squad has assembled, awaiting your instructions, sir. Yi Chen and the others, hearing the sound, turned their attention to Jiang, who was busy amusing the children. He paused in the action of mixing the formula. Yi, continue to make formula for the children, let them stand outside for a while. Jiang, hearing the sound outside, did not give any instructions. He was thinking about the Longya squad, which had won the team competition yesterday after defeating the entire military region. After the competition, they had arrogantly proclaimed that they were the best special forces unit in the world. Jiang's dad wanted to dampen their enthusiasm. He understood that they were young and full of energy, but he could not tolerate their arrogance. The Longya squad was standing outside the house. They had originally thought that Jiang's dad had summoned them to privately praise them for their heroic performance yesterday. However, after arriving at Jiang's dad's residence, they were puzzled by the lack of follow-up orders. And entering this camp, they saw Yi Chen's conspicuous private car parked nearby, which made these soldiers even more confused. Uncle Jiang, the milk powder is all ready. Let Bai Wei stay here to feed the children, let's go out and meet the soldiers outside. With a systematic knowledge of parenting, Yi Chen is very handy even when making milk powder for the first time. He then placed the 4 adorable milk bottles neatly on the only table in the dormitory. Although it was not clear what Jiang's reason for doing so was, Yi Chen still subconsciously made excuses for the soldiers outside the house. Then Bai Wei will stay and feed the children, and we will go out and meet them. Zhang's father, who had slowly put down the child in his arms, immediately returned to a dignified expression. As a result, Yichen had to nervously follow Zhang's father and walk out of the dormitory. "Hello, sir, please instruct." The security guard who had originally led the Dragon's Tooth Squad had once again stood at the door of the dormitory. The captain of the Dragon's Tooth Squad hurriedly came forward and greeted Zhang's father with a salute. Then, with a slightly surprised look, he looked at Yichen, who was dressed in civilian clothes. After Zhang's father walked out of the dormitory, he still had a stern face and said nothing as he watched them. This made the soldiers below stand even straighter. Yichen, who was standing behind Zhang's father, also hurriedly took out all the basic standing skills from military training at university, and there was no trace of the smile he had just had. "Do you know why you are made to stand outside?" After looking at Captain Longya, who had been saluting, and then turning his head to see Yichen's standing posture, which was also very impressive, he patted Yichen's shoulder with relief and said, "Reporting to the chief, it is because we were afraid of our outstanding performance yesterday. And we were full of self-confidence and looked down on everything, so we are made to reflect here." The quick-witted Captain Longya quickly figured out the problem. "Since you know you can't look down on everything, why did you say in front of so many brothers in the army yesterday that you are the strongest special forces team in the world? Report to the chief." "Because we have obtained the championship of this competition with a cliff-like advantage, we have the capital and the qualifications to say such things." Before Captain Longya could organize his words, a young face from the squad behind him stood out with a face full of disbelief and said, "Li Yunlong, I know you. In the recruit camp, you were exceptionally selected for the Special Forces training camp, and then you joined the Dragon Tooth Squad with the first place result. It is remarkable that you have achieved what others have achieved in 4 or 5 years at a young age. Then tell me loudly, do you think you are the strongest soldier king?" John's father looked at the young soldier who had walked out of the queue with interest, and then asked with a resounding voice, "Yes. I am the strongest soldier king." Yichen was instantly shocked by the young soldier's confidence. John's father, on the other hand, pulled Yichen over to him. "You're all very curious about who this person standing next to me is, right? If your guy can beat him with his bare hands, I'll add a banner to your Longya squad's prize for the competition. It will say, the world's #1 Special Forces unit." Jiang Ba, who had firmly grasped the psychology of his soldiers, said with a smile. In fact, during the last competition, Jiang Ba had already seen that Yichen had definitely held back. That kid's combat effectiveness was definitely above everyone in the Dragon Tooth Squad. This was Jiang Ba's plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It would not only suppress the arrogance of his soldiers, but also test out Yichen's full potential. By the way, I'd like to remind you that he's only a sophomore, so don't lose too badly. After saying that, he stood aside and waited to watch the show. Yichen, who was suddenly stared at by more than 10 pairs of eyes, suddenly broke out in a sweat. John's father, the future father-in-law, had already said everything. This made Yichen feel like he was backed into a corner and had to go on stage. "Uncle Jiang, if I really have to talk to the soldiers, I can't let up." Yichen, who was already a little nervous, asked Zhang Shu if he wanted to go all out. He accidentally said the wrong thing. This made the soldiers below, after hearing Yichen's words, who originally wanted to let Yichen take less hits by going easy on him, suddenly all of them decided not to go easy on him anymore. "I'll go first. This student has offended us." Li Yunlong, who had not yet returned to the queue, took the lead and came to Yichen's front. Then the other teammates from the Dragon's Tooth Squad made room for the 2 of them. Yichen, who was forced to fight, had no choice but to take up a fighting stance. When the opponent saw Yichen take up a fighting stance, he slightly reduced his strength and launched an attack on Yichen. He saw a straight punch coming at Yichen's arm. Then Li Yunlong was surprised to find that Yichen, a big guy at 1.9 meters, was extraordinarily agile and dodged the blow. The remaining teammates watching the fight all had serious expressions in their eyes. You have to know that Li Yunlong is in the top 3 in terms of individual combat ability on their team. After watching Yichen lightly dodge the blow, they all took the fight seriously. "Very good. Then you have to be careful." After seeing that Yichen is not a showboat, Li Yunlong gradually let go of his hands and feet, and his attacks became more and more fierce. This made Yichen, who had been dodging, feel angry. "Then, I'm sorry." Yichen, who had switched from defense to offense, used military bodyboxing in an open and unrestrained manner. in Li Yunlong's body, which did not have time to react, and in his terrified eyes. Yi Chen easily knocked him to the ground with a simple and unadorned heavy blow. How is this possible? 2 moves and he's taken care of, and he was defenseless too. Chief, are you sure this student is a sophomore? This is probably not some veteran special forces soldier who's come here to fish. This military boxing is a little different from ours. His is vigorous and powerful, while ours is a bit rigid. The surrounding teammates said in surprise. Yi Chen, who had easily taken care of Li Yunlong. John's father was also taken aback. He knew Yi Chen would win. But he didn't expect it to be so easy. Yi Chen reached out and pulled Li Yunlong up from the ground. He quickly apologized, and Li Yunlong, who was not the type to lose easily, laughed freely and said it was fine. Let me try. Another fighter stepped out of the team, his eyes full of vigilance as he looked at Yi Chen. There was no excessive communication. That soldier immediately used his best technique, grappling. He was determined to take Yi Chen down with one strike. But in the end, it didn't go as he wished. With Yi Chen's huge build and agile movements, he was unable to find any weak points, and was easily knocked to the ground by Yi Chen's 2 moves. After watching 2 of his teammates lose in a row, the captain on the side could no longer sit still. He came to the field and took a step ahead of Yi Chen, pulling up the warrior on the ground and saying, "This student, on behalf of the Dragon's Tooth Squad, I issue you a final challenge. If I also lose, then our squad will be considered defeated." As the captain of the strongest special forces unit in the entire military region, He Changwon's formidable strength is recognized by everyone. When he said this, none of his teammates objected. "Then I'll offend you." Yi Chen, upon learning that this was the final match, suddenly came to life. He had thought that the Longya squad would gang up on him, and suddenly he had a great deal of admiration for the Longya captain. Drink. He Changwon, who is also good at military boxing, has already seen the strength of Yi Chen in the previous 2 competitions. He, who bears the honor of the entire Longya squad, cannot allow himself to lose. Therefore, he chose to strike first. Looking at He Changwon, who had already passed 5 consecutive moves with Yi Chen, his teammates seemed to see the dawn of victory. Just as his teammates thought that the captain could win this competition in one fell swoop, Yi Chen threw a fast and heavy straight punch. It hit He Changwon hard in the stomach. He Changwon leaned back to release the force, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 50, The Military Commanders Who Were Convinced and Those Who Humbly Sought Advice. The situation changed too quickly. Before his teammates could react, they saw their captain lying on the ground. He Changwon, who was lying on the ground, also had an expression of disbelief. Then he let out a relieved sigh, shook his head with a smile. He slowly got up from the ground. Pop, pop, pop. Now you know what it means to say that there are people in the sky and people on the earth. John's father, who had watched the whole process, couldn't help but applaud for Yi Chen. He also took the opportunity to reprimand the soldiers. "Xia, take out the pastries that Yi Chen made and distribute them to the soldiers. For lunch later, you notify logistics and I will send someone to make them." After saying this, John's father came to Yi Chen's side and patted the few grains of sand on him. This immediately made Yi Chen feel embarrassed. "Based on your performance just now, forget about the banner. And don't ever say that you are the world's most awesome special forces unit again. You should have awe and respect for the world. Come with me to the canteen for lunch later, you guys rest here." John's father took Yi Chen by the hand and returned to the dormitory. Zhang Baiwei, who was listening to the sounds of the fight outside, was a little socially anxious and didn't dare open the door to stop the farce. She was frantically running around in the dormitory. When she saw Yi Chen come back unharmed, she patted her chest in relief. "Dad, Yi Chen is not your soldier. Who practices their son-in-law every day? If you do this again, I'll ignore you." Zhang Baiwei, who was a little angry, said crossly with her arms folded. "My dear daughter, I just wanted to see how good Yi Chen's skills are. I didn't expect it to be such a big surprise to me." Outside, Zhang Bai's father, who was still serious, saw an angry Zhang Bai and immediately put on a smile. He then took the bottle from Zhang Bai's hands and proceeded to feed his grandchildren. Zhang Bai came to Yi Chen's side and carefully checked to see if he was injured. She carefully removed some inconspicuous gravel and smoothed out the creases in his clothes. With a heart full of pain, she asked Yi Chen if he was feeling unwell. "It's fine, fighters have a lot of strength in their hands." The two of them openly showed their affection in front of Yi-Chen's future father-in-law. At this time, outside the house, the voices of the soldiers could be heard. What the hell is this yellow stuff? It's delicious, the taste lingers in the mouth. Oh. Don't eat it, I can't stand the smell of your mouth after you've eaten durian products. That stuff is called a cookie, wild boar can't eat fine bran, give it to me. This tiramisu is still delicious, sweet but not cloying. It's obvious that a pastry chef made it, and it's still warm. The Longya squad ate the pastries that Zhang Ba distributed. Their mouths never stopped moving, and they kept praising the pastries. Yi-Chen and the others heard this. Their hearts instantly blossomed with joy, and they felt a sense of accomplishment. Xiao Yi, you may have to trouble yourself to make lunch today. Now that the fight is over, we need to show our appreciation. Yi-Chen, upon hearing this, immediately understood Zhang's father's meaning. He wanted to quickly get closer to the soldiers through delicious food. Immediately, he and the guard standing at the door went to the cafeteria. In a short while, Yi-Chen looked behind the simple kitchen built from tents. In the puzzled eyes of the many cooks, he went to a stove. Thank you, guard Xia, the ingredients are ready, please give instructions. A middle-aged veteran wearing an apron said sternly as he stood. There is nothing else to do next, so you can start preparing lunch. After saying this, he briefly instructed the head of the kitchen staff and Yi-Chen. Then he quickly returned to Zhang's quarters. The squad leader, who had a certain military literacy, suppressed his doubts and actively cooperated with Yi-Chen, who was dressed in civilian clothes. Comrade, is there anything else you need to provide? The squad leader said to Yi-Chen in a serious tone. Yi-Chen, who was thinking about how to prepare lunch, jumped in fright. Then he turned back and asked if there were any extra aprons. After all the preparations were done, Yi-Chen was seen directly holding a large spatula and a large iron pot, cooking the meals for more than 10 people at once. This gave Yi-Chen a different challenge and experience. The rest of the cooking class members looked at Yi-Chen, who was wielding the large spatula with ease, and opened their mouths wide. You have to understand that without a lot of practical experience in the army or the canteen, it is impossible to get used to using this extra large spatula. Nor can you do it, adding seasonings in such an orderly manner. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Yi-Chen quickly finished this lunch. In the army, there was no such thing as so much emphasis on plating. He simply took a large basin, arranged the food in the place indicated by the squad leader, and then returned to the dormitory, following the path he remembered. In front of the dormitory, the members of the Dragon's Tooth squad were practicing military boxing, and did not notice Yi-Chen's arrival. Yi-Chen was also very tactful and did not disturb them, but walked straight into the dormitory. He saw Jiang Baiwei and her daughter teasing the energetic babies. Yi-Chen slowly came up to them and said, "Baiwei, Uncle Jiang, lunch is ready." "Then we'll be right there." "Good grandson, Grandpa will take you to the cafeteria to eat." After looking at his grandson's big, sparkling eyes, John's father was overjoyed and didn't want to put him down during the meal. Seeing this, Yi-Chen and the others took the remaining 3 babies in their arms. Following in Uncle John's footsteps, they walked out. Everyone, in formation, marching to the canteen. Jiang Bai, holding her grandson, directed the Longya squad and the others outside the house to walk together towards the canteen. This caused the members of the Longya squad to look like they were eating melons on their faces. This also made them a beautiful sight in the barracks. Jiang Bai, who was a little embarrassed to be seen, quietly hid next to Yi-Chen. The children in her arms, however, looked curiously at the world that was only one color. After everyone arrived in the cafeteria and took their seats, John's father placed the children on his lap. "Today is the day my daughter comes to visit me in the army, and it is also the day your Longya squad won glory for our military region," John's father said after seeing everyone seated. "So today, I asked everyone to come over for a meal together. This meal was also personally prepared for everyone by Yi, my future son-in-law, so everyone can eat it openly." After hearing John's father reveal Yi-Chen's background, the members of the team still looked at Yi-Chen and the other person with a puzzled expression, but more of their attention was on the 4 children. As everyone started eating, Is this still the scrambled eggs with tomatoes I know? The eggs are coated with thick tomato sauce, and the sweet and sour taste and the smoothness of the eggs burst in the mouth. The shredded pork and fermented fish sauce is also fried in a way I've never seen before, and I really get what they mean by colorful and appetizing. You guys should try this braised pork, it's fatty but not greasy, and the texture is just unbeatable. Dig in with a spoonful of the sauce inside, and I think you can eat 5 bowls of rice. Normally, soldiers don't have any interaction while eating. But this time it was considered a celebration, so in a private room, the teammates spoke freely. Comrade Yi, I never thought you were not only a skilled fighter, but also a top-notch cook. We really admire you. Our captain has been studying military boxing for so many years, but he lost to you. You are truly a hero born in the youth. Comrade Yi, I wonder if we can exchange some experiences in military boxing after dinner. He Chengwon, holding his bowl, looked at Yi Chen with anticipation. Yi Chen, of course, gladly agreed. As everyone exchanged at the table, they also drew closer to each other. Even Jiang Baiwei, who had some social anxiety at first, joined in the conversation. Chapter 51, Farewell to the Military Camp, the ranch is about to land. As this lunch drew to a close, He Chengwang enthusiastically invited Yi Chen to their training grounds to exchange and learn about military boxing. Jiang Baiwei and Zhang's father just told them to go early and come back early, so as not to keep the children from going to bed. Yi Chen followed the Longya squad and marched in a square formation through most of the military district. Along the way, many soldiers rushing to the canteen looked curiously at Yi Chen, who was dressed in civilian clothes. Soon the group arrived at an open area. In the center was a huge sandpit. Comrade Yi, this is where we usually train in combat. Thank you, Comrade Yi, for giving us this opportunity to exchange and learn. He Chengwang quickly went to the end of the queue and looked at Yi Chen with a sincere face and said, Learning from each other, I will be straightforward and tell you what I know. Then Yi Chen and He Chengwang went to the center of the sandpit. The rest of the teammates surrounded them, which was different from the fight in the morning. This time, the teammates took out their notebooks one after another, and even the observer among the teammates had set up a camera to shoot. Yi Chen explained the essentials of each move and his own understanding while actually fighting. The group, in a state of learning, forgot about the time. It wasn't until the wake-up bell for lunch break in the barracks rang that they realized it had been more than 2 hours. Captain He, I may have to go back first. We can exchange and learn from each other next time we have the chance. If you are on leave, you can come and find me at Villa Number 1, Tianxiang Villa. Here is my personal contact information. Friendships can be formed quickly in the barracks, and Yi Chen felt that the trip had been worthwhile. He Chengwang also personally escorted Yi Chen back to Zhang Ba's residence. Yi Chen, who had returned to Zhang Ba's residence, let out a heavy sigh of relief. To be honest, the past 2 hours had been more tiring than playing a basketball match. Yi Chen looked at the guard who had hurriedly come out of the residence with a puzzled expression. He hurriedly came over and asked about Jiang Baiwei and the others. Comrade Yi, Miss Jiang and the children are waiting for you in the car. The head of the household had to go to an urgent meeting, so I came here to get some information, and the head of the household would like to apologize. I was unable to see you off, but I have arranged for someone at the gate to escort you out. The guard said apologetically to Yi Chen. Then please thank Uncle Jiang for me. It's not good for the children to stay here any longer. Thank you, guard. As he watched the guard go away, Yi Chen carefully walked up to the car. He saw Jiang Baiwei, who was sound asleep in the car seat. Yi Chen looked at her with a heavy heart, and the children in the back seat were also lying on the flat seat perfectly straight. Hearing the sound of the driver's door opening, Jiang Baiwei opened her eyes warily and slowly sat up when she realized it was Yi Chen. Baiwei, you've really worked hard. Jiang Baiwei and I are not around. You have your own things to do, and taking care of the children is naturally my business, so it's fine. Looking at the sensible Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen felt even worse. Let's go home, the babies are still getting more nutrients from breast milk. Yi Chen gripped Jiang Baiwei's hand tightly, started the car, and slowly drove towards the gate. A soldier stepped down from a military vehicle and briefly explained to Yi Chen that he would lead them out. He followed them all the way back to the asphalt road. Saying goodbye to the military camp full of yellow sand, they returned to the country road full of falling flowers. Yi Chen felt as if he had experienced a secret realm. When they were about to arrive at the villa, Yi Chen remembered that Ye's parents were still supervising the construction at the ranch, so he turned the car around and drove towards the ranch. As the road to the ranch was a bit muddy, it made Jiang Baiwei, who had fallen asleep in the passenger seat, open her eyes. Yi Chen, where are we going? I'll take you to see the construction progress of the ranch and pick up my parents on the way. Yi Chen picked up the mineral water in the armrest box and handed it to Jiang Baiwei, who had just woken up, and then petted her head affectionately and said, In no time at all. Yi Chen arrived at the ranch gate. Looking at the 4 or 5 buses parked in front of the gate, he knew that the construction work was not simple. "Young man, this is a construction site, you cannot observe." A worker who was dismantling construction materials saw Yi-chin getting out of the car and shouted to warn him. Before Yi-chin could explain, he saw a rotund uncle wearing a hard hat coming towards him with enthusiasm. "You blind fool! This is the boss. Do your job properly." After scolding the worker, he asked Yi-chin enthusiastically if he had come to check on the construction progress. Since he had greeted Yi-chin when he had previously driven Yi's parents back to the villa, he naturally remembered Yi-chin's appearance. He knew that it was not easy to get the current project. Especially for Yi-chin, an owner who was willing to pay 30% of the construction fee in advance was even more rare. Naturally, he himself had to serve Yi-chin well. "I happened to be outside taking care of some business, so I stopped by to check on the progress. My parents are still inside?" Yi-chin asked casually, carefully helping Jiang Baiwei out of the car. "The construction is progressing smoothly. The other 2 owners are checking on the condition of the cows." At that moment, Uncle Raunan hurriedly took out 2 brand new helmets and masks from his trunk and handed them over. "The contract stipulated that the construction would be completed in 10 days, so it won't be late, will it?" Yi-chin asked after receiving the helmets and masks from Mr. Raunan, and carefully putting them on Jiang Baiwei. "Boss, we are working 24 hours a day, 3 shifts. This ranch is also changing day by day, and I guarantee that it will be delivered on the contract date." Mr. Raunan, patting his chest, responded happily. "You know, the construction projects he has done in recent years are the easiest to do, like this ranch. There is no vehicle control in the suburbs at night, and construction can be done at will. Payments are also fast. He can't wait to finish the site tomorrow and ask Yi-chin for the money." After Yi-chin also put on a helmet and mask, Raunan Shu led Yi-chin and slowly walked into the construction site, explaining the progress of each part. Yi-chin looked at least 30 workers working feverishly, and also gained a clearer understanding of the efficiency of the construction team. Immediately afterwards, Uncle Raunan led Yi-chin and his parents to the central meadow. There, Yi-chin saw his parents, patiently learning from the other workers how to milk the cows. "Mom and Dad, you're so engrossed in what you're doing," Yi-chin said, after they had approached without being noticed. "Xiao Chen, Baiwei is back. How is it going at Zhang's?" Yi-jin's father, who had just returned, looked at Yi-jin in surprise and asked. Zhang Ba's father didn't have any problems, except that Zhang Ba's mother hadn't gone yet. At this time, a man with glasses and a thin face walked out of the ranch farming team and came to Yi-jin's side and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am the captain of this farming team, and I am currently teaching the 2 owners how to milk cows." Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, became interested at once. She walked up and watched the worker carefully as he operated, and then excitedly wanted to try operating it herself. With the fresh milk being intermittently squeezed out, Jiang Baiwei suddenly felt a strong milk smell and a sense of pride. Baiwei is just smart, she can figure it out at a glance. Yi's parents were suddenly full of surprise as they looked at Jiang Baiwei, and they all gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 52, The crowd addicted to black technology was taken for a ride by Xiao Bai Yi-chin. Jiang Baiwei, who was a little embarrassed by the praise, returned to Yi-chin's side with a shy face. "By the way, I would like to sign a separate confidentiality agreement with the farming team." "Of course, I will pay an additional agreement fee," Yi-chin said to the person in charge after a short period of thought. "Of course, no problem. Our professionalism also does not allow us to do anything out of line." The person in charge gave a hearty nod, pushing his glasses lightly. "Then I hope we can work together happily, and the contract will be sent to you later." Yi-chin smiled and shook hands with the person in charge. It was clear that there was no time to train a new group of trusted people. It would be better to take an existing team and manage it. He then bid farewell to everyone and returned to the villa with his family in a happy mood. "Baiwei, please give the children some more breast milk. I'll go first and take a break," Yi-chin said softly to Jiang Baiwei as he sat down tiredly on the sofa. "You really worked hard today, I'll take care of the rest." Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi-chin with a heartache on her face and comforted him. After returning to his room, Yi-chin couldn't wait to wash up and went straight to lie on the bed. The mental journey of the day had been even more tiring than his university military training for more than half a month. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Yi-chin, with sleepy eyes, slowly got up and looked at the brand new pajamas on his body, revealing a smile of relief. His heart suddenly felt warm. Beat him, beat him. Bai Wei, milk me. Yi Chen, who had just walked to the stairs, heard slightly agitated voices coming from the living room. Yi Chen looked at the sofa and saw Jiang Baiwei and the others, side by side, holding their respective mobile phones. They frowned and called out excitedly. Then almost at the same time, they helplessly put down their phones. Sister Su Muyu, we lost again. Jiang Baiwei pouted her lips and said with grievance. Before Yi Chen could go up to comfort her, a man's voice came from the phone. For beautiful ladies, this pot is mine, give me another chance. I'm sure I can, take you all to victory. Su Muyu replied with annoyance at this point. This is the third time, not that you are the 100-star king, just bring us along? How come you can't win even one game? The group had nothing to do in the afternoon, so they decided to form a team to play the mobile game King of Glory. Since there were 4 of them and 1 missing, they recruited someone in the game. The so-called 100-star king was full of confidence at first, leading Jiang Baiwei and the others to easily score points. However, after 3 games, there was no sign of victory. The 4 beauties were relieved, as this time I have selected my most confident jungler, Han Xan, who will win. A man's confident voice came from the other end of the phone again. Jiang Baiwei and the others all looked at Su Muyu, and she just bit her lip and said, I'll give you one last chance. If you lose again, I'm going to yell at you. Su Muyu, who was usually so good-natured, rarely lost her temper, and this made the man on the other end of the phone break out in a cold sweat. Yi Chen, who was standing nearby, also came over to the group and asked what was going on. After learning that they had been playing games all afternoon and had not won a single game, Yi Chen, suppressing a laugh, said, By way, I'll play the next game to get familiar with it. I'm also good at playing games, so just wait and see how I'll take you by storm. Yi Chen said, petting Jiang Baiwei's head affectionately. Then Yi Chen began to study this king's pesticide, and Jiang Baiwei and the others, along with the man, once again started playing the game. Oh. The way to win this game is to create a situation where there are more players than there are opponents, which is much simpler than playing basketball. After briefly checking out the gameplay, Yi Chen suddenly realized that with the system's bonus learning ability maxed, he quickly learned the operations of the major national servers and then integrated them all together. Just then, get the dragon. Ah. Our family is about to go bankrupt, why are you still farming? The group of people sitting on the sofa let out a chorus of wails. At this point, Su Muyu could no longer hold back. She started blasting, is this the so-called 100-star king? You can't even win a diamond game. If you don't have the ability, don't brag about it. I've put up with you for a long time. Before the man could reply, Su Muyu, furious, kicked him out of the game room. Sister Muyu, without this stumbling block on the road to getting higher scores, will definitely be able to get to the top. Gu Lingyu hurriedly comforted her. Sister Muyu, I will lead you to the top next. Yi Chen then came before the group with a smile on his face. Confidently, he waved his phone in the air. Su Muyu, who had calmed down, looked at the game room. Yi Chen had just arrived with an account that had qualified for the qualifying round. Xiaoyu didn't care, since they had lost most of the time anyway, and you're happy to play with us. I don't want to discourage you, Yi Chen said confidently. Just sit tight and hold on tight, Yi Chen's direct route to the top is about to drive. Yi Chen smiled mysteriously at Jiang Baiwei and immediately started playing a game. After everyone had been assigned their positions, Yi Chen was unsurprisingly assigned the jungler position. Our strategy this time is the same as before, don't let anything go wrong online. Wait for Yi Chen to come and help us catch people. Su Muyu, as the player with the longest gaming experience present, immediately began to give orders. Everyone nodded silently. However, Yi Chen, in the surprised eyes of the crowd, chose to play the jungle role with Luban. This. Yi, just think of this as getting familiar with the game, the outcome doesn't matter. Su Muyu said with a peaceful face after seeing the heroes chosen by the crowd. Yi Chen also pursed his lips without replying. He planned to use the following actions to overturn their perceptions. As the game began, the group gradually discovered that Yi Chen's development speed was a bit too fast. Before Su Muyu could ask about the situation, Yi Chen's operated Luban had already pointed the machine gun in his hand at the opponent's defensive tower and started firing. Be careful. Jiang Baiwei, who was the support, was the first to notice that the opponent's jungler Li Bai had already raided Yi Chen's face. Trivial skill. Yi Chen let out a sneer and calmly operated the Luban to turn the gun's muzzle, and a set of silky combos instantly killed his opponent. This. Everyone put down their phones and looked at Yi Chen, who was playing the game for the first time. Yi Chen also winked at the crowd. Under Yi Chen's heavy firepower, it was no surprise that the opponent's base was pushed in 6 minutes. 5 kills. Victory. Along with it, the game's settlement screen. Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked at Yi Chen. That game was a complete solo performance by Yi Chen. He had controlled the resources in the jungle, grabbed people from all directions, and pushed the tower all at the same time. This should not be the operation of someone who was playing the game for the first time. Why are you all looking at me so surprised? I told you to sit tight and hold on tight. Yi Chen said innocently. Yi Chen, did you secretly play this game yourself, and are you also a god? Jiang Baiwei couldn't help but ask curiously. It's really the first time I've played. I just watched you guys playing for ranking a while ago, and I learned it after watching a simple operation video. Yi Chen shrugged and replied. Who cares, I want to win back all the points I just lost. At this time, Su Muyu looked at Yi Chen with excitement, and then started the next game. The crowd no longer dwelled on this issue and soon immersed themselves in the thrill of taking the lead. Chapter 53 Anchor, you still need to practice your skills. Woohoo! Yi, you're amazing. Su Muyu and the others couldn't help but praise Yi after witnessing his solo performance once again. I can still control the situation, I'll go make some food for you first. Yi Chen stood up slightly bashfully and said. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu also used this time to breastfeed their children. In no time at all. Everyone sat down in the dining room, hungry, waiting for dinner to start. They had been working non-stop all afternoon, and they were starving. Everyone, eat more. You can't come to my house and still be hungry. Yi Chen set the dinner table. He entertained his guests enthusiastically. At this time, his parents had just carried the children, who had eaten and drunk their fill and fallen asleep, back to their room. Then they came to the dining room. Xiaochen, it's getting colder and colder, we plan to go buy some clothes for our grandchildren tomorrow. Ye's father picked up his chopsticks and said slowly. Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond. Ye's mother said, you just stay home and keep Baiwei company, we'll buy the clothes. Yi Chen saw that Ye's father and mother were so insistent, so he didn't say anything more. He just handed over the unspent bank card that Ma Qingye had given him. Mom and Dad, this money is for your daily expenses. If you find any clothes you like, you can buy a few more sets. Yi Chen said with a smile, afraid that his parents would not want to spend money. We don't want this money, we still have savings, and there is money for the grandchildren's clothes. As expected. Yi Dad waved his hand and did not take the bank card that Yi Chen handed him. Uncle and aunt, this money is also our heartfelt gift, so please don't refuse. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, hurriedly covered for him. With Jiang Baiwei's help, Yi Dad and Yi Mom half-heartedly accepted the money. Then everyone happily started preparing dinner. No surprise. Everyone once again praised Yi Chen's cooking skills. This time, without taking the time to savor the food, everyone quickly finished dinner. In a hurry, they returned to the sofa and sat down again. Yi Chen, my mom probably won't have much time these 2 days. Let's ask again after I get back. Jiang Baiwei looked at the message that had been sent back to her phone and said helplessly. It's okay, Auntie has her own things to do, let's play the game first. Yi Chen took Jiang Baiwei's hand and comforted her. Yi Chen then led the group in the upper ranks and once again galloped through the Canyon of Kings. Yi Chen and the others took down a game in an average of 6 minutes. Seeing that everyone's ranks were improving like a rocket, the result was that after 18 consecutive wins, their ranks also reached star glory. Yi, you're amazing. Yeah, it turns out that every hero can be used for jungling. If I knew you were so good, we wouldn't have gone to the game lobby looking for anyone. Everyone praised Yi Chen's gaming skills, and they didn't forget to make fun of the so-called 100-star king. Just then, Lu Dehua, who was in a certain tooth platform, was also full of confidence, playing the trumpet and bringing along 3 girls and a good friend. He successfully completed a wave and achieved the feat of 20 consecutive wins. Everyone, you have seen it, I, Lu Bu, am awesome at jungling, right? Next, I will show you my Ankila jungling. Lu Dehua looked at the live broadcast room, where the number of bullet screens was soaring, and laughed out loud. The anchor only knows how to fry fish, and he has the nerve to play like this in a high-end game. With a strong craving for people and food, he can only shine in this kind of game. Lu Dehua simply ignored all these bullet screens. He immediately started the next ranked match, and when he entered the loading page, he was surprised to find that the opposing LD actually had the names of 4 girls. Ha! Who is this master, taking 4 girls at once, not afraid of crashing? Lu Dehua pointed at Jiang Baiwei's LD and others, taunting. Yes. Due to the special matching mechanism of King of Glory, the 2 consecutive winning teams, Yi Chen and Lu Dehua, collided. But Lu Dehua thought, this account is a star glory rank. Coupled with his own skills and the good friends of the 100-star king, he will definitely be able to easily take this game. So, without thinking twice, he selected Anavya. He also did not forget to say in the live broadcast room, defiantly to the opposite team, the jungler on the opposite team is also a fool, how dare he select an alt jungler? This time, it depends on how I will show him, I will beat the shit out of him. At this time, the live broadcast room also exploded. How dare the opposite team play this, it can't be that they are also some anchor who brings their girl. Looking forward to Dehua's first defeat. Funny face. We can't let the anchor win all the time, we're here to see him break the defense. At this time, Jiang Baiwei and the others also noticed the strange lineup on the opposite side. But it quickly returned to normal. Because in the last game, Yi Chen had chosen a hand of Ankyla jungler and still exploded the opponent in 6 minutes. An easy victory. Yi Chen, the people on the opposite side also imitated you and played such an odd jungler. Jiang Baiwei encountered an opponent for the first time and chose such a jungler. So he teased her. Baiwei, just watch. Not all junglers are called Yi Chen, and not all junglers are as all around as I am. Yi Chen said confidently, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Baiwei. As the game began, Yi Chen was the first to notice the opponent's actions, which did not seem like actions that should be done at this level. At this time, Gu Lingyu, who was developing normally in the middle lane, was the first to be solo killed by the opponent. Mine, the opponent's operation is a little good. Gu Lingyu said with annoyance. Relax, watch me destroy them. Yi Chen proceeded with the game with a slight seriousness, when screams came from both the top and bottom lanes. Ah! The opponent is so good, they killed me even though I was under the tower. The opponent's jungler doesn't farm, all they know is to catch people. Chen Hong and Su Muyu looked helpless, watching the black and white screen on their phones in annoyance. Sister Muyu, use the old tactic. Stay calm, I'll take you to victory. Yi Chen had already sensed that the opponent was probably also behind the winning team. He quickly switched to serious mode. Everyone, I'll say it again, the opponent's luck will run out when they play against us. Lu Dehua, who was watching the game unfold, casually played with his long hair. Said Luo Denghua recklessly. You're a villain who has achieved his ambition, so be careful not to crash in the Starry Council. Who can cure the arrogant face of the anchor? Just then. Be careful. The support girl in Luo Denghua's team saw Yi Chen appear in the river through the minimap. She reminded him. Don't be so careful, girl. Just watch how I take you guys to the top and it'll be over. Lu Dehua continued to brush the monsters without thinking, not noticing Yi Chen at all, who was crouching in the grass. Just as he was releasing his skills, he leisurely picked up his water cup to drink. Yi Chen, who was standing nearby, rushed out straight away, and only now did Lu Dehua notice the situation. He hastily put down the water cup in his hand. Oh no, there's old Six. As soon as he said that, he watched his in-game hero get carried away by a set, and watched Yi Chen eat up his entire jungle. Everyone, the opponent is a master. But how will you deal with a master like me? Lu Dehua, who had been angered, did not forget to put on a show in the broadcast room. He then began to discuss countermeasures with his best friend. I'll hug you while you play, I'm really not good at doing things in Ankyla. This time, watch my performance. The confident voice of his best friend on the other end of the phone made Lou Edwards' heart, which had been hanging in the air, settle back into his stomach. Chapter 54, sorry, my strength is still above yours. 666. Finally, the anchor changed his expression, come on, opposite side. He can't really be on the losing team in the Star Arena, or he'll really be nailed to the shame pole. Lu Dehua looked at the broadcast room, full of foul-smelling words. He immediately sat up straight. Before he could reappear in the jungle, Yi Chen's figure had already reached the top lane where his best friend was. Chen, now! Silence him! Yi Chen quickly commanded Chen Hong, and then Arthur jumped and slashed, successfully sinking the opponent. just as the opponent subconsciously wanted to fight Arthur. Yi Chen's huge figure rushed out from the grass on the side. Fuck! There really is an old six. The good friend who was killed by Yi Chen took the opportunity to let out a wail. Chen Hong and the others, however, shouted out nice. Woohoo! I knew it, Yi can lead us to victory. Su Muyu and the others once again regained their previous smiles, not at all affected by what had just happened. We'll follow this routine and take the opponent step by step. Yi Chen also cheered everyone on at this time. Lu Dehua, who was in the broadcast room, suddenly felt a burst of pressure. Before the broadcast, he had vowed to lead the girls to 50 consecutive victories. Everyone, stay calm. After this wave of wild monsters, we'll fight the dragon. The advantage is still with us, don't let this wave affect you. Although Lu Dehua said this, the operation of his hands became visibly chaotic. Just as the little dragon's blood volume gradually reached the bottom. Yi Chen's figure as the sixth child appeared again in their screen. Roar! Along with it, the little dragon let out a scream. The game broadcasted the banner that Yi Chen's Xiangyu successfully killed the little dragon. Don't let him go. Seeing the little dragon that he had fought so hard to get, it just so easily fell into Yi Chen's hands. Lu Dehua was suddenly furious and shouted. Slay! Yi Chen's Xiangyu, without any panic, used a powerful slash at the crowd. A terrifying sword aura was emitted, instantly killing 2 people. Then he used a fearless charge and left the scene with style. Ah! Lu Dehua, who had been defeated again, could no longer sit still and was jumping up and down in the broadcast room in anger. Ha ha ha, is this the legendary Malo? The anchor won't break through the defense, will he? The opponent is so powerful, it can't be a 100 Star Kings game, can it? The audience in the broadcast room began to get suspicious. This made Lu Dehua, who was already exasperated, furiously slap the table. Fuck! Don't let me catch a chance, I'll show you. Lu Dehua, who had grabbed his hair hard, calmly operated with his mouth closed. But under Yi Chen's terrifying operation and impeccable use, it's all useless. With Yi Chen and the others taking down the most crucial dragon, they suddenly charged like a broken bamboo shoot up the opponent's high ground. Defend it for me. Wait for my god equipment, then I can fight. Lu Dehua anxiously shouted at his teammates. He himself was in the wild area, frantically replenishing his development. Without waiting for his teammates to give him feedback, he saw the game interface suddenly zoom in on his home base crystal, and with a bang, it shattered. Yi Chen's Xiangyu, holding a greatsword, stood majestically on the ruins of the crystal. I told you guys to defend it. LV Dehua angrily put down his phone, and the other 3 in the team were too afraid to speak out. You're not even defending the home base, and you're still killing monsters? I thought this was a 100 Star Kings game, but it turns out it's a star-studded game. This rank is still too high for the anchor. Unfortunately, I also have a diamond trumpet, so I can pick you up and play with you. Raising an eyebrow. This is the kind of show we want to see, anchor, do it again. After seeing these comments, Lu Dehua slowly put down his phone, went to the bathroom, and lit himself a cigarette. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and the others in the villa were cheering and jumping for joy. Yi Chen, you're amazing, you've turned this situation around. Yes, we all thought we were going to lose this game. Hearing the praise of the crowd, Yi Chen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It was also a good cooperation from everyone, otherwise I alone would be unable to turn the tide. It's getting late, let's take an early rest after we finish this game. Yi Chen looked at the crowd, who were not wearing warm clothes, and said kindly. Then let's just start, I can't wait to win another game. However, Yi Chen and the others successfully entered and confirmed the page. Gu Lingyu said in surprise, covering her mouth, it seems to be the same group of people as before, and I remember their avatars. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen silently cancelled the choice of Cheng Yaojin as the jungler and changed it to Li Bai, who has a more elegant body style, to go on the field. Wow! Yi Chen, you can also play this hero is so handsome. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with a flower-crazy face and said, this hero is quite fun. This time, let the other side be quiet and fall under my sword. Yi Chen immediately took Jiang Baiwei's hand and started to be sweet on each other. This made Su Muyu and the others roll their eyes. The screen changed. Lu Dehua, who had finished clicking and returned to his seat, planned to regroup. That was an accident, and this time I'll bring out my national service top laner, Lu Bu. You guys just watch and learn. Lu Dehua immediately switched places with his best friend. At this time, he said to the girls, who had also come along, "Brother Dehua, we are all going to go this way. I, the archer, will not follow, I will just follow Brother Dehua." Hearing the girls give him face like this, Lu Dehua's usual smile returned as he said, "Don't worry, this time I'll show you how to fly. You guys just..." Watching Lu Dehua as he selected a hero on his phone and entered the loading screen, he suddenly sat up straight, because he saw the nightmare-like ID appear again on the opposite side. This made him recall the image of himself being blown up. "Dehua, this is a no-brainer to help me in the jungle." At this time, his best friend also noticed this and said with some tension in his tone, "Woohoo! My favorite little theater of breaking defenses seems to have a sequel. My dear friend across the way, you have to give it your all. I don't want to see any smile on LV Dehua's face. This is probably a lifelong enemy, ha ha ha." The audience in the broadcast room also reacted after seeing LV Dehua's reaction. With the game starting, Jiang Baiwei and the others had a clear idea of what to do, and they just waited for Yi Chen to lead the way. After emerging from the battle line, they had been holed up under the defensive tower. This made LV Dehua swear, "Is the opponent a turtle? It can't even fight back. Dehua, support me." At that moment, the urgent voice of a good friend came. Then they watched Li Bai, who was 2 levels higher, run brazenly into his own jungle. "How dare you, thief! We're coming too." LV Dehua and the others immediately dropped the line of troops in front of them and went to support the jungle. By the time they gathered in the jungle, Yi Chen had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Baiwei and the others hurriedly used this time difference to make up for some development. Watching their own monkey-like operation, Lu Dehua was so angry that he pounded on the table. "Someone has been fooled, I won't say who it is, he he he. If you don't know, just ask. Are you not familiar with the lane? You just met and walked away. What do you know?" This is telling the other person that you are not very intelligent, so don't bully yourself anymore. Looking at the live broadcast room, which was getting more and more intense, Lu Dehua simply stopped checking the comments. "This time, we must take it." The 5 of them then angrily took Gu Lingyu, who was hiding under the defensive tower in the middle lane, as their target. "The 5 people on the opposite side came to get me, and I replaced one of them. The other team is getting anxious, hee hee." Gu Lingyu was not angry at all, but instead, the corners of her mouth were almost reaching the back of her head. This is the rhythm, and the other team is about to lose again. Jiang Baiwei and the others were also covering their mouths and laughing out loud. And Yi Chen, the culprit, was even smiling and shaking his head. He never imagined that his simple wave of invasion could make the other team so furious. "To be honest, I think I was a bit too harsh on them by choosing Li Bai as the jungler." After Lu Dehua and the others were completely led by Yi Chen's nose, the balance of victory in the game had completely tipped in Yi Chen's favor. Boom! Victory! Accompanying the sound of crystal shattering, Sumuyu also typed on the public screen, "Practice more if you're bad at it, don't play if you can't afford to lose." Lu Dehua, who had been directly confronted, could no longer bear it. He slammed the phone down on the ground. Then, under the accustomed gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room, slowly from the side, he took out a brand new phone. "Wait until I calm down a bit, and you guys can have a go." After saying that, he left the live broadcast room without looking back, and started smoking in the toilet next to it. Chapter 55, The kids' custom toys are underway. Yes. Another easy win, the one across from us. Jiang Baiwei happily held up her phone and said, "Today's journey to get points has come to a successful end, and I look forward to Ye's driver's next journey." Sumuyu also happily bounced up. "Everyone, get an early night." Yi Chen took Jiang Baiwei's hand and waved goodbye to everyone. Just then, "Xiaochen, the golden nanmu from my hometown will arrive early tomorrow morning." Ye's father, who had been answering the phone in the courtyard, reminded him. "Oh, that's right. The overseas tools I contacted will also arrive tomorrow." Gu Lingyu patted her head and said, "Okay." Yi Chen replied with a look of expectation. "By the way, Lingyu, I haven't asked the specific price of the tools yet." Then he looked at Gu Lingyu with a face full of apologies and said, "Baiwei already gave me the money, otherwise I can't afford to buy it with my meager salary." Gu Lingyu said playfully to Jiang Baiwei, "Your brother also contacted you about some agarwood, and I will personally check the progress tomorrow. Sumuyu also announced the news of finding additional wood at this time. It's been a hard day for everyone, so everyone should go to bed early and get up early. Starting tomorrow, let's create unique toys for the children. Yi-chen looked at everyone with gratitude and said. Then they returned to their rooms one after the other and spent the night without a word. The beautiful morning began with receiving the delivery from the property management. Yi-chen had already had a good night's sleep yesterday afternoon, so he got up early. He was unpacking the tightly wrapped delivery with Ye's parents. Xiaochen, put these tools over there. Looking at the many tools that had been randomly placed in the courtyard, Ye's father asked doubtfully. Dad, there is a tool room here, let's take the things there. After carefully checking that all the tools were intact, Yi-chen said with a smile. Subsequently, with the help of many staff members, they finally sorted and placed the tools. Dad, come and take a look at the golden Phoebe wood sent from home. Yi-chen wiped it lightly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. With an expectant look, he dragged a package of strange-shaped express delivery to the courtyard. Hua! How come I didn't notice at home that these branches could be so big a package? Ye's father also looked at the strange-shaped express delivery that had fallen to the ground with an expectant look. Yi-chen slowly cut open the express delivery. The density of this golden Phoebe wood is small, so there is not much weight in the hand even for such thick branches. Carefully taking out one of them, the thicker branch exclaimed. If I'm going to make toys for my grandchildren, the golden Phoebe wood isn't enough. Tomorrow I'll go home in person and uproot it and bring it to the capital. Yi-dad carefully weighed the golden Phoebe wood. Frowning, he said. Dad, these are enough, we're not going to build a house with it. Yi-chen could only smile helplessly as he looked at his father, who was so worried about his grandchildren. His mother had already started counting the number of golden nanmu branches. She also did not forget to remove the extra leaves. Is this the legendary golden nanmu? It looks almost the same as a normal tree. You don't understand, this golden nanmu has a lot of hidden treasures. Grandpa and Grandma are really good to their children, just cutting down such a precious thing. The staff member who placed the tools in the tool room by the courtyard did not leave for a long time. His eyes were full of curiosity and envy, looking at Yi-chen and the others. There are a total of 28 branches, which should be enough to make toys for our grandchildren. After counting the number, Ye's mother nodded with a smile on her face. I'll go make some breakfast first, and after I eat, I'll start making toys for the kids. Yi-chen patted the dust off his body and said in a posture of being ready to get to work. Zhang Baiwei and the others also got up one after the other. Xiaoyi, wait a while, your brother Ma will be back and get us a batch of agarwood to give to us. Sumuyu, sitting in the dining room, looked up and said. That's great, brother Ma is reliable. Yi-chen said with a surprised face. In that case, he will have a lot more ideas for the toys he will be making later. So everyone enthusiastically discussed the toy designs in the dining room. Yi-chen, who was standing nearby, also took out his notebook and made detailed notes. Half an hour later. I know what you want. If you have any more ideas, please feel free to add them. Yi-chen said, holding up the notebook in his hands and shaking it. Yi-chen then went to the tool room, while Zhang Baiwei and Su Muyu went to the nursery. With the help of the nursing aunts, the babies, who were crying for food, were able to drink their first milk of the day. Then, first, let's deal with the raw materials. Yi-chen stood in front of the tool bench and calmed down. In his mind, he recalled the various handicraft skills that he had crammed in last night. Putting on an apron, he meticulously picked up a branch of golden Phoebe wood with excellent verticality. As Yi-chen removed its unremarkable outer skin, the dull color of the wood was revealed. Yi-chen saw it and, without panicking, brought a damp rag. He saw a touch of luxurious gold, catching the eye. This is really in good condition, living up to the care of our generations. At this, Ye's father slowly walked from the door of the tool room and picked up the branch on the tool bench, saying, If this variety were from before, I'm afraid it would already be at the tribute level. Yi-chen was also surprised, looking at the branch. Seeing wood of this quality made the craftsmanship in him stir. You have to know. Before the golden Phoebe wood is cut, it is difficult to know the internal quality. This quality can be said to be a once-in-a-century opportunity. Only wood like this is worthy of my grandchildren. Xiaochen, start making it according to your ideas. Yi-chen nodded with satisfaction and put the branch back in place. Then I'll make a delicate Rubik's Cube for Debo Si Ro. Yi-chen, who had made up his mind, immediately got to work. Originally, everyone just wanted Yi Chen to add some simple text and patterns to the surface. But they underestimated Yi Chen's craftsmanship. Accompanied by Yi Chen's rapid disassembly of the handheld golden phoebe wood. The parts of the wood that were needed were placed in front of him. Then he closed his eyes. He immediately reviewed the intangible cultural heritage techniques he had learned that night in his mind. Ye's father also sensibly withdrew from the toolroom, leaving Yi Chen free to express himself. Then he slowly opened his eyes, raised the small tool in his hand, and began to carve this great work. He was seen switching tools such as saws and chisels quickly in his hands. The rough blanks of the various parts of the Luban lock were produced. As Yi Chen lowered himself, the originally plain surface of the Luban lock began to be carved with intricate patterns. Just then, the children, who had eaten and drunk their fill, came to the toolroom in the arms of Jiang Baiwei and the others. This made Ye's parents, who were bored in the courtyard, immediately go up to take the children. Xiaochen is already starting to make toys for the children. Baiwei, you guys keep it down so as not to disturb him, Ye's father said, hugging his child. Don't worry, uncle, we'll just have a look, we won't disturb him. Jiang Baiwei looked into the toolroom with a face full of excitement. Then everyone tiptoed into the toolroom and looked at Yi Chen's outlined body. So everyone curiously walked up behind him. Chapter 56, a technique worthy of Lu Ban's living legacy once again shocked everyone. After seeing Yi Chen's carving technique and pattern, Gu Lingyu exclaimed in surprise, and fortunately, she immediately covered her mouth. Everyone else also swallowed their saliva. They held their breath and watched Yi Chen's superb and meticulous operation. You can breathe while watching me carve, he said. Yi Chen finished patiently carving a complex pattern. He smiled and turned his head, saying, Phew! That really killed me, Yi. You made me hold my breath while you were working. I really didn't dare to breathe. Su Muyu quickly breathed heavily, and the others hurriedly patted their chests. Yi Chen, we just said to carve a little text and pattern on it. Why did you carve a 5-clawed golden dragon? Without waiting for the others, he slowly caught his breath. Jiang Baiwei slowly picked up a carved component and said in shock. Hiss. Yi, you're afraid of being an intangible cultural heritage inheritor, aren't you? I've only seen this carving technique in Zijing City. Chen Hong, who had gasped in shock, said in shock. Yi, don't tell me. You're going to carve the 5 divine beasts onto this Luban lock, aren't you? Su Muyu picked up one of the components from the tool table, and could already see the general outline of the vermilion bird. He looked at Yi Chen in disbelief and said. Yi Chen, however, smiled and didn't say a word. Everything was said without words. So we discussed for half a day how to reduce the difficulty and workload of carving. If I had known that you had this skill, Xiaoya, I would have sent you a picture directly. Wouldn't that have been done already? Su Muyu said with pain in his heart. I have to hurry up Ma Qingye a bit, but I can't let your godson's toy be made less because there isn't enough raw material. Before he could finish speaking, Su Muyu hurriedly took out his phone and urged Ma Qingye. Yi Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. There was more than enough golden phoebe wood to make not just one toy for each child. There was even enough to make one for each adult. Then I will continue working, Yi Chen said to the group after picking up his tools again. The group watched for a while before reluctantly leaving the toolroom. Yi Chen spent the morning, apart from eating some mineral water and fruit delivered by Jiang Baiwei, making the children's toys without stopping. Until Ma Qingye's voice came from outside the house. Xiao Yi, look what good things I've brought you. Yi Chen slowly put down the mini baseball bat he had carved for Yi Jiqiu, the 4th child, and said teasingly. Brother Ma, things are finally finished, you have time to come over. Hey! Forget it. I finally found a way to salvage the situation. Otherwise, I still couldn't get away right now. Ma Qingye spread his hands out, helplessly saying. Forget that, let's see what good things I found for you. Ma Qingye patted Yi Chen's shoulder, saying with a satisfied look on his face. Following Ma Qingye's gaze, Yi Chen saw an exquisite large wooden box placed in the courtyard outside the house. Brother Ma, you've prepared a surprise for me. Take me to have a look. Looking at Ma Qingye, who was pretending to be mysterious, Yi Chen's curiosity was instantly piqued. Just then, Su Muyu walked in with the baby in her arms and said. Stop teasing Xiao Yi, inside is some agarwood we found, and we'll be troubling you next. It's no big deal, let me first see the quality of this agarwood. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand in response. As the large wooden box was opened, a unique smell of agarwood spread from it. What a nice smell! Jiang Baiwei, who was playing with her children in the courtyard, asked curiously. In addition to these, I also prepared a small gift for the children. Ma Chengye slowly handed the child in his hands back to Su Muyu. Hurry up and take out 5 small wooden boxes from the trunk of the car. I specifically asked the non-heritage master to use these agarwood pieces to create a plaque for each of the children. Then with a proud face, he opened one of the wooden boxes, and inside lay quietly a gray-black plaque. On it was written, Xinghui. Su Muyu, this is something my parents personally went to ask a master to do. After finally deciding on the child's name, Ma Xinghui. Su Muyu looked at Ma Qingye with a surprised face, and then took out the nameplate with tear-filled eyes. I thought you had forgotten about this. Su Muyu said with a choked voice. How could I forget? I just want to give the child a good name. Ma Chengye comforted softly. Yi, these are for the 4 godchildren. You take it. And handed the small wooden box to Yi Chen. He hurriedly embraced Ma Xinghui and Su Muyu in his arms. Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose, and Jiang Baiwei, who was holding Dabao Yisairu, opened the small wooden box in their hands together. They saw that there was a circle of complex patterns engraved around the outer edges of the 4 nameplates. After careful observation, they discovered that the patterns went from Dabao Yisairu to Sibo Yi Jiqiu. The outer patterns are respectively the 4 gentlemen of the flowers, plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, depicted in ink wash painting. The name in the middle of the plaque is written in a rather imposing regular script. And on the outer part of Ma Xinghui's plaque, there is an engraving of Su Muyu's favorite lily flower. Brother Ma, you've gone to a lot of trouble. I'm sure the little ones will really like it. Jiang Baiwei said happily, lovingly playing with the plaque in her hands. I'm glad you like it. After Ma Qingye coaxed Su Muyu into sitting down, he and Yi Chen carried a box of agarwood from the courtyard to the tool room. After placing the large wooden box containing the agarwood in the tool room, Ma Chengye subconsciously picked up the toy made by Yi Chen. Ha! Xiao Yi, did you make this? Ma Chengye looked at the baseball bat in his hands in disbelief. It's better to say that it's a dragon-coiled stick than a baseball bat. The lifelike scales, the angular dragon head, and the unique color of the golden phoebe wood. It deeply impressed him. This one isn't finished yet, and the Rubik's Cube I made for Xinghui is still a bit off, but it should be done this afternoon. Yi Chen, who was sorting the agarwood, replied without looking back. Yi Chen, you're not in the sports department, how come you know how to do this? Ma Qingye picked up the other toys on the tool table. He said in disbelief. I learned it from watching some videos online, it's actually not difficult. Yi Chen, who had sorted the agarwood, clapped his hands and said. If those people who painstakingly study carving heard you say that, they would definitely scold you to death. Ma Chengye recovered from his shock and shook his head with a bitter smile. Yesterday, he had just visited the home of an intangible cultural heritage master and paid a large price to have nameplates made for the children. During this time, he also learned how difficult it is to practice such a craft. Not to mention other people, just this intangible cultural heritage master who carved nameplates for the children, he practiced for 20 years before he was able to become a master. Chapter 57 Yi Chen's amazing work. Yi, I really can't see through you anymore. Ma Chengye sighed deeply. These are just some small tricks for entertainment, not worth mentioning. Yi Chen still responded with modesty. And Ma Chengye also smiled with relief. Maybe this is a wonderful opportunity arranged by heaven, otherwise I would never have met him in my life. Someone as amazing as Yi Chen. Then I won't disturb you while you're creating. Remember to make a big Rubik's Cube for your godson. Ma Chengye patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and left the tool room after a teasing remark. Looking at the tool room, which had once again returned to silence, Yi Chen shrugged helplessly. He started again on the work he had left unfinished. Ah! Finally! Yi Chen stood up and stretched. He looked at the various toys neatly arranged on the tool table and revealed a satisfied smile. Then I'll make a simple pendant for these big kids while I'm at it. Looking at the small half of the unfinished agarwood on the table, Yi Chen had a brainstorm. In no time at all, Jiang Baiwei's voice came from the courtyard. Yi Chen, come and eat, we'll do it again this afternoon. Coming. Yi Chen simply brushed the wood shavings off his body and took off his work clothes. He placed the finished toy on a tray. To add a bit of mystery, Yi Chen deliberately covered it with a red cloth. He saw Yi Chen holding the tray and coming into the living room. Wow! Yi Chen, you haven't finished all the toys, have you? Jiang Baiwei, who was the first to see Yi Chen's figure, said in surprise. Let's go to the dining room and talk while eating. Yi Chen, who had done his best to create a sense of mystery, naturally would not reveal the answer so easily. Everyone suddenly looked at Yi Chen with resentful eyes. You were tired this morning, so I packed some Xianjuj meals for you. Ma Qingye carefully pulled out a stool for Su Muyu and said with a smile. Yi Chen suddenly looked at Ma Qingye with grateful eyes. I was so busy with carving that I forgot about cooking. It was good that Ma Qingye had thought ahead. Yi Chen then looked up and asked, by the way, did you find someone to do the thing I mentioned last time, to add a confidentiality agreement for the ranch employees? Ma Qingye nodded and said. It's all taken care of. This kind of thing is very common in the industry. Just then. Xiaoyi, just let us see the finished product you made, it makes me itch to see it. Su Muyu looked at Yi Chen with expectation. Yi Chen, just let us have a look. Jiang Baiwei on the side also took Yi Chen's hand and began to act spoiled. Okay. Since everyone is so impatient, let Baiwei give it to everyone and reveal it. Yi Chen then placed the tray containing the toys in front of Jiang Baiwei. Then, I'll reveal it. Jiang Baiwei joyfully lifted the red cloth to reveal the various toys inside. Wow! This is so beautiful. Su Muyu covered her mouth, stood up excitedly and said. Everyone also left their seats one after another and came to Jiang Baiwei's side. Then let's finish looking at the things first, and then eat. Yi Chen saw that everyone's thoughts were on the toys he made. He said happily. This Luban lock carving is also too exquisite, isn't it? Gu Lingyu picked up the assembled Luban lock and said with a shocked expression. This harmonica, is it sure not a work of art? This is also too luxurious. Chen Hong carefully picked up the only harmonica in the tray with metal parts. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the golden Nanmu body, complemented by the metal mouthpiece. Everyone was instantly amazed. Ma Chengye gently picked up the larger wooden doll in the tray. It's still this doll that amazes me the most. Although the whole thing is carved out of agarwood, after adding these decorations, there is no sense of incongruity at all. Feeling the lines on it with your fingers, it's like stroking a precious collectible. This panlong stick and this magic cube engraved with their respective mythical beasts are even more amazing. Su Muyu slowly picked up the panlong stick with both hands, and the amazement in her eyes was about to overflow. Jiang Baiwei, who was deeply impressed, noticed the corner of the tray. There were some inconspicuous little squares placed there. What are these little plaques? He took one of them and looked at it in front of his eyes. The landscape painting engraved on it is also very beautiful, isn't it? Yi Chen saw that everyone was immersed in the shock of his work, so he took the rest of the little squares in his hands and said, These little squares are small pendants I prepared for you big kids. When everyone heard Yi Chen say that he had also prepared something for them, they put down the toys in their hands and looked at each other. I used some of the remaining materials to carve some feng shui paintings and animals. Everyone, pick your own. Yi Chen said with a smile as he placed the small squares one by one behind the dining table. Yi, this is really great. Chen Hong, as a collector of ancient texts, was the most excited. In the past, the objects she liked were either too expensive for her to afford or the craftsmanship was so poor that she didn't want to buy them. But Yi Chen's craftsmanship fully matched her fantasy of ancient imperial utensils, so she was extremely excited and came to the table to pick the first one. In a short while, everyone had gotten a pendant that they were satisfied with. However, Jiang Baiwei did not compete with the others. She silently put the pendant with the landscape painting engraved on it, which she had held in her hand at the beginning, carefully into her pocket. Baiwei, I also have a special gift for you. Yi Chen slowly took out a slender hairpin with a lifelike phoenix carved on it from his pocket and handed it over. Yi Chen. Wah! When Jiang Baiwei saw Yi Chen and that he had carefully prepared a separate gift for her, tears immediately flowed uncontrollably. Don't cry. I'll put it on for you. Yi Chen gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Jiang Baiwei's eyes and came up behind her. He patiently put her hair up and finally carefully embedded the hairpin in it. Wow! Baiwei, this looks so good on you. Gu Lingyu immediately said excitedly, taking Jiang Baiwei's hand. Oh. I also really want a hairpin made by my lover. Su Muyu, who was covering her mouth, said enviously. Ma Chengye, who was standing nearby, heard this. He immediately came over to comfort Su Muyu and made plans in his heart. Yi Chen, it's so good to have you here. Jiang Baiwei once again shed tears of emotion, and Yi Chen just silently comforted her. Okay, let's eat. Yi Chen placed the toys back on the tray. He told everyone to sit down again, and everyone's eyes still looked at the tray from time to time. When I have time later, I will make everyone an object, one that is guaranteed to be unique. Yi Chen saw that everyone liked his handmade objects so much. He said with a big heart. Yes. We've been waiting for you to say that. Everyone who heard this immediately beamed and smiled. Since Ye's parents had already left for the city to buy clothes for the children. So after Yi Chen finished eating lunch, thoughtfully cooked 2 simple dishes in the kitchen and placed them in the microwave to keep warm. Chapter 58, The Perfect Candidate for Ranch Management. The children also grew up quickly under Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu's breastfeeding. Day by day, they became more energetic. The full and satisfied children kept flailing in the arms of the nursing nanny. Little babies, come and get your little toys. Yi Chen placed a large moisture-proof cloth in the courtyard before. The crowd came to the place where the toys were placed, hugging their children. They saw the crowd placing the toys that the children had chosen one by one on their chests. The children's hands, which could not yet fully open, held onto them tightly. He. Yi Zhiqiu was the most active. Holding the panlong stick, which was the same height as he was, he let out a hee laugh. Ma Xinghui, who was standing next to him, also let out a hee laugh, sticking out his tongue and hugging the Rubik's Cube in front of him tightly. Together, they let out a hee laugh. The 3 sisters just hugged their toys in their arms and watched quietly. These little guys are not at all as quiet as their daughters. Yi Chen laughed helplessly as he rested his forehead in his hands. Yi, if you're not doing anything this afternoon, can you teach me how to carve? Ma Chengye, who was holding the baby, looked at Yi Chen with a serious face and asked. Of course there's no problem, let's go now. Yi Chen, who understood the reason, immediately handed the 4 treasures in his arms to the nursing aunt and said, Brother Ma, I have something I want to discuss with you. Jiang Baiwei handed the big treasure in her hand to the nursing auntie as well. She said slightly stiffly. This caused Yi Chen and Ma Qingye's footsteps towards the tool room to suddenly stop. It's like this, Ling Yu was subjected to workplace harassment at her last law firm. I want to ask Brother Ma, do you need an intern lawyer there? Jiang Baiwei said while waving her hand to indicate Gu Lingyu, who was. Lingyu Gu, who was basking in the sun, came over. I took it as no big deal and told Lingyu to report to the legal department of my group. After hearing this, Ma Chengye immediately nodded and agreed. At this time, Lingyu Gu also walked up to the group. Baiwei, I will take care of my own affairs myself, so there is no need to trouble Brother Ma. Lingyu Gu, who had heard Ma Chengye's words from afar, immediately said apologetically. Lingyu, you're treating me like a stranger. It's just a job, and your brother can still help. In that case, tomorrow you will accompany me to the group and go through the entry procedures directly. Ma Chengye said with a mixture of laughter and tears after listening to Gu Lingyu's words. Just then, Yi Chen, who had been pondering something on the side and had not spoken, said, Lingyu, I have a small suggestion, do you want to hear it? The crowd was curious. They looked at Yi Chen. That's right, I'm not going to manage a ranch. I'm still in school, and my parents don't know anything about management, so I can only look at the production process. Yi Chen said to Gu Lingyu with a smile. In that case, why don't you just go and manage the ranch directly, so you can also meet Baiwei and the children every day? This. Gu Lingyu was taken aback by Yi Chen's sudden offer. Hurry up and say it. I'm a law student, I'm afraid I won't be able to do a good job managing the ranch, so I'd rather not. Looking at Gu Lingyu, whose voice was getting smaller and smaller as she spoke, Yi Chen said with a smile. You see, I can do sculpture even though I studied physical education, so how can you, who graduated from Capital University, not be able to manage it? After hearing this, Gu Lingyu looked at Jiang Baiwei. She saw her nodding seriously in her direction. Then I'll go study up on management now. I definitely won't let you down and I'll live up to your expectations. Gu Lingyu said seriously, nodding her head. Ha. That's good, then the salary is 30,000 a month. benefits and so on will be in accordance with the administrative system. Yi Chen said happily after the other party had agreed. He was originally considering which manager to entrust the ranch to, but Ling Yu came to him unprompted. After all, the ranch involves too much black technology, and if you don't use the right people, you could be arrested and sliced up for research. The salary is too high, I just graduated. Gu Lingyu looked at Yi Chen in shock. It's not high. You're worth it. You'll be managing for me in the future. Yi Chen waved his hand. Lingyu, you can feel at ease about this salary. We'll be counting on you to give us advice in the future. Zhang Baiwei also stood up at this time and said. Gu Lingyu saw that Zhang Baiwei had said so, and she had to nod nervously. Since Yi has spoken, I might as well not go to the legal department. Ma Chengye looked at the two people who had reached an agreement and happily patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said. Then let's go to the tool room first. Yi Chen and Ma Chengye returned to the tool room and began teaching. The others, who had been piqued by their interest, followed in. In the end, Yi Chen simply placed some of the tools in the courtyard and everyone studied together. Internship time always passes quickly. The strength and angle are really hard to master. Ma Chengye shook his hand, which was about to develop tendinitis. He said helplessly. Yes, it's true that not everyone has Ye's talent. Chen Hong, who was originally full of confidence, also took off her work apron with a helpless look on her face and said helplessly. It's good that everyone is willing to try. Today's craft class is over. Yi Chen smiled and put away everyone's tools. And placed everyone's unfinished work in order, before going out into the courtyard to enjoy a rare moment of rest. Xiaochen, come quickly and help us carry these. Yi Chen, who had been resting next to Zhang Baiwei for a while, heard Ye's parents' voices behind him. They were sitting in the property's shuttle bus, carrying bags of things to the courtyard. Mom and Dad, you've been shopping all morning. Yi Chen went up to them and took the things down from the shuttle bus one by one. He said helplessly. Nowadays, grandchildren grow up fast, and they change a lot every day. I'm just worried that they won't have enough clothes to wear. Yi Ma happily said, carrying her bags. You've been buying clothes all morning and haven't even eaten. We'll take care of the things, you go and eat first. Yi Chen sighed slightly and asked the care worker to sort the clothes. He then took his parents to the dining room. Mom and Dad, from now on, I'll do the clothes shopping. Just Wei and I will go, you two just stay at home and relax. Yi Chen said with a heartbreaking sense of helplessness, looking at his parents, who were famished. Your mother and I are still in good health, and besides, we're buying clothes for our grandchildren. We're happy to do it. Yi Chen's father shot him a disgruntled look. Then it's up to you. Then the subject changed. Mom and Dad, the ranch is almost finished, and I need to tell you the truth. Yi Dad and Yi Mom heard about the ranch. They quickly put down their chopsticks. Due to the equipment and technology used in this ranch, which involves some new technologies and processes, the growth of pasture grass may be very fast. Yi Chen said to Yi Dad and Yi Mom with a serious face. By then, you can't tell anyone. We produce and sell our own milk and milk powder, so there is no risk of being seized. After listening to Yi Chen's words, Ye's parents nodded seriously. Although they don't understand how Yi Chen and his boss behind him developed these things. As long as it's about Yi Chen and the children, they will never be sloppy.